The hermit ascended to his habitation. It was a round room with no other opening than the door and the window, which almost seemed to be tunnels, so great was the thickness of the walls. These, on the inside, were carefully whitewashed with the gleaming lime of a visor, giving a transparency and milky softness to all the buildings, and to the modest little country houses the appearance of elegant mansions. Only on the ceiling, broken by a skylight, which told of the ancient ladder-way leading to the flat roof above, did there remain any trace of the soot of the fires which used to be lighted in former days. Rough boards, crudely fastened to wooden cross-pieces, which served to reinforce them, were used for door, window shutter, and ceiling trapdoor. There was not a pane of glass in the tower. It was still summer, and Febra, undecided, and, in truth, indifferent as to his future, put off the details of actually settling down until some other time. This retreat seemed to him romantic and pleasing, in spite of its crudity. He detected in it the skillful hand of Pep and the grace of Margalida. He noticed the whiteness of the walls, the neatness of 3 chairs and of the deal table, all scrubbed by the daughter of his former tenant. Fish nets were draped upon the walls like tapestry, beyond hung the gun and a bag of cartridges. Long, slender seashells with the brown translucency of the tortoise were arranged in the form of fans. They were the gift of Tio Ventilera, as were 2 enormous periwinkles on the table, white, with erect points, and the interior of a moist rose color, like feminine flesh. Near the window his mattress lay rolled up with his pillow and sheets, a rustic bed which Margalida or her mother made every afternoon. Jamie slept there more peacefully than in his palace in Palma. When Tio Ventilera failed to awaken him at dawn by singing mass down on the beach or by climbing up the hill to fling stones at the door of the tower, the hermit rested on his mattress until late in the morning, listening to the music of the sea, the great crooning mother, watching the mysterious light, a mixture of golden sun and blue waters filtering through the cracks and trembling on the white walls, hearing the gulls scream outside, as they passed before the windows in joyous flight, flinging swift shadows within the room. At night he retired early and lay open-eyed in the diffused starry light, wakeful in the glint of the moon as it shimmered through the half-open door. It was that half-hour in which all the past appears supernatural, that forerunner of sleep, in which the remotest memories are revived. The sea roared, strident calls of the night birds broke the stillness, the gulls complained with a lament like tortured children. What were his friends doing now? What were they saying in the cafes of the Bourne? Who might be in the casino? In the morning these recollections brought a sad smile to his lips. The returning day seemed to gladden his life. Had he ever been like others who rejoiced in existence in the city? Here was where one could really live. He glanced over the interior of his round tower. It was a veritable salon, more agreeable to him than the house of his forefathers. This was all his own, free from the dread of co-ownership with money-lenders and usurers. He even had handsome antiquities which no one could claim. Near the door was a pair of amphorae, drawn up by fishermen's nets, whitish earthen jars with pointed bases, indurated by the sea and capriciously decorated by nature with garlands of adhering shells. In the center of the table, between the periwinkles, was another gift from Tio Ventilera, a terracotta female head with a strange round tiara crowning her braided hair. The grayish clay was dotted with little, hard spherical concretions formed while lying for centuries in the salt water. As Jamie gazed at this companion of his solitude his imagination pierced the harsh outer crust and he recognized the serenity of feature, the strangeness and mystery of the almond-shaped, oriental eyes. It appeared to him as to no one else. His long hours of silent contemplation had brushed away the mask, the work of centuries. "Look at her. She is my sweetheart," he had said one morning to Margalida while she was cleaning his room. "Isn't she beautiful? She must have been a princess of Tyre or of Ascalon, I am not sure which, but the thing of which I am sure is that she was destined for me, that she loved me 4,000 years before I was born and that she has come down through the ages to seek me. She owned ships, robes of purple and palaces with terraced gardens, but she abandoned all to hide in the sea, waiting dozens of centuries for a wave to bear her to this coast so that Tio Ventilera might find her and bring her home to me. Why do you stare at me like that? You, poor child, cannot comprehend these things." Margalida did, indeed, look at him in surprise. Imbued with her father's respect for this high-caste gentleman, she could only imagine him talking seriously. What things he must have seen in this world! Now his words about this millennial sweetheart shook her credulity, causing her to smile nervously, while at the same time she looked with superstitious fear at the great lady of forgotten centuries who was nothing but a terracotta head. How could Don Jamie talk like that? Everything about him was strange. Whenever Febra climbed up to the tower he sat down near the doorway and looked across the landscape. At the base of the hill spread recently plowed fields, wooded areas belonging to Febra which Pep was clearing for cultivation. Then began the plantations of almonds, of a fresh green color, and the ancient and twisted olive trees, which lifted up their dark trunks with tufted branches bearing silver-gray leaves. The house, Can Malorki, was a sort of Moorish dwelling, a cluster of buildings, all as square as dice, dazzling white, and flat-roofed. New white buildings had been added as the family increased, and as its necessities were augmented. Each of the dice constituted one room, and, taken together, they formed a house, which resembled an Arabian village. From without no one could guess which were the living rooms and which the stables. Beyond Can Malorki lay the grove, and the high-banked terraces, separated by thick stone walls. The strong winds did not suffer the trees to grow tall, so they put out many luxuriant branches round about them, gaining in width what they lost in height. The branches of all the trees were upheld by numerous forked sticks. Some of the fig trees had hundreds of supports and spread out like an immense green tent ready to shelter sleeping giants. They were natural summer houses in which nearly a whole tribe might be sheltered. The horizon in the background was shut out by pine-clad mountains, having here and there red, barren spots. Columns of smoke rose out of the dark foliage from the pits of the charcoal burners. Febra had now been on the island 3 months. His arrival had astonished Peperabi, who was still busy telling his friends and relatives of his stupendous adventure, his unheard-of daring, his recent voyage to Majorca with his children, his few hours in Palma, and his visit to the Palace of the Febres, a place of enchantment, which held within its confines all the luxurious and regal splendor that existed in the world. Jamie's brusque declarations had astonished the peasant less. "Pep, I am ruined, you are rich compared to me. I have come to live in the tower, I don't know how long, perhaps forever." He entered into the details of getting settled in his new quarters while Pep smiled with an incredulous air. Ruined. All great gentlemen said the same thing, but what was left them in their misfortune was enough to enrich many poor men. They were like the vessels shipwrecked off Formentera, before the government established lighthouses. The people of Formentera, a lawless and god-forsaken crowd. They were natives of a smaller island, used to light bonfires to decoy the sailors, and when the ship was lost to them it was not lost to the islanders, for its spoils made many of them rich. A Febra poor. Pep would not accept the money Febra offered him. He was going to cultivate some of the Senor's lands, they would settle accounts some other time. Since he was determined to live in the tower, Pep worked hard to make it habitable, besides ordering his children to carry the Senor's dinner to him whenever he did not feel like coming down to the table. These 3 months had been rustic isolation to Jamie. He did not write a letter, nor open a newspaper, nor read any book, except the half-dozen volumes he had brought from Palma. The city of Iviza, as tranquil and dreamy as a town in the interior of the peninsula, seemed to him a remote capital. Probably Majorca and the other great cities he had visited no longer existed. During the first month of his new life an extraordinary event disturbed his placid tranquility. A letter came, an envelope bearing the mark of one of the cafes in the Bourne and a few lines in large, crude script. It was Tony Clapes who had written. He wished him much joy in his new existence. In Palma everything was as usual. Pablo Vales did not write because he was angry with Febra for going away without bidding him goodbye. Still he was a good friend, and he was busy disentangling Jamie's business affairs. He had a diabolical cleverness for that sort of thing, a tutor, in fact. He would write more later. 2 months had gone by without the arrival of another letter. What did he care about news from a world to which he should never return? He did not know what destiny had in store for him, he did not even wish to think of it. Hither he had come and here he would stay, with no other pleasures than hunting and fishing, enjoying an animal-like ease, having no other ideas or desires than those of primitive man. He dwelt apart from Ivizan life, not mingling in their doings. He was a gentleman among peasants, a stranger. They treated him respectfully, but it was a frigid respect. The traditional existence of these rude and somewhat ferocious people held for him that attraction which the extraordinary and the vigorous always exerts. The island, thrown upon its own resources, had been compelled century after century to face Norman pirates, Moorish sailors, galleys from Castile, ships from the Italian republics, Turkish, Tunisian, and Algerian vessels, and in more recent times, the English buccaneers. Formentera, uninhabited for centuries after having been a granary of the Romans, served as a treacherous anchorage for the hostile fleets. The churches were still veritable fortresses, with strong towers where the peasants took refuge on being warned by bonfires that enemies had landed. This hazardous life of perpetual danger and ceaseless struggle had produced a people habituated to the shedding of blood, to the defense of their rights, weapons in hand. The farmers and fishermen of the present day possessed the mentality of their ancestors, and kept up the same customs. There were no villages, there were houses scattered over many kilometers, with no other nucleus than the church and the dwellings of the curate and the alcalde. The only town was the capital, the one called in ancient documents the royal fortress of Avisa, with its adjacent suburb of La Marina. When a youth arrived at puberty, his father summoned him into the kitchen of the farmhouse in the presence of all the family. "Now you are a man," he said solemnly, handing him a knife with a stout blade. The youthful paladin lost his filial shrinking. In future he would defend himself instead of seeking the protection of his family. Later, when he had saved some money, he would complete his knightly trappings by purchasing a pocket pistol with silver decorations, made by the ironworkers of the country, who had their forges set up in the forest. Fortified by possession of these evidences of citizenship, which he never laid aside as long as he lived, he associated with other youths similarly armed, and the life of a swain with its courtings opened before him, serenades with the accompaniment of signal calls, dances, excursions to parishes that were celebrating the feast of their patron saint, where they amused themselves slinging stones at a rooster with unerring aim, and above all the festegs, the traditional courtships when seeking a bride. The most respectable of customs, which gave occasion for fights and murders. There were no thieves on the island. Houses isolated in the heart of the country were often left with the key in the door during the absence of their owners. The men did not commit murder over questions of gain. Enjoyment of the soil was equitably divided, and the mildness of the climate and the frugality of the people made them generous and but mildly attached to material possessions. Love, only love, impelled men to kill each other. The rustic caballeros were impassioned in their predilections, and as fatal in their jealousy as heroes in novels. For the sake of a maiden with black eyes and brown hands, they hunted and challenged each other in the darkness of night. With outcries of defiance, they sighted each other from afar with a howl before coming to blows. The modern pistol, which fired but one shot, seemed to them insufficient, and in addition to the cartridge they rammed in a handful of powder and balls. If the weapon did not burst in the hands of the aggressor, it was sure to make dust of the enemy. The courtings lasted for months and even for years. A peasant farmer who had a daughter of suitable age for betrothal would see the youths of the district and others from all over the island offer themselves, for every Avisan deemed it his privilege to court her. The father of the girl would count the suitors, 10, 15, 20, sometimes even 30. Then he would calculate the amount of time that could be devoted to the affair before he would be overcome by sleep, and, taking into account the number of aspirants, he divided it into so many minutes for each. At twilight they would gather from every direction for the courting, some in groups, humming to the accompaniment of clucking and a sort of whinnying, others alone, blowing on the bimbao, an instrument made of small sheets of iron, which buzzed like a hornet, serving to lull them into forgetfulness of the fatigue of the journey. They came from far away. Some walked 3 hours, and must travel as many back again, crossing from one end of the island to the other on the courting days, which were Thursdays and Saturdays, for the sake of talking 3 minutes with a girl. In the summer they sat in the porchu, a kind of rural zaguan, or if it were winter they would go into the kitchen. The girl sat motionless on a stone bench. She had removed her straw hat with its long streamers that during the daytime gave her the air of an operetta shepherdess. She was dressed in gala attire, wearing the blue or green accordion plaited skirt, which she kept during the remainder of the week compressed by cords, and hanging from the ceiling, in order to keep the plaiting intact. Under this she wore other and still other skirts, 8, 10 or 12 petticoats, all the feminine clothing the house possessed, a solid funnel of wool and cotton that obliterated every sign of sex and made it impossible to image the existence of a fleshy reality beneath the bulk of cloth. Rows of filigree buttons glittered on the cuffs of her jacket. On her breast, crushed flat by a monastic corset which seemed made of iron, shone a triple chain of gold with its enormous links. From beneath the kerchief worn on the head hung her heavy braids tied with ribbons. On the bench, serving as a cushion for her voluminous body, made bulky by skirts, lay the abrigue, the feminine winter garment. The suitors deliberated over the question of precedence in the courting, and one after another they took their places at the girl's side, talking to her the allotted number of minutes. If one of them, becoming too enthusiastic in conversation, forgot his companions and trespassed on their time, they reminded him by coughs, furious glances, and threatening words. If he persisted, the strongest of the band would grasp him by the arm and drag him away so that another might take his place. Sometimes when there were many suitors and time was at a premium, the girl would talk with 2 at once, trying to display no preference. Thus the courting continued until she manifested predilection for a youth, often without regard for her parents' choice. In this short springtime of her life the woman was queen. After marriage she cultivated the soil alongside her husband and was little better than a beast. The rejected youths, if they felt no particular interest in the girls, would then retire, transferring their affections a few leagues farther on. But if they were really enamored, they would lurk about the house, and the chosen one was forced to fight with his former rivals, achieving marriage only by a miracle after passing through a pathway strewn with knives and pistols. The pistol was like a second tongue to the Avizon. At the Sunday dances he would fire off shots to demonstrate his amorous enthusiasm. On leaving his sweetheart's house, to give her and her family a sign of his appreciation, he was accustomed to fire a shot as he crossed the threshold, then calling out, "Good night." If, on the contrary, he went away offended and wished to insult the family, he would invert this order, first calling out, "Good night," and shooting his pistol afterwards, but he was obliged in that case to rush out at full speed, for the members of the household promptly replied to the declaration of war with answering shots, with clubs, and with rocks. Jamie was living on the brink of this existence, burdened with its crude traditions, looking on from the outside at the Arabian customs which still prevailed in this lonely island. Spain, whose flag floated every Sunday over the few houses embraced within each parish, scarcely gave a thought to this bit of soil lost in the sea. Many countries of far-away Oceanica were in more frequent communication with the great centers of civilization than this island, in former times scourged by war and rapine, and now lying forsaken off the beaten track of ocean steamers, surrounded by a girdle of small, barren islets, reefs, and shallows. In his new round of life Febvre felt the joy of one who occupies a comfortable seat from which he may witness an interesting spectacle. These farmers and fishermen, the warlike descendants of corsairs, were pleasant companions for him. He pretended to look upon them from afar, but gradually their customs were captivating him, drawing him into similar habits. He had no enemies, and yet, in strolling about the island when he did not have his gun upon his shoulder, he carried a revolver hidden in his belt, ready for an emergency. In the early days of his life in the Tower, as the exigencies of getting settled compelled him to go into the town, he dressed as in Majorca, but little by little he left off his cravat, his collar, his boots. For hunting he preferred the blouse and the velveteen trousers of the peasants. Fishing accustomed him to wearing hempen sandals for climbing rocks and for walking along the beach. A hat like that worn by the youths of the parish of San Jose covered his head. Pep's daughter, who was familiar with the island customs, admired the señor's hat with a kind of gratitude. The people of the different quarters, which formerly divided Iviza, were distinguished one from another by the style of wearing their headdress and by the shape of the brim, almost imperceptible to any but a native of the island. Don Jamie wore his like the youths of San Jose, and unlike those worn by the inhabitants of other parishes. This was an honor for the parish of which she was a daughter. Ingenuous and pretty Margalida, Febvre enjoyed talking with her, delighting in her surprise at his jests and at his tales of other lands. She would be coming with his dinner any moment now. A slender column of smoke had been floating above the chimney of Can Mallorquí for half an hour. He imagined Pep's daughter flitting from place to place preparing his noonday meal, followed by the glances of her mother, a poor peasant woman, silent in her dullness, who did not venture to set her hand to anything pertaining to the señor. Any moment he might see her appear beneath the shadow of the portico which gave entrance to the house, the dinner basket on her arm, her marvelously white face, which the sun slightly gilded with a faint tinge of old ivory, shaded by her straw hat with its long streamers. Someone was stepping into the shelter of the portico, beginning to climb up to the tower. It was Margalida. No, it was her brother Pepet, who had been in Iviza for a month preparing to enter the seminary, and whom the people had on this account given the sobriquet of Capellanet, the little chaplain. Chapter 2. Almond Blossom. Good day to you. Pepet spread a napkin over one end of the table and placed upon it 2 covered dishes and a bottle of wine which had the color and transparency of the ruby. Then he sat down on the floor, clasping his hands about his knees, and kept very still. His teeth shone like luminous ivory as a smile lighted his brown face. His mischievous eyes were fixed upon the señor with the expression of a happy, faithful dog. You have been in Iviza studying to become a priest, have you not? The boy nodded his head. Yes, his father had entrusted him to a professor in the seminary. Did Don Jamie know where the seminary was? The young peasant spoke of it as a remote place of torture. There were no trees, no liberty, scarcely any air, it was impossible to live in that prison. While listening to him, Febre recalled his visit to the elevated city, the royal fortress of Avisa, a dead town, separated from the district of Marina by a great wall, built in the time of Philip II, with its cracks now filled with waving green caper bushes. Headless Roman statues, set in 3 niches, decorated the gate, which opened from the city to the suburb. Beyond this the streets wound upward toward the hill occupied by the cathedral and the fort, pavements of blue stone, along the center of which rushed a stream of filth, snowy facades half concealing beneath the whitewash escutcheons of the nobility and the outlines of ancient windows, the silence of a cemetery by the seashore, interrupted only by the distant murmur of the surf and the buzzing of flies above the stream. Now and then footsteps were heard along the pavement of the Moorish streets, and windows half opened with the eager curiosity aroused by some extraordinary event, a few soldiers climbing leisurely up to the castle on the hill, the cannons coming down from the choir, the fronts of their cassocks shining with grease, their hats and mantles the color of a fly's wing, wretched prebendaries of a forgotten cathedral, too poor to support a bishop. On one of these streets Febre had seen the seminary, a long structure with white walls, and windows grilled like a jail. The little chaplain, as he thought of it, grew serious, the ivory flash of his smile vanishing from his chocolate-colored face. What a month he had spent there! The professor was driving away the tedium of the vacation by teaching this young peasant, wishing to initiate him into the beauties of Latin letters with the aid of his eloquence and a strap. He wished to make a prodigy of him by the time he took up his classes again, and the blows grew more frequent. Besides this were the window grilles, which allowed glimpses of nothing but the opposite wall, the barrenness of the city, where not a green leaf was to be seen, the tiresome walks accompanying the priest through that port of dead waters that smelled of putrid mussels, and was entered by no other ships than a few sailing vessels that occasionally came for a cargo of salt. The day before a still more vigorous strapping had exhausted his patience. The idea of beating him! If it had not been a priest who had ventured it he had run away, returning on foot to Canmalorchi, but before leaving, he had taken revenge by tearing up several books which the maestro held in great esteem. He had upset the inkstand, and had written shameful inscriptions on the walls, with other pranks characteristic of a monkey at liberty. The night had been one of storm in Canmalorchi. Pep was blind with fury, and had used a club upon his back until Margalida and her mother had been compelled to interfere. The boy's smile reappeared. He told with pride of the punishment he had taken from his father without uttering a cry. It was his father who was beating him, and a father could chastise because he loved his children, but should anyone else try to beat him, that person was doomed. As he said this he straightened himself with the belligerent air of a race accustomed to seeing blood flow and to administering justice with their own hands. Pep talked of taking his son back to the seminary, but the boy put no faith in this threat. He would not go, even if his father tried to fulfill his vow of binding him with ropes and taking him on the back of a donkey like a sack of wheat, rather than that he would run away to the mountains or to the rock of Vedra and live with the wild goats. The master of Canmalorchi had planned the future of his children high-handedly, with the energy of a rustic who gives no thought to obstacles when he believes he is doing right. Margalida should marry a peasant farmer, and the house and land should be his. Pepet should be a priest, which would represent social ascension for the family, honor and fortune for them all. Jamie smiled as he listened to the boy's protests against his fate. There was no other center of learning on the island than the seminary, and the peasants and shipowners who desired for their children a better fortune than their own, enrolled them there. The priests of Avisa, what an incongruous class! Many of them, while carrying on their studies, had taken part in the courtings, using knife and pistol. Descendants of corsairs and of soldiers, when they donned the cassock they still retained the arrogance and the rude virility of their forefathers. They were not lacking in piety, for their simplicity of mind did not permit of this, but neither were they devout and austere. They loved life with all its sweetness, and were attracted by danger with inherited enthusiasm. The island turned out hardy and venturesome priests. Those who remained in Spain became army chaplains. Others, more bold, no sooner had they sung their first Mass than they embarked for South America, where certain republics boasting a large Catholic aristocracy were the Eldorado of Spanish priests who had no fear of the sea. They sent home generous sums of money to their families, and they bought houses and lands, praising God, who maintains his priests in greater ease in the New World than in the Old. There were charitable senoras in Chile and Peru who gave 100 pesos as a gratuity for a single Mass. Such news made their relatives, gathered in the kitchen on winter nights, open their mouths in amazement. Despite such greatness, however, their most fervent desire was to return to the beloved isle, and after a few years they did so with the intention of ending their days on their own lands. But the demon of modern life had bitten deep into their hearts. They wearied of the monotonous insular existence, with its narrow limitations. They could not forget the new cities on the other continent, and finally they sold their property, or gave it to their family, and sailed away to return no more. Pep was indignant at the obstinacy of his son, who insisted upon remaining a peasant. He blustered about killing him, as if the boy were on the road to perdition. The son of his friend Truffic had sent almost $6,000 home from America. Another priest who lived in the interior among the Indians, in some very high mountains called the Andes, had bought a farm in Avisa that his father was now cultivating, and this rascal Pepet, who was more quick at letters than any of these, refused to follow such glorious examples. He ought to be killed. The night before, during a moment of calm, while Pep was resting in the kitchen with the weary arm and the sad mien of the father who has been wielding a heavy hand, the youth, rubbing his bruises, had proposed a compromise. He would become a priest, he would obey Senor Pep, but he wanted to be a man for a while first, to go out serenading with the other boys of the parish, go to the Sunday dances, join in the courtings, have a sweetheart, and wear a knife in his belt. This last desire was greatest of all. If his father would only give him his grandfather's knife, he would put up with anything. Grandfather's knife, father, implored the boy, grandfather's knife. For his grandfather's knife he would become a priest, and even if necessary live in solitude, on the arms of the people, as did the hermits on the seashore in the sanctuary of Cubelles. As he thought of the venerable weapon his eyes glowed with admiration, and he described it to Febra. A jewel. It was an antique steel blade, keen and burnished. He could cut through a coin with it, and in his grandfather's hands. His grandfather had been a man of renown, a famous man. Pepet had never seen him, but he talked of him with admiration, giving him a higher place in his esteem than that evoked by his mediocre father. Then, spurred on by his desire, he ventured to implore Don Jamie's assistance. If only he would help him. If he should ask just once for the famous knife, his father would immediately hand it to him. "You shall have the knife, my boy. If your father won't give you that one, I'll buy one for you the next time I go to the city," said Febra good-naturedly. This filled the little chaplain with joy. It was necessary for him to go armed so that he could mingle with men. His house was soon to be visited by the bravest youths of the island. Margalida was now a woman, and the courting was going to begin. Senor Pep had been besieged by the young gallants, who demanded that he set the day and the hour for the suitors. "Margalida," cried Febra in surprise. "Margalida to have sweethearts." The spectacle he had witnessed in so many other houses on the island seemed to him an absurdity for Can Mallorquí. He had not realized that Pep's daughter was a woman. Could that child, that pretty, white doll, really care for men? He felt the strange sensation of the father who has loved many women in his youth, but who, later in life, judging by his own lack of susceptibility, cannot understand his daughter's fondness for men. After a few moments of silence, Margalida seemed changed in his eyes. Yes, she was a woman. The transformation pained him. He felt that he had lost something dear to him, but he resigned himself to reality. "How many suitors are there?" he asked in a low voice. Pepet waved one hand while at the same time he raised his eyes to the vaulted ceiling of the tower. How many? He was not sure yet, at least 30. It was going to be such a courting as would make talk all over the island, despite the fact that many, although they devoured Margalida with their eyes, were afraid to join the courting, giving themselves up for conquered in advance. There were few like his sister on the island, trim, merry, and with a good slice of dowry, too, for Senor Pep let it be known everywhere that he intended leaving Can Mallorquí to his son-in-law when he died. And his son might burst with his cassock on his back over there on the other side of the ocean, without ever seeing any girls but Indian squaws. Futuro. However, his indignation soon passed. He became enthusiastic thinking about the young men who were to gather at his house twice a week to make love to Margalida. They were coming even from as far away as San Juan, the other end of the island, the region of valiant men, where one avoided going out of the house after dark, well knowing that every hillock held a pistol and every tree was a lurking place for a firearm. They were capable, every man of them, of waiting for satisfaction for an injury committed years before, the home of the terrible, wild beasts of San Juan. Then, too, various notables would come from the other sections of the island, and many of them must walk leagues to reach Can Mallorquí. The little chaplain rejoiced at the thought of the arrogant youths with whom he was to become acquainted. They would all treat him like a chum because he was the brother of the bride-to-be, but of all these future friendships the one which most flattered him was that of Perry, nicknamed Ferrer, on account of his trade as an ironworker, a man about 30, much talked about in the parish of San Jose. The boy looked upon him as a great artist. When he condescended to work, he made the most beautiful pistols ever seen on the field of Iviza. Old barrels were sent to him from the peninsula, and he mounted them to suit his fancy in stocks engraved with barbaric design, adding to the work ornate decorations of silver. A weapon of his make could be loaded to the muzzle without danger of bursting. A still more important circumstance increased his respect for Ferrer. He declared in a low voice, with a tone of mystery and respect, "Ferrer is a Vero." A Vero. Jamie was silent for a few moments, trying to coordinate his recollection of island customs. An expressive gesture from the little chaplain assisted his memory. A Vero was a man whose valor was already demonstrated, one who has several proofs of the power of his hand, or the accuracy of his aim, rotting in the earth. That his kindred might not seem beneath Ferrer, Pepin recalled his grandfather's prowess. He had also been a Vero, but the ancients knew how to do things better. The skill with which the grandfather settled his affairs was still remembered in San Jose. A stab with his famous knife, and his well-laid plans sufficed, for people were always found who were ready to swear they had seen him at the other end of the island at the very moment when his enemy lay writhing in mortal agony far away. Ferrer was a less fortunate Vero. He had returned 6 months ago after having spent 8 years in a prison on the peninsula. He had been sentenced to 14, but he had received various exemptions. His reception was triumphal. A native of San Jose was returning from heroic exile. They must not fall behind the citizens of other parishes who received their Veros with great demonstrations, and on the day of the arrival of the steamer even the most distant relatives of Ferrer, who composed half the town, went down to the port of Iviza to meet him, and the other half went out of pure patriotism. Even the alcalde joined in the expedition, followed by his secretary, to retain the sympathy of his political partisans. The gentlemen of the city protested with indignation at these barbaric and immoral customs of the peasantry, while men, women, and children assaulted the steamer, each striving to be first to press the hero's hand. Pepin described the Vero's reception on his return to San Jose. He had been a member of the party, with its long line of carts, horses, donkeys, and pedestrians, looking as if an entire people were emigrating. The procession halted at every tavern and inn along the way, and the great man was regaled with jugs of wine, tidbits of roasted sausage and glasses of figula, a liquor made of native herbs. They admired his new suit, a suit suggesting the fine sonor which had been made to his order on leaving the penitentiary. They inwardly marveled at his ease of manner, at the princely and condescending air with which he greeted his old friends. Many of them envied him. What wonderful things a man learns when he leaves the island. There is nothing like travel. The former ironworker overwhelmed them all with boasts of his adventures on his homeward voyage. For several weeks thereafter the evening gatherings in the tavern were most interesting. The words of the Vero were repeated from house to house throughout all the little homes scattered through the quarton, every peasant finding some lustre for his parish in these adventures of his fellow citizen. The ironworker never wearied of praising the beauty of the penal establishment in which he had spent 8 years. He forgot the misery and hardship he had endured there, he looked back upon it with that love for the past which colors one's recollections. He had been more fortunate than those poor wretches who were sent to the penitentiary on the plains of La Mancha, where the men have to carry up the water on their backs, suffering the torments of an Arctic cold. Neither had he been in the prisons of old Castile where snow whitens the courtyards and sifts in through the barred windows. He came from Valencia, from the penitentiary of St. Michael of the Kings, Niza, as it was nicknamed by the habitual pensioners of these establishments. He spoke with pride of this house, just as a wealthy student recalls the years he has spent in an English or German university. Tall palm trees shaded the courtyards, their crested tops waving above the tiled roofs. Standing in the window grilles one could see extensive orchards, with the triangular white pediments of the farmhouses, and farther out stretched the Mediterranean, an immense blue expanse, behind which lay his native rock, the beloved isle, perhaps the breeze, laden with the salt smell and with the fragrance of vegetation, which filtered like a benediction through the malodorous cells of the penitentiary, had first passed over it. What more could a man desire? Life there was sweet, one dined regularly, and always had a hot meal, everything was orderly, and a man had only to obey and allow himself to be led. One made advantageous friendships, one associated with people of note, whom he would never have met had he remained on the island, and the ironworker told of his friends with pride. Some had possessed millions, and had ridden in luxurious carriages there in Madrid, an almost fantastic city whose name rung in the ears of the islanders like that of Baghdad to the poor Arab of the desert listening to the tales of the 1001 Nights. Others had overrun half the world before misfortune shut them up in this enclosure. Surrounded by an absorbed circle, the Vero recounted the adventures of these associates in the lands of the Negroes, or in countries where men were yellow, or green, and wore long womanish braids. In that ancient convent, as large as a town, dwelt the salt of the earth. Some of them had girded on swords and commanded men, others had been accustomed to handling papers bearing great seals and had interpreted the law. Even a priest had been a cell companion of the ironworker. The Vero's admirers heard him with wide open eyes and nostrils palpitating with emotion. What joy, to be a Vero, to have gained celebrity and respect by killing an enemy in the darkness of night, and, as a recompense, 8 years in Niza, a place of honor and delight. How they envied such good luck! The little chaplain, who had listened to these tales, felt a great and enduring respect for the Vero. He described the particulars of his person with the detail of one enamored of a hero. He was neither as tall nor as strong as the Senor, he would scarcely come up to Don Jamie's ear, but he was agile, and nobody surpassed him in the dance. He could dance whole hours until he tired out every girl in the parish. From his long season at the prison he had returned with a pale and waxy complexion, the complexion of a cloistered nun, but now he was dark like everybody else, with his face bronzed and tanned by the sea air and the African sun of the island. He lived in the mountain, in a hut at the edge of the pine woods near the charcoal makers, who supplied fuel for his forge. This he did not light every day. With his pretensions at being an artist, he worked only when he had to repair a fire lock, to transform a flintlock into a rifle, or to make one of those silver-decorated pistols which were the admiration of the little chaplain. The boy hoped that this man would be his sister's choice, that the Vero, with his astonishing skill, would become a member of his family. Maybe Margalida will like him, and then Ferrer will give me one of his pistols. What do you think, Don Jamie? He pled the Vero's cause as if he were already a relative. The poor fellow lived so wretchedly, alone in his shop with no other companion than an old woman always dressed in the black garb of long past mourning. One of her eyes was watery, the other was shut. She would blow the bellows while her nephew hammered the red-hot iron. Ever working around the fire, she grew more bony and thin each day. The hollows of her eyes seemed to be turning into liquid in her old face, which was wrinkled like a withered apple. That gloomy, smoky den in the pine forest would be embellished by Margalida's presence. Its only decorations at present were a few small, colored rush baskets woven in the shape of checkerboards, adorned with silk pompons, a friendly token from the unfamed artists who whiled away the time in their retreat in Niza. When his sister should live at the forge, Pepet would go to see her, and he counted on acquiring through the munificence of his brother-in-law, a knife as famous as his grandfather's, that is, if Senor Pep unjustly persevered in refusing him this glorious heritage. The recollection of his father seemed to cloud the boy's hopes. He realized how difficult it would be for the master of Conmalorquí to accept the ironworker as a son-in-law. The old man could say no ill of him, he acknowledged his fame as an honor to the town. The island not only had brave men in the wild beasts of San Juan, but San Jose could also gloat over valiant youths who had undergone trying tests. Ferrer, however, was little skilled in agricultural affairs, and although all the Avisans showed themselves equally predisposed to cultivating the soil, to casting a net into the sea, or to landing a cargo of smuggled goods, along with other little industries, skipping easily from one kind of work to another, he desired for his daughter a genuine farmer. One accustomed all his life to scrabbling the earth. His resolution was unbreakable. In his empty and inflexible brain, when an idea sprouted it became so firmly embedded that no hurricane nor cataclysm could uproot it. Pepet should be a priest, and should travel over the world. Margalida he was keeping for some farmer who should add to the lands of Conmalorquí when he inherited them. The little chaplain thought eagerly of him who might be the one favored by Margalida. It would be a struggle for them all, having at their head a man like the ironworker. Even if his sister should incline toward another, the fortunate one would be compelled to settle accounts with Perry, the glorious desperado, and must put him out of the way. Great things were going to be seen. The courting of Margalida was already discussed in every house in the Cuarton, her fame would spread throughout the whole island, and Pepet smiled with ferocious delight like a young savage on his way to a massacre. He looked up to Margalida, acknowledging her as a greater authority than his father for the reason that his respect was not based on fear of blows. She it was who managed the house, everyone obeyed her. Even her mother walked in her footsteps like a serving woman, not venturing to do anything without consulting her. Senor Pep hesitated before making a decision, scratching his forehead with a gesture of doubt and murmuring, "I must consult the girl about that." The little chaplain himself, who had inherited the paternal obstinacy, quickly yielded at his sister's slightest word, a gentle insinuation from her smiling lips uttered in her sweet voice. "The things she knows, Don Jamie," said the boy with admiration, and he enumerated her talents, dwelling with a certain respect on her skill in singing. "Do you know the minstrel, the sick boy, Don Jamie? He has trouble with his chest. He cannot work, and he spends his time lying in the shade thumping on a tambourine and mumbling verses. He's a white lamb, a chicken, with eyes and skin like a woman's, incapable of standing up before a brave man. He aspires to Margalida, too, but the little chaplain swore that he would smash the tambourine over his head before he would accept him as a brother-in-law. He would only claim as a relative of his a hero. Yet, as for making up songs and singing them interspersed with cries like the peacocks, there was no one to equal the minstrel. One should be just, and Pepet recognized the youth's merit. He was a glory to the quarton, almost to be compared with the valorous ironworker. At the summer gatherings on the porch of the farmhouse, or at the Sunday dances, Margalida, blushing, urged on by her companions, would sometimes take a seat in the center of the circle, and, the tambourine on her knee, her eyes hidden behind a kerchief, would reply with a long romance of her own invention to the rhymes of the troubadour. If, some Sunday, the minstrel intoned a long harangue about the perfidy of woman and how dear her fondness for dress cost man, the following Sunday Margalida would reply with a romanza twice as long, criticizing the vanity and egoism of the men, while the crowd of girls chorused her verses with cluckings of enthusiasm, glorying in having an avenger in the girl of Can Mallorquí. "Pepet, Pepet." A feminine voice sounded in the distance like a crystal, breaking the dense silence of the early afternoon hours vibrant with heat and light. The voice grew stronger, as if approaching the tower. Pepet changed from the position of a young animal at rest, freeing his legs from his encircling arms, and sprang to his feet. It was Margalida calling him. No doubt his father needed him for some task, and he had made a long visit. Jamie grasped his arm. "Wait, let her come," he said, smiling. "Pretend you don't hear her." The little chaplain's lustrous teeth glistened in his bronzed face. The young imp was pleased at this innocent duplicity, and he took advantage of it by speaking to the Senor with bold confidence. "You will really ask Senor Pep for it, for my grandfather's knife?" "Yes, you shall have it," said Jamie. "Or if your father will not give it to you, I will buy you the best one I can find in Ibiza." The boy rubbed his hands, his eyes glowing with savage joy. "Having that will make a man of you," continued Febra, "but you must not use it. Just a decoration, nothing else." Eager to realize his desire at once, Pepet replied with energetic nodding of his head. "Yes, a decoration, nothing else." Yet his eyes darkened with a cruel doubt. A decoration it might be, but if anyone should offend him while he had such a companion, what ought a man to do? "Pepet." The crystal voice now rung out several times at the foot of the tower. Febra waited for her coming, hoping to see Margalida's head, and then her figure, appear in the doorway, but he waited in vain. The voice grew more insistent, with pretty quavers of impatience. Febra peeped through the doorway and saw the girl standing at the foot of the stairs, in her full blue skirt and her straw hat with its streamers of flowered ribbons. The broad brim of her hat seemed to form an aureole around the rose-pale face in which trembled the dark drops of her eyes. "Greeting, Almond Blossom," called Febra, smiling, but with hesitation in his voice. Almond Blossom. As the girl heard this name on the Senor's lips, a flush of color momentarily overspread the soft whiteness of her face. Had Don Jamie heard that name? But did such a gentleman interest himself in nonsense of that kind? Now Febra saw nothing but the crown and brim of Margalida's hat. She had lowered her head, and in her confusion stood fingering the corners of her apron, abashed, like a girl listening to the first words of love, and suddenly realizing the significance of life. Chapter 3. Love and Dancing. The next Sunday morning Febra took a trip to town. Tio Ventilera could not go fishing with him, for he considered his presence at Mass indispensable, that he might respond to the priest with his shrill voice. Having nothing else to do, Jamie started for the Pueblo, walking along the paths in the red earth which stained his white hempen sandals. It was one of the last days of summer. The snowy white farmhouses seemed to reflect the African sun like mirrors. Swarms of insects buzzed in the air. In the green shade of the spreading fig trees, low and round, like roofs of verdure resting on their circle of supports, figs opened by the heat, fell, flattening on the ground like enormous drops of purple sugar. Prickly pears raised their thorny, wall-like trunks on either side of the road, and among their dusty roots whisked flexible, little animals, with long emerald-green tails, intoxicated by the sun. Through the dark and twisted columns of the olive and almond trees groups of peasants, also on their way to town, could be seen in the distance, following other paths. The girls in their Sunday gowns walked in advance, wearing red or white kerchiefs and green skirts, their gold chains glittering in the sun. Near them walked the suitors, a tenacious and hostile escort that disputed for every glance or word of preference, several of them laying siege to the girl at the same time. The procession was closed by the girl's parents, aged before their time by the hardships and cares of country life, poor beasts of the soil, submissive, resigned, black of skin, with their limbs as dry as vine shoots, and who, in the dullness of their minds, looked back upon their years of courting as a vague and remote springtime. Phèdre turned in the direction of the church when he reached the village, which consisted of 6 or 8 houses with the alcalde's office, the school and the tavern, grouped about the temple of worship. This rose stately and imposing, the band of union of all the dwellings scattered through mountains and valleys for some kilometers roundabout. Removing his hat to wipe the perspiration from his brow, Jamie took refuge beneath the arcade of a small cloister before the church. Here he experienced the sensation of well-being as does the Arab when, after a journey across the burning sands, he takes asylum with the lonely hermit. The snowy exterior of the whitewashed church with its cool arcade and its walled terraces crowned with nopals, reminded him of an African mosque. It had more resemblance to a fortress than a temple. Its roofs were concealed by the upper edge of the walls, a kind of redoubt over which firelocks and catapults had frequently peered. The tower was a military turret still crowned with melons. Its old bell had pealed forth with feverish clangor of alarm in other times. This church, in which the peasants entered life with baptism and left it with the Mass for the dead, had for centuries been their refuge in time of stress, their fortress of defense. When the ateliers on the coast announced with fires or smoke the approach of a Moorish vessel, families streamed to the temple from all the farmhouses in the parish, men carrying guns, women and children driving asses and goats or bearing on their backs all the fowls of their barnyards, their feet tied together like a bundle of faggots. The house of God was converted into a stable for the property of his followers. Off in one corner the priest prayed with the women, his prayers interrupted by screams of anguish and by crying children, while the fusiliers on the roof explored the horizon until word came that the sea-birds of prey had sailed away. Then normal existence began again, each family returning to its isolation, with the certainty of being compelled to repeat the agonizing journey within a few weeks. Phèdre continued standing under the arcade, watching the hurrying groups of peasants, spurred forward by the last stroke of the bell whirling in the tower loft. The church was almost full. A dense effluvium of hot breath, perspiration, and coarse clothing floated out to Jamie through the half-open door. He felt a certain sympathy for these good people when he met them singly, but in a crowd they aroused aversion, and he kept away. Every Sunday he came to the Pueblo and stood in the doorway of the church. The loneliness of his tower on the coast made it necessary to see his fellow men. Besides, Sunday was, for him, a man without occupation, a monotonous, wearisome, interminable day. This day of rest for others was for him a torment. He could not go fishing for lack of a boatman, and the solitary fields, with their closed houses, the families being at mass or at the afternoon dance, gave him the painful impression of a stroll through a cemetery. He would spend the morning in San Jose, and one of his diversions consisted in standing under the arcade of the church watching the coming and going of the crowd, enjoying the cool shade of the cloister, while a few steps away the soil was burning in the sun. The branches of the trees writhed as if agonized by the heat and by the dust covering their leaves, and the hot air stifled one as it was drawn into the lungs. Belated families began to arrive, passing Phèdre with a glance of curiosity and a diffident greeting. Everyone in the quarter knew him. They were kind folk, who, on seeing him out in the country opened their doors to him, but their affability went no further, for they could not get near to him. He was a foreigner, moreover a Magican. The fact of his being a gentleman aroused a vague distrust in the rustic people, who could not understand his living in the lonely tower. Phèdre remained solitary. He could hear the ringing of a little bell, the rustle of the crowd as the people knelt or struggled up to their feet, and a familiar voice, the voice of Tio Ventolera, giving the responses in sing-song tones, with the harsh stridor of his toothless mouth. The people accepted the old man's officious interference without a smile, attributing it to senile aberration. They had been accustomed for years and years to hearing the Latin jargon of the old sailor, who from his pew supported the responses of the assistant in a loud voice. They attributed a certain sacred character to these vagaries, like the Orientals who see in dementia a sign of piety. Jamie lighted a cigarette to help while away the time. Doves were cooing on the arches, breaking the long silences with their tender calls. Jamie had cast, one after another, 3 cigarette stubs on the ground near his feet before a long drawn-out murmur came from within the church, as from 1,000 suspended breaths which finally exhaled a sigh of satisfaction. Then a noise of footsteps, scraping of chairs, creaking of benches, dragging of feet, and the doorway was thronged by people, all trying to crowd out at once. The faithful exchanged friendly greetings as if they saw one another for the first time as they met out in the sunshine beyond the dim light of the temple. Bon dia, bon dia. The women came out in groups, the elder ones dressed in black, emitting a stale odor from their innumerable skirts and petticoats, the young ones erect in rigid corsets which crushed their breasts and obliterated the prominent curves of their hips, displaying with stately pride, above the motley-hued handkerchiefs, gold chains and enormous crucifixes. There were brown faces and olive, with great eyes of dramatic expression, coppery virgins with glossy, oily hair divided by a part which their rough combing was ever widening. The men stopped in the doorway to adjust upon their tonsured heads the kerchief worn in womanish fashion under their hats, below which fell long curls over their foreheads. It was a relic of the ancient hake, or Arabian hood, now worn only on extraordinary occasions. Then the old men drew from their belts their rustic, homemade pipes, filling them with the tobacco of the potter, an acrid herb which was cultivated on the island. The young men strolled from the porch and adopted ferocious attitudes, their hands in their belts, and their heads held high, before the groups of women, among which were the beloved Atlotas, the marriageable girls, who feigned indifference but at the same time peeped at them out of the corners of their eyes. Gradually the mass of people scattered. Bon dia, bon dia. Many of them would not meet until the following Sunday. Along every path walked multicolored groups, some dark, without any escort, moving slowly, as if dragging themselves along in the misery of old age, others energetic, with rustling skirts and fluttering kerchiefs, followed by a troop of boys, who shouted, whinnied like colts, and ran back and forth to attract the girls' attention. Febra saw a few black-clad figures leave the church, a somber group of shawled women, each affording a glimpse through the opening in the mantle of a nose reddened by the sun, and of one eye swimming in tears. They were covered by the abrigue, the winter shawl, the coarse wool wrap of ancient usage, the very sight of which on that sultry summer morning aroused sensations of torment and asphyxia. Then followed some hooded men, old peasants wearing the ceremonial cape, a grey garment of coarse wool, with broad sleeves and tight hood. The sleeves were loose and the hood was fastened under the chin, showing their brown, pirate-like faces. They were relatives of a peasant who had died the week before. The large family, which dwelt in different parts of the Kwarten, had gathered, according to custom, at the Sunday Mass to honor the deceased, and when they saw one another they gave vent to their grief with African vehemence, as if the corpse still lay before their eyes. Tradition demanded that they cover themselves with the ceremonial garments, their winter dress serving to shut them up as it were in casques of mourning. They wept and perspired inside their wraps, and as each recognized a relative whom he had not seen for several days, his grief burst forth anew. Sighs of agony issued from within the heavy wrappings, the rude faces framed by the hood wrinkling and emitting howls like sick babies. They expressed their grief by melting into an incessant flood of mingled perspiration and tears. From every nose, the most visible part of these grief-struck phantoms, trembled drops which fell upon the folds of their heavy garments. In the midst of the clamor of feminine voices, hoarse with pain, and the masculine lamentations sharpened by grief, a man began to speak with kindly authority, demanding calm. It was Pep, of Conmalorky, a far-off connection of the dead man. In this island where everyone was more or less united by ties of blood, the distant relationship, although it required that he participate in the mourning, did not oblige him to don the hake worn on solemn occasions. He was dressed in black, and covered with a light wool mantle and a round felt hat that gave him a certain ecclesiastic air. His wife and Margalida, who did not consider themselves related to this family, stood at a distance, as if their bright Sunday apparel set them apart from this show of affliction. Good-natured Pep pretended to be angry at the extremes of despair which were growing more and more vehement. Enough, enough. Let everyone return to his house, and live many years commending the dead to God's mercy. The weeping grew louder beneath the shawls and hoods. Adios, adios. They clasped each other's hands, they kissed each other's lips, they twisted each other's arms, as if saying farewell never to meet again. Adios, adios. They departed in groups, each taking a different direction, toward the pine-covered mountains, toward the distant white farmhouses half hidden among fig and almond trees, toward the red rocks along the shore, and it was an absurd and incongruous spectacle to see these heavy perspiring images, these tireless mourners, marching slowly through the resplendent green fields. The return to Kanmalorky was sad and silent. Peppet led the way, the bimbao between his lips buzzing like a gadfly. From time to time he stopped to throw a stone at a bird or at a puffed-up black lizard darting among the opuntia cactus. Little impression did death make upon him. Margalida walked at her mother's side, silent, abstracted, her eyes opened very wide, beautiful bovine eyes, which looked in every direction reflecting not a single thought. She seemed to forget that behind her was Don Jamie, the Senor, the revered guest of the tower. Pep, also abstracted, addressed an occasional word to Febra, as if he felt need of one with whom to share his feelings. What an ugly thing is death, Don Jamie. Here we are, in a bit of land surrounded by the waters, unable to escape, unable to defend ourselves, awaiting the moment for the final weighing of the anchor. The peasant's egoism rebelled at this injustice. It was all very well that over there on the mainland, where people are happy and enjoy life, death should show himself, but here, too, in this far-away corner of the world, was there no limit, no exemption from the great meddler. It was useless to think of obstacles against death's coming. The sea might be raging along the chain of islands and reefs lying between Iviza and Formentera, the narrow channels might be boiling cauldrons, the rocks crowned with foam, and the rude men of the sea might acknowledge themselves vanquished and seek safety in the harbors. The passage might be closed against every living thing, the islands shut off from the rest of the world, but this signified nothing to the invincible mariner with the hairless head, to him who walks with fleshless legs, who rushes with gigantic strides over mountain and sea. No storm could detain him, no joy could make him forget, he was everywhere, he remembered everyone. The sun might shine, the fields might be in the fullness of their glory, the crops bountiful, they were deceptions to divert man in his tasks and to make these more endurable. Deceitful promises, like those made to children, so that they will submit to the torments of school. Nevertheless, one must allow himself to be deceived, the lie was good, one must not dwell upon this inevitable ill, this ultimate danger for which there was no remedy, and which saddened life, depriving the bread of its relish, the liquid of the grape of its merry sparkle, the white cheese of its succulency, the open fig of its sweetness, and the roasted sausage of its piquant strength, overshadowing and embittering all the good things that God has put on the island for the enjoyment of worthy people. Ah, Don Jamie, what misery! Febra dined at Kanmalorky to save Pep's children the climb up to the tower. The meal was begun in gloom, as if the lamentations of the hooded creatures on the porch of the church still vibrated in their ears, but gradually around the little low table, crowned with its great bowl of rice, joy began to spread. The little chaplain talked of the afternoon dance, absolutely forgetting his life in the seminary, and venturing to meet Pep's eyes. Margalida recalled the minstrel's glances and the ironworker's arrogant mien when she had walked past the youths on her way to mass. Her mother sighed. Alas, Senor! Alas, Senor! She never said more than this, accompanying her confused thoughts of joy or of sorrow with the same exclamation. Pep had made numerous attacks upon the wine jug filled with the rosy juice of grapes from the very vines which spread a leafy screen before the porch. His melancholy face was flushed with a merry light. To the devil with death and all fear of him. Should an honorable man spend his whole life trembling at thought of death's approach? Let him present himself whenever he wished. Meanwhile, let a man live. And he manifested this desire to live by falling asleep on a bench, and by loud snoring, which did not avail to frighten away the flies and wasps whirling about his mouth. Febra returned to his tower. Margalida and her brother barely noticed the Senor. They had left the table that they might more freely discuss the dance, with the light-heartedness of children who were disturbed by the presence of a serious person. In the tower he threw himself upon his couch and tried to sleep. All alone, he reflected upon his isolation, surrounded by people who respected him, who, perhaps, even loved him, but at the same time felt an irresistible attraction for their simple pleasures which were insipid to him. What a torment these Sundays were! Where should he go? What could he do? In his determination to while away the time, to seek relief from an existence wanting in immediate purpose, he at last fell asleep. He awoke late in the afternoon when the sun was beginning slowly to descend beyond the line of islands in a shower of pale gold which seemed to impart to the waters a deeper and intenser blue. On going down to Kanmalorky he found the farmhouse closed. Nobody. His footsteps did not even arouse the dog that lived under the porch. The vigilant animal had also gone to the fiesta with the family. They've all gone to the dance, thought Febra. Suppose I go to the pueblo myself. He hesitated for a while. What could he do there? He detested these diversions in which the presence of a stranger aroused animosity among the peasants. They preferred to remain by themselves. Should he, at his age, and with his austere appearance, that inspired only respect and chill, go and dance with an island maiden? He would have to keep near Pep and the other men, breathing the odor of native tobacco, discussing the almond crop and the possibility of a frost, making an effort to bring his mind down to the level of these peasant farmers. At last he decided to go. He dreaded solitude. Rather than spend the rest of the afternoon alone, he preferred the dull, monotonous conversation of the simple folk, a restful conversation, he said to himself, which did not compel him to think, and which left his mind in a state of sweet, animal calm. Near San Jose he saw the Spanish flag floating over the roof of the alcalde's office, while the hollow beating of a drum, the bucolic quavering of a flute, and the snapping of castanets, reached his ears. The dance took place in front of the church. The young people were formed into groups, standing near the musicians, who occupied low seats. The drummer, with his round instrument resting on one knee, beat the parchment with rhythmical strokes, while his companion blew on a long, wooden flute carved with primitive designs. The little chaplain was flipping castanets as enormous as the shells brought in by Tio Ventilera. The girls, their arms about each other's waists, or leaning against their shoulders, glanced with modest hostility at the young men, who strutted through the center of the plaza, hands in belts, broad felt hats thrust back to show the curls hanging over their foreheads, embroidered kerchiefs or ribbon cravats around their necks, wearing sandals of immaculate whiteness, almost concealed by the bell of the velveteen trousers cut in the shape of an elephant's foot. At one side of the plaza, seated on a hummock or on chairs from the nearby tavern, were the mothers and old women, matrons anemic and saddened in their relative youth by excessive procreation and the hardships of rural life, with eyes sunken in a blue circle that seemed to reveal internal disorders, wearing on their breasts the gold chains of their youthful days, their sleeves decorated with silver buttons. The old women, coppery and wrinkled, wearing dark dresses, sighed grievously at sight of the merriment among the young girls and boys. After gazing for some time at these people who scarcely yielded him a glance, he placed himself beside Pep in a circle of old peasants. They received the gentleman from the tower with respectful silence, and after puffing a few mouthfuls of smoke from pipes filled with native tobacco, they resumed their stupid conversation about the probable severity of the approaching winter and the prospects of the coming crop of almonds. The drum continued beating, the flute shrilled, the enormous castanets clanked, but not a couple sprang into the center of the plaza. The swains seemed to confer with indecision, as if each were afraid to venture first. Besides, the unexpected presence of the Majorcan gentleman somewhat intimidated the bashful girls. Jamie felt someone nudge his elbow. It was the little chaplain, who whispered mysteriously into his ear, at the same time pointing with a finger, "There's Perry the ironworker, the famous Vero." He designated a youth of less than medium stature, but arrogant and ostentatious in his appearance. The young men were grouped around the hero. The minstrel was talking animatedly with him, and he was listening with condescending gravity, spitting through his half-open lips, and admiring himself for the distance to which he sent the stream of saliva. Suddenly the little chaplain sprang into the center of the plaza, flourishing his hat. What, were they going to spend the whole afternoon listening to the flute without dancing? He ran to the group of damsels and grasped the biggest one by the hands, dragging her after him. "You!" he called. This was invitation enough. The more rudely he slapped her arm, the greater was the compliment. The mischievous youth stood facing his partner, an arrogant and ugly girl with coarse hands, oily hair, and swarthy face, nearly a head taller than himself. Suddenly turning toward the musicians, the boy protested. He did not want to dance the larga, he wanted to dance the curta. The long and the short were the only two dances known on the island. Febra had never been able to distinguish between them, a simple variation of rhythm, otherwise the music and the steps seemed identical. The girl, with one arm bent against her waist in the form of a handle, and the other hanging down, began to whirl slowly. She had nothing else to do, this was her entire dance. She lowered her eyes, curled her lips as if performing a vigorous task, and with a gesture of virtuous scorn, as if dancing against her will, she turned and turned, tracing great figure eights. It was the man who really did the dancing. This traditional reel, invented, doubtless, by the first settlers of the island, lusty pirates of the heroic age, illustrated the eternal history of the human race, the pursuing and hunting of the female. She whirled, cold and unfeeling, with the asexual hauteur of a rude virtue, fleeing from his springing and contortions, presenting her back to him with a gesture of scorn, while his fatiguing duty consisted in placing himself ever before her eyes, obstructing her path, coming out to meet her so that she should see and admire him. The dancer sprang and sprang, following no rule whatever, with no other restraint than the rhythm of the music, rebounding from the ground with tireless elasticity. Sometimes he would open his arms with a masterful gesture of domination, again he would fold them across his back, kicking his feet in the air. It was a gymnastic exercise rather than a dance, the delirium of an acrobat, a frenetic movement like the war dances of African tribes. The woman neither perspired nor flushed, she continued her turning, coldly, never accelerating her pace, while her companion, dizzy from his velocity, panted for breath with reddened face, at last retiring tremulous with fatigue. Every girl could dance with several men, exhausting them without effort. It was the triumph of feminine passiveness, laughing at the arrogant ostentation of the opposite sex, knowing that in the end she would witness his humiliation. The appearance of the first couple drew out the others. In a moment the entire open space before the musicians was covered with heavy skirts, beneath whose rigid and multiple folds moved the small feet in white hempen sandals or yellow shoes. The broad bells of the pantaloons vibrated with the rapid movement of the springing or the energetic stamping which raised clouds of dust. Manly arms chose with gallant slap among the clustered maidens. You. And this monosyllable followed the tug of conquest, the blows which were equivalent to a momentary title of possession, all the extremes of a crude, ancestral predilection, of a gallantry inherited from remote forebears of the dark epoch when the club, the stone, and the hand-to-hand struggle were the first declaration of love. Some youths who had allowed themselves to be preceded by others more bold in the choice of partners, stood near the musicians watching for a chance to succeed to their companions. When they saw a dancer red-faced and perspiring, making every effort to continue, they approached him, grasping him by the arm and flinging him aside, and calling, "Leave her to me." And they took his place with no other explanation, springing and pursuing the girl with the ardor of fresh energy, while she did not seem to notice the change, for she continued her turning with lowered eyes and disdainful mien. Jamie had not seen Margalida at first, as she was surrounded by her companions, but soon he recognized her among the dancers. Beautiful Almond Blossom. Febra thought her more lovely than ever as he compared her with her friends, brown and tanned by the sun and by toil. Her white skin, its flower-like delicacy, with the deep and brilliant eyes of a gentle little animal, her graceful figure, and even the softness of her hands, set her apart, as if she belonged to a different race from her dusky companions, seductive on account of their youth, lively, good-natured, but who seemed to be chopped out with an axe. Looking at her, Jamie thought that in a different atmosphere she might have been an adorable creature. He divined in Almond Blossom countless delicate ways, of which she herself was unconscious. What a pity that she had been born in this island which she would never leave. And her beauty would be for some of those barbarians who admired her with a canine stare of eagerness. Perhaps she was destined for the ironworker, that odious Vero, who seemed to patronize them all with his gloomy eyes. When she married she would cultivate the soil like the other women, her flower-like whiteness would fade and turn yellow, her hands would become black and scaly, she would be like her mother and all the old peasant women, a female skeleton, bent and naggy, like the trunk of an olive tree. These thoughts saddened Febra, as a great injustice. How had the simple Pep, who stood beside him, produced this offspring? What obscure combination of race had made it possible for Margalida to be born in Canmalorky? Must this mysterious and perfumed flower of peasant stock fade as would the woodland buds growing beside her? Suddenly something unusual distracted Febra's mind from these thoughts. The flute, the tambourine, and the castanets continued playing, the dancers sprang, the girls turned, but a gleam of alarm shone in the eyes of all, an expression of defensive solidarity. The old men ceased their conversation, glancing in the direction of the women. "What is it? What is it?" The little chaplain ran about among the couples, whispering into the ears of the dancers. These dashed from the circle, their hands in their belts, and after disappearing for a few seconds returned immediately to take their places, while the girls continued turning. Pep smiled lightly as he guessed what had happened, and he whispered to the Senor. "It is nothing, just what happens at every dance. There had been danger, and the boys had put their equipment in a safe place." This equipment consisted of the pistols and knives which the boys carried as a testimony of citizenship. For an instant Febra saw flash in the light stupendous and enormous weapons, marvelously concealed on those spare, thin bodies. The old women beckoned with their bony hands, eager to share the risk, the vehemence of an aggressive heroism shining in their eyes. These accursed times of impiety in which decent people are molested when they were following ancient customs. Here, and grasping the deadly weapons they hid them beneath the circle made by their innumerable layers of petticoats and skirts. The young mothers settled themselves in their seats and broadened the angle of their bulky legs, as if to offer greater hiding space for the warlike implements. The women looked at each other with bellicose resolution. Let those evil souls dare to approach. They would suffer being torn to shreds before they would stir from their places. Febvre saw something glittering down a roadway leading to the church. They were leather straps and guns, and above these the white brims of the 3 cocked hats of a pair of civil guards. The 2 defenders of the peace slowly approached, with a certain hesitation, convinced, no doubt, of having been seen in the distance and of arriving too late. Jamie was the only one who looked at them, the rest pretended not to see, holding their heads low or looking in a different direction. The musicians played more vehemently, but the couples began to retire. The girls deserted the young men and joined the group of women. "Good afternoon, gentlemen." To this greeting from the elder of the guards the drum replied by ceasing to beat and leaving the flute unaccompanied. This whined a few notes which seemed an ironic answer to the salutation. A long silence fell. Some answered the greeting with a light tengui. But they all pretended not to see, and glanced in another direction, as if the guards were not there. The painful silence seemed to annoy the 2 soldiers. "Vaya, go on with your diversion. Don't stop on our account." He gave a sign to the musicians, and they, incapable of disobeying authority in anything, produced a music more brisk and diabolically gay than before, but they might as well be playing to the dead. Everyone stood silent and glowering, wondering how this unexpected visit would end. The guards, accompanied by the beating of the drum, the musical capering of the flute, and the dry and strident laughter of the castanets, began moving about among the groups of young men, looking them over. "You young gallant," said the leader with paternal authority, "hands up." The one designated obeyed tamely without the slightest intent of resistance. Almost vain of this distinction. He knew his duty. The Avizon was born to work, to live, and to be searched. Noble inconveniences of being valorous, and of being held in a certain fear. Every youth seeing in the searching a testimony of his worth, raised his arms and thrust forward his abdomen, lending himself with satisfaction to the fumbling of the guards, while he glanced proudly toward the group of girls. Febvre noticed that the 2 officers pretended to ignore the presence of the ironworker. They acted as if they did not recognize him. They turned their backs, making visible display of paying no attention to him. Pep spoke to Febvre in a low voice, with an accent of admiration. Those men with the tricorn hats knew more than the devil himself. By not searching the Vero they almost offered him an insult. They showed that they had no fear of him. They set him apart from the rest, exempting him from an operation to which everyone else was compelled to submit. Whenever they met the Vero in the company of other young men, they searched those, without ever touching him. For this reason the boys, through fear of losing their weapons, finally avoided going out with the hero, and they shunned him as an attractor of danger. The searching continued to the sound of music. The little chaplain followed the guards on their evolutions, always placing himself before the elder one, with his hands in his belt, looking at him fixedly, with an expression half threatening, half entreating. The man did not seem to see him. He looked for the others, but he continually stumbled against the youngster, who barred his way. The man with the 3 cocked hat finally smiled under his fierce moustache, and called his comrade. "You," he said, pointing to the boy. "Search that Vero. He must be dangerous." The little chaplain, forgiving the enemy's waggish tone, raised his arms as high as possible so that no one should fail to see his importance. The guard had moved away after giving him a tickling in the stomach, but the boy still maintained his position as a man to be feared. Then he rushed toward a group of girls to boast of the danger he had faced. Fortunately his grandfather's knife was at home, safely hidden away by his father. Had he borne it on his person they would have taken it from him. The guards soon wearied of this fruitless search. The elder glanced maliciously toward the group of women, like a dog sniffing a trail. He knew well enough where the weapons were concealed, but let anyone venture to make the bronze matrons stir from their places. Hostility shone in the eyes of the ancient dames. They would have to be torn away by main force, and they were senoras. "Gentlemen, good afternoon." They slung their guns over their shoulders, refusing the proffer of some youths who had run to a tavern to bring glasses. They were offered without fear or rancor. Were they not all neighbors, living together on their little island? The guards, however, were firm in their refusal. Thanks, it is against the rules. They strode away, perhaps to lie in ambush a short distance away and repeat the searching again at sunset when the party was broken up and the people returning to their lonely farmhouses. After the danger had passed, the instruments ceased playing. Phèbre saw the minstrel take the little drum and seat himself in the open space recently occupied by the dancers. The people crowded around him. The venerable matrons drew up their esparto-seated chairs in order to hear better. He was about to sing a romance of his own composition, a relation, accentuated, according to the custom of the country, by a quavering plaint, a cry of pain drawn out as long as the singer had air left in his lungs. He beat the drum slowly to impart a gloomy solemnity to his monotonous song, dreamy and sad. "How can I sing for you, friends, when my heart is broken?" began the recitative, and then, in the midst of a general silence, came a strident trill, like the long-continued lament of a dying bird. The entire company gazed at the singer, not seeing in him the indolent, sickly youth, despicable on account of his uselessness for work. In their primitive minds stirred a vague something which impelled them to respect the words and complaints of the weakling. It was something extraordinary, which seemed to sweep, with rude beating of wings, over their simple souls. The minstrel's voice sobbed as it told of a woman insensible to his sighs, and as he compared her whiteness with the flower of the almond, they turned their eyes to Margalida, who remained impassive, with no sign of virginal flushing, being accustomed to this tribute of crude poesy which was a sort of prelude to gallantry. The minstrel continued his laments, reddening with the strain of the painful crowing which ended every strophe. His narrow chest heaved with the effort, 2 rosettes of sickly purple colored his cheeks, his slender neck dilated, the veins standing out in blue relief. In accordance with custom, he concealed part of his face under an embroidered kerchief, which he held with his arm resting on the drum. Phèbre felt anxiety listening to this painful voice. It seemed to him that the singer's lungs would give way, that his throat would burst, but his hearers, accustomed to this barbaric singing, which was as exhausting as the dance, paid no attention to his fatigue, nor did they weary of his interminable narration. A group of youths, moving away from the circle around the poet, seemed to be holding a consultation, and then they approached the older men. They were in search of Senor Pep, of Can to discuss an important matter. They turned their backs scornfully upon the minstrel, an unhappy creature, good for nothing but to dedicate verses to the girls. The most venturesome of the group faced Pep. They wished to speak of the feste of Margalida. They reminded the father of his promise to sanction the courting of the girl. The peasant farmer looked at the group deliberately, as if counting their number. "How many are you?" The leader smiled. There were many more. They represented other young men who had remained to hear the song. There were youths from every district. Even from San Juan, at the opposite end of the island, youths were coming to court Margalida. Despite the mock gesture of an intractable father, Pep reddened and compressed his lips with ill-concealed satisfaction, glancing out of the corner of his eye at the friends sitting near him. What glory for Can. Such a courtship had never been known before. Never had his companions seen their daughters so honored. "Are there 20 of you?" he asked. The youths did not reply immediately, being occupied in mental calculation, murmuring the names of friends. 20. More, many more. He might count on 30. The peasant persisted in his pretended indignation. 30. Maybe they thought he needed no rest, and that he was going to spend a whole night without sleep, witnessing their courting. Then he grew calm, giving himself up to complicated mental calculations, while he repeated thoughtfully, with an expression of amazement, 30. 30. In the end he gave his sanction. He would not give more than an hour and a half in one evening to the wooing. Since there were 30, that made 3 minutes each. 3 minutes, counted, watch in hand, to talk to Margalida, not a minute more. Thursday and Saturday would be courting nights. When he had gone courting his wife the suitors were many less, and yet his father-in-law, a man who had never been seen to smile, did not concede more time than this. There must be much formality, understand. Let there be no rivalry nor fighting. The first one to break the agreement Pep was man enough to beat out of the door with a club, and if it became necessary to use the gun, he would use it. Good-natured Pep, gratified at being able to assume unbounded ferocity at the expense of the respect due from his daughter's suitors, heaped bravado upon bravado, talking of killing anyone who should not keep to the agreement, while the youths listened with humble mien, but with an ironic grin under their noses. The bargain was closed. Thursday next the first audience would be held at Can. Febra, who had heard the conversation, glanced at the Vero, who held himself aloof, as if his greatness prevented his condescending to wretched haggling over the arrangement. When the boys moved away to join the circle, discussing in a low voice the order of precedence, the troubadour ceased his doleful music, crowing his last crow with a dolorous voice that seemed finally to rend his poor throat. He wiped away the perspiration, pressed his hands against his breast, his face becoming a dark purple, but the people had turned their backs and he was already forgotten. The girls, with the solidarity of sex, surrounded Margalida with vehement gesticulations, pushing her, and urging her to sing a reply to what the troubadour had said about the perfidy of women. No, no, replied Almond Blossom, struggling to rid herself of her companions. So sincere was she in her resistance that at last the old women intervened, defending her. Let her alone. Margalida had come to enjoy herself, and not to entertain the others. Did they think it such an easy matter to suddenly compose a reply in verse? The drummer had recovered the instrument from the minstrel's hands and began to beat it. The flute seemed to be gargling the rapid notes before beginning the dreamy melody of an African rhythm. On with the dance. The boys all began shouting at once with aggressive vehemence, addressing the musicians. Some demanded the long, and others the short. They all felt themselves strong and imperious again. The deadly steel had come forth from beneath the women's petticoats and had returned to their belts, and contact with these companions imparted to each a new life, a recrudescence of their arrogance. The musicians began to play what they pleased, the curious crowd made way, and again in the center of the plaza the white hempen sandals began to spring, the whirls of green and blue skirts began to turn stiffly, while the points of kerchiefs fluttered above heavy braids, or the flowers worn by the girls behind their ears shook like red tassels. Jamie continued looking at the ironworker with the irresistible attraction of antipathy. The Vero stood silent and as if abstracted among his admirers, who formed a circle around him. He seemed not to see the others, fixing his eyes on Margalida with a tense expression, as if he would conquer her with this stare which inspired fear in men. When the little chaplain, with the enthusiasm of youth, approached the Vero, he deigned to smile, seeing in the boy a future relative. Even the boys who had ventured to discuss the wooing with Senor Pep seemed intimidated by the ironworker's presence. The girls came out to dance, led by the young men, but Margalida remained beside her mother, gazed at enviously by all, yet none of them dared approach to invite her. The Magican felt the Camorrist tendencies of his early youth aroused in him. He loathed the Vero, he felt the terror inspired by the man as a personal offense. Was there no one to give a slap in the face to this coxcomb from the prison? A youth approached Margalida, taking her by the hand. It was the minstrel, still perspiring and tremulous after his exertion. He held himself erect, trying to give the lie to his weakness. The white Almond Blossom began to turn on her small feet and he sprang and sprang, pursuing her in her evolutions. Poor boy, Jamie felt an impression of anguish, guessing the effort of the pitiful attempt to dominate the fatigue of the body. He breathed laboriously, his legs began to tremble, but in spite of this he smiled, gratified at his triumph. He gazed tenderly at Margalida, and if he turned away his eyes it was to look haughtily at his friends who responded with looks of pity. In making a turn he almost fell, as he gave a great leap his knees bent. Everyone expected to see him fall to the ground, but he went on dancing, displaying his willpower, his determination to die rather than confess his weakness. His eyes were closing with vertigo when he felt a touch on his shoulder, according to usage, requiring him to yield his partner. It was the ironworker, who flung himself into the dance for the first time that afternoon. His leaping was received with a murmur of applause. They all admired him, with that collective cowardice of a timid multitude. The Vero, seeing himself applauded, increased his contortions, pursuing his partner, barring her way, surrounding her in the complicated net of his movements, while Margalida turned and turned with lowered gaze, avoiding the eyes of the dreaded gallant. At times, the Vero, to display his vigor, with his bust thrown back and his arms behind him, sprang to a considerable height, as if the ground were elastic and his legs steel springs. This leaping made Jamie think, with a sensation of repugnance, of escapes from prison or of surreptitious assaults with a knife. Time passed, but the man did not seem to tire. Some of the girls had sat down, in other cases the dancer had been substituted several times, but the Vero continued his violent dance, ever gloomy and disdainful, as if insensible to weariness. Jamie himself recognized with a dash of envy the terrible vigor of the ironworker. What an animal! Suddenly the dancer was seen to feel for something in his belt, and reach downward with one hand, without ceasing his evolutions or his leaping. A cloud of smoke spread over the ground, and between its white film 2 rapid flashes were outlined pale and rosy in the sunlight, followed by 2 reports. The women huddled together, screaming with sudden fright. The men stood undecided, but soon all were reassured, and burst into shouts of approbation and applause. Muy bien. The Vero had fired off his pistol at his partner's feet, the supreme gallantry of a valiant man, the greatest homage a girl on the island could receive. Margalida, a woman at heart, continued dancing, without having been greatly impressed, like a good Avison, by the explosion of the powder, giving the ironworker a look of gratitude for the bravado which made him defy persecution from the civil guards who might still be near, then turning to her friends who were tremulous with envy at this homage. Even Pep himself, to the great indignation of Jamie, displayed pride over the 2 shots fired at his daughter's feet. Febra was the only one who did not seem enthusiastic over this gallant deed. Accursed convict. Febra was not sure of the motive of his fury, but it was something spontaneous. He meant to settle accounts with that peasant. Chapter 4. 31 Wooers. Winter came. There were days when the sea would lash furiously against the chain of islands and cliffs between Avisa and Formentera that form a wall of rock cut by straits and channels. The deep blue waters, which usually flow tranquilly through these narrows, reflecting the sandy bottoms, would begin to whirl in livid eddies, dashing against the coasts and the projecting rocks, which would disappear and then emerge again in the white foam. Vessels would struggle valiantly against the swift undertow and the spectacular, roaring waters between the islands of Espalmador and Los Ahorsados, where lies the pathway of the great ships. Vessels from Avisa and Formentera must spread all their canvas, and sail under shelter of the barren islands. The sinuosities of this labyrinth of channels permit navigators from the archipelago of the Pitusa to go from one island to another by different routes, according to the direction of the winds. While the sea rages on one side of the archipelago, on the other it may be still and safe, lying heavy like oil. In the straits the waves may swirl high in furious whirlpools, but with a mere turn of the wheel, a slight shifting of her course, the vessel may glide into the shelter of an island where she will ride in. Tranquil waters, paradisiacal, limpid, affording views of strange vegetation, where dartfishes sparkling with silver and flashing with carmine. Usually day dawned with a grey sky and an ashen sea. The Vedra seemed more enormous, more imposing, lifting its conical needle in this stormy atmosphere. The sea rushed in cataracts through the caverns on its margin, roaring like the peals of gigantic cannons. The wild goats on their inaccessible heights sprang from one narrow footing to another, and only when thunder rolled through the gloomy heavens, and fiery serpents flashed down to drink in the immense pool of the sea, did the timid beasts flee with bleating of terror to seek refuge in the recesses covered by juniper. On many stormy days Febra went fishing with Tio Ventilera. The old sailor was thoroughly familiar with his sea. On the mornings when Jamie remained in his couch watching the livid and diffuse light of a stormy day filter through the crevice, he had to arise hastily on hearing the voice of his companion who sang the Mass, accompanying the Latin jargon by pelting the tower with stones. Get up. It was a fine day for fishing. They would make a good catch. When Febra gazed apprehensively at the threatening sea, the old man explained that they would find tranquil waters in the shelter around the Vedra. Again, on radiant mornings, Febra fruitlessly awaited the old man's call. Time dragged on. After the rosy tint of dawn the golden bars of sunlight stole through the cracks, but in vain the hours passed, he heard neither mass nor stone throwing. Tio Ventilera remained invisible. Then, on opening his window, he looked out upon the clear sky, luminous with the gracious splendor of the winter sun, but the sea was restless, a gloomy blue, undulating, without foam and without noise under the impulse of a treacherous wind. The winter rains covered the island as with a grey mantle, through which the indefinite contours of the nearby range were vaguely outlined. On the mountain tops the pine trees dropped tears from every filament, and the thick layer of humus was soaked like a sponge, expelling liquid beneath the footsteps. On the barren rocky heights along the coast, the rain gathered, forming tumultuous brooks, which leapt from cliff to cliff. The spreading fig trees trembled like enormous broken umbrellas, allowing the water to enter the broad spaces beneath their cupolas. The almond trees, denuded of their leaves, shook like black skeletons. The deep gullies filled with bellowing waters that flowed uselessly toward the sea. The roads, paved with blue cobbles, between high, rocky banks, were converted into cataracts. The island, thirsty and dusty during a great part of the year, seemed to repel this exuberance of rain from all its pores, as a sick man repels the strong medicine administered too late. On these stormy days Febra remained shut up in his tower. It was impossible to go to sea and impossible also to go out hunting in the island fields. The farmhouses were closed, their white cubes spotted by torrents of rain, devoid of any other sign of life than the thread of blue smoke escaping from the chimney tops. Forced to inactivity, the Lord of the Pirates' Tower began to read over again one of the few books he had acquired on his trips to the city, or he smoked pensively, recalling that past from which he had endeavored to run away. What was happening in Majorca? What were his friends saying? Given over to this enforced idleness, lacking the distraction of physical exercise, he thought over his former life, which was daily growing more hazy and indistinct in his memory. It seemed to him like the life of another man, something which he had seen and been familiar with, but which belonged to the history of another. Really was that Jamie Febvre who had traveled all over Europe and had had his hours of vanity and triumph the same person who was now living in this tower by the sea, rustic, bearded, and almost savage, with the sandals and hat of a peasant, more accustomed to the moaning of the waves and the screaming of gulls than to contact with men. Weeks before he had received a second letter from his friend Tony Clapes. This also was written from a café on the Bourne, a few hastily scrawled lines to attest his regard. This rude but kind friend did not forget him, he did not even seem to be offended because his former letter had remained unanswered. He wrote about Captain Pablo. The captain was still angry with Febvre, nevertheless he was working diligently to disentangle his affairs. The smuggler had faith in Valls. He was the cleverest of chouetters, and more generous than any of them. There was no doubt that he would save the remains of Jamie's fortune, and he would be able to spend the rest of his days in Majorca, tranquil and happy. Later he would hear from the captain himself. Valls preferred to keep quiet until matters were settled. Febvre shrugged his shoulders. It was all over, but on gloomy winter days his spirit rebelled against existing like a solitary mollusk, shut up in his stone shell. Was he always going to live like this? Was it not folly to have hidden himself away in this corner while still having youth and courage to struggle with the world? Yes, it was folly. The island and his romantic shelter were all very pretty for the first few months, when the sun shone, the trees were green, and the island customs exercised over his soul the charm of a bizarre novelty. But bad weather had come, the solitude was intolerable, and the life of the rustics was revealed to him in all the crudity of their barbarous passions. These peasants, dressed in blue velveteen, with their bright belts and gay cravats and their flowers behind their ears, had at first seemed to him picturesque figures, created only to serve as a decoration for the fields, choristers for a pastoral operetta, languid and tame, but he knew them better now. They were men like others, and barbarous men, barely grazed by contact with civilization, conserving all the sharp angles of their ancestral rudeness. Seen from a distance, for a short time, they attracted with the charm of novelty, but he had penetrated their customs, he was almost one of them, and it weighed upon him like falling into slavery, this inferior existence which seemed to be clashing every instant with ideas and prejudices of his past. He ought to get away from this atmosphere, but where could he go? How could he escape? He was poor. His entire capital consisted of a few dozens of duros which he had brought from Majorca, a sum which he retained, thanks to Pep, who was firm in his refusal to accept any remuneration whatever. Here he must remain, nailed to his tower as if it were a cross, without hope, without desire, seeking in cessation of thought a vegetative joy like that of the junipers and tamarisks growing between the cliffs on the promontory, or like that of the shellfish forever clinging to the submerged rocks. After long reflection he resigned himself to his fate. He would not think, he would not desire. Besides, hope, which never forsakes us, conceived in his mind the vague possibility of something extraordinary that would present itself in its own good time, to save him from this situation, but while it was on its way, how the loneliness bored him. Margalida had not been to the tower for some time. She seemed to seek pretexts for not coming, and she even went out of her way to avoid meeting Febvre. She had changed, she seemed to have suddenly awakened to a new existence. The innocent and trustful smile of girlhood had changed to a gesture of reserve, like a woman who realizes the dangers of the road and travels with slow and cautious step. Since the courting had begun, and young men came twice a week to solicit her hand, according to the traditional festage, she seemed to have taken heed of great and unknown dangers before unsuspected, and she remained at her mother's side, shunning every occasion of being left alone with a man, and blushing as soon as masculine eyes met her own. This courting had nothing extraordinary about it, according to island customs, and yet it aroused in Febvre a dumb anger, as if he saw in it an offense and a spoliation. The invasion of Canmalorchi by the braggart and enamored young blades he took as an insult. He had looked upon the farmhouse as his home, but since these intruders had been cordially received he was going to take his leave. Besides, he suffered in silence the chagrin of not being the only preoccupation of the family, as he had been at first. Pep and his wife still looked up to him as their master. Margalida and her brother venerated him as a powerful lord who had come from far away because Aviza was the best place in the world, but in spite of this other thoughts seemed to be reflected in their eyes. The visit of so many youths and the change which this had wrought in their daily life, made them less solicitous in regard to Don Jamie. They were all worried about the future. Which one of the youths deserved in the end to be Margalida's husband? During the long winter evenings Febra, shut up in his tower, sat gazing at a little light shining forth in the valley below, the light of Can Malorchi. On the nights not devoted to the courting, the family would be alone, gathered around the fireplace, but, in spite of this, he remained fixed in his isolation. No, he would not go down. In his chagrin he even complained of the bad weather, as if he would make the winter cold responsible for this change which had gradually taken place in his relations with the peasant family. He wistfully recalled those beautiful summer nights when they used to sit until the small hours watching the stars tremble in the dark sky beyond the black border of the portico. Febra used to sit beneath the pergola with the family and Uncle Ventilera who came, drawn by the hope of some gift. They never let him go away without a slice of watermelon, which filled the old man's mouth with its sweet red juice, or a glass of perfumed figula, brewed from fragrant mountain herbs. Margalida, her eyes fixed on the mystery of the stars, would sing Avisan romances in her girlish voice, more fresh and soft to the ear of Febra than the breeze which filled the blue tumult of the night with rustling. Pep would tell, with the air of a prodigious explorer, of his stupendous adventures on the mainland during the years when he had served the king as a soldier, in the remote and almost fantastic lands of Catalonia and Valencia. The dog, lying at his feet, seemed to be listening to his master with mild, gentle eyes, in the depths of which a star was reflected. Suddenly he would spring up with nervous impulse, and giving a leap, would disappear in the darkness, accompanied by the sonorous murmur of crashing vegetation. Pep would explain this stealthy flight. It was nothing more than some animal wandering in the darkness, a jackrabbit, a cottontail, which the beast had scented with the delicate nose of the hunting dog. Again he would rise to his feet slowly with growls of vigilant hostility. Somebody was passing near the farmhouse, a shadow, a man walking quickly, with the celerity of the Avisans, accustomed to going rapidly from one side of the island to the other. If the shade spoke, they all answered his greeting. If he passed in silence they pretended not to see him, just as the dark traveler seemed to be unconscious of the existence of the farmhouse and of the persons seated under the pergola. It was a very ancient custom in Aviza not to greet each other out in the country after nightfall. Shadows passed along the roads without a word, avoiding a meeting so as not to stumble against nor recognize each other. Each was bound on business of his own, to see his sweetheart, to consult the doctor, to kill an enemy at the other end of the island, to return on a run and be able to prove an alibi by saying that at the fatal hour he had been with friends. Everyone who traveled at night had his reasons for passing unrecognized. One shadow feared another shadow. A bonnet, or a request for a light for the cigarette, might be answered by a pistol shot. Sometimes no one passed by the farmhouse, and yet, the dog, stretching out his neck, howled into the dark void. In the distance human howls seemed to answer him. They were prolonged and savage yells, which rent the mysterious silence like a war cry. "Auuu!" And much farther away, weakened by distance, replied another fierce exclamation, "Auuu!" The peasant silenced his dog. There was nothing strange about these cries. They were the voices of youths howling in the darkness, guiding one another by their calls, perhaps that they might recognize each other and come together for a friendly purpose, or perhaps to fight, the cry being a challenging shout. It was not unlikely that after the howling a shot would ring out. Affairs of young bloods and of the night. They had no significance. Then Pep would continue the relation of his extraordinary journeys, while his wife, who heard these ever-new marvels for the 1000th time, stared at him in amazement. Uncle Ventilera, not to be outdone, narrated tales of pirates and of valorous mariners of Aviza, bearing him out with the testimony of his father, who had been cabin boy on Captain Ricas Zebec, and which assaulted the frigate Felicidad, captained by the formidable corsair, the Pope. Stirred by these heroic recollections, he hummed in his quavering old voice the ballad in which Avisan sailors had celebrated the triumph. Verses in Castilian, for greater solemnity, whose words Tio Ventilera mispronounced. The toothless old sailor continued singing the heroic deeds of long ago, as if they dated from yesterday, as if he had witnessed them himself, as if a flash from the atalaya announcing a disembarkation of enemies might suddenly flare across this land of combat, enveloped in darkness. Again, his eyes glittering with avarice, he would tell of enormous sums which the Moors, the Romans, and other red mariners whom he called the Normans, had buried in caves along the coast. His ancestors knew much about all this. What a pity that they had died without saying a word. He related the true history of the cavern of Formentera, where the Normans had stored the product of their freebooting expeditions throughout Spain and Italy: golden images of saints, chalices, chains, jewels, precious stones and coins measured by the peck. A frightful dragon, trained doubtless by the red men, used to guard the deep, dark cavern, with the treasure beneath his belly. The rash soul who should slip down a rope into the cave would serve the beast for nourishment. The red mariners had died many centuries ago, the dragon was dead also, the treasure must still be on Formentera. Who could find it? The rustic audience trembled with emotion, never doubting the existence of such treasure because of the respect inspired in them by the age of the narrator. Placid summer evenings those, which were no longer repeated for Febra. He avoided going down to Canmalorchi after dark, fearful of disturbing by his presence the conversation of the family about Margarida's suitors. On courting nights he experienced even greater uneasiness, and, without explaining to himself his motive, he stared longingly toward the farmhouse. The same light, the same appearance as ever, but he imagined that he could make out in the nocturnal silence new sounds, the echo of songs, Margarida's voice. There would be the odious ironworker, and that poor devil of a minstrel, and the rude, barbarous youths, with their ridiculous dress. Gran Dios! How was it possible that these rustics had ever managed to interest him, after all that he had seen of the world? The next day when the little chaplain would climb up to the tower to bring his dinner, Jamie would question him about the events of the previous evening. Listening to the boy, Febra pictured to himself the incidents of the courting. The family supped hurriedly at nightfall, so as to be ready for the ceremony. Margarida took down her gala skirt hanging from the ceiling in her room, and after donning it with the red and green kerchief crossed over her breast and a smaller one on her head, a long bow of ribbon at the end of her braid, she put on the gold chain her mother had turned over to her, and took her seat on the folded abrigo on a kitchen chair. Her father smoked his pipe of tobacco de potter, her mother sat in a corner weaving rush baskets. The little chaplain peeped out of the door to the broad porch, on which the youthful suitors were silently gathering. Some there were who had been waiting for an hour, for they lived near; there were others who came dusty or spattered with mud, after walking 2 leagues. On rainy nights, in the shelter of the porch they shook out their cowled Arabian capes of coarse weave, an inheritance from their forefathers, or the feminine mantles in which they were wrapped, as garments of modern elegance. After briefly deciding upon the order to be followed in their conversation with the girl, the troop of rivals started for the kitchen, as it was too cold on the porch in winter. A knock on the door. "Come in, whoever you are," shouted Pep, as if ignorant of the presence of the suitors and expecting an unusual visitor. They entered tamely, greeting the family, "Bonne Annette. Bonne Annette." They took seats on a bench, like schoolboys, or they remained standing, all gazing at the girl. Near her was a vacant chair, or if this were lacking, the suitor squatted on the ground, Moorish fashion, talking to her in low tones for 3 minutes, enduring the hostile gaze of his adversaries. The slightest prolongation of this brief term provoked coughing, furious glances, remonstrances and threats in undertones. The youth would retire and another would take his place. The little chaplain laughed at these scenes, seeing in the hostile tenacity of the suitors a motive for pride. The courting of his sister was not going to be like that of other girls. The suitors seemed to Pepper to be rabid dogs who would not easily give up their prey. This wooing smelled to him of gunpowder, and he affirmed it with a smile of joy and satisfaction which disclosed the whiteness of his wolf-cub teeth in his dark oval face. None of the suitors seemed to gain advantage over the others. During the 2 months that the courting had lasted, Margarida had done nothing but listen, smile, and respond to them all with words which confused the youths. His sister's talent was very great. On Sundays when they went to Mass, she walked ahead of her parents accompanied by all her suitors, a veritable army. Don Jamie had met them several times. Her friends, seeing her come with this queenly retinue, paled with envy. The suitors besieged her, endeavoring to extract some word, some sign of preference, but she replied with astonishing discretion, keeping them all on the same footing, avoiding fatal clashes which might suddenly arouse the aggressive youths, who were always heavily armed. "And how about the ironworker?" asked Don Jamie. "Accursed Vero." His name issued with difficulty from the Senor's lips, but he had been thinking of him for some time. The boy shook his head. The ironworker was making no particular advance over his rivals, and the little chaplain did not seem to regret it keenly. His admiration for the Vero had cooled somewhat. Love emboldens men, and none of the youths who pretended to Margarida's hand, now that they came face to face with him as a rival, stood in fear of him any longer, and they even ventured disrespect to his formidable person. One evening he had appeared with a guitar, intending to employ a large part of the time which belonged to the others in playing. When his turn came he placed himself near Margarida, tuned his instrument and began to intone songs of the mainland learned during his retirement at Niza, but before beginning he had taken from his girdle a double-barreled pistol, cocked it, and had laid it upon one of his thighs, ready to grasp it and to let fly a shot at the first man to interrupt him. Absolute silence and impassive glances. He sang as long as he wished, he put up his pistol with the air of a conqueror, but later, when they went out, in the darkness of the fields, when the youths dispersed with cries of ironic farewell, two well-aimed stones issuing from the shadows struck the braggart to the ground, and for several days he failed to come to the courting so as not to show his bandaged head. He had made no effort to find out who the aggressor was. The rivals were many, and, moreover, he had to take into account their fathers, uncles, and brothers, almost a fourth part of the island, quick to mix in a war of vengeance for the honor of the family. "I think," said Pepet, "that the ironworker is less valiant than they say, and what is your opinion about it, Don Jamie?" When it was growing late, and Margarida had talked with each of her suitors, her father, who was dozing in a corner, would break into a loud yawn. The man of the fields seemed to divine the passing of time even when asleep. 9:30, bedtime, Bonnet, and all the youths, after this hint, would leave the house, their footsteps and their whinnying swallowed up by darkness. Pepet, as he spoke of these reunions, in which he rubbed elbows with brave men, wearers of deadly weapons, again bethought him of his grandfather's knife. When would Don Jamie speak to his father about this family treasure? Since he had put off asking, he must not forget his promise to present him another knife. What could a man like himself do, lacking such a companion? Where could he present himself? "Don't worry," said Febra. "One of these days I'll go to town. You may count on the gift." One morning Jamie started for Iviza, eager for a fresh experience, and to renew and vary his impressions in a less rural atmosphere. Iviza seemed to him now like a great city, even to him who had traveled over all Europe. The houses in a row, the red brick sidewalks, the balconies with Persian blinds, he admired them all with the simplicity of a savage from the interior of a desert who arrives at a trading station on the coast. He paused before the shops, examining the goods exposed with the same enjoyment with which he used to contemplate the luxurious display windows on the boulevards or on Regent Street. The jewelry shop of a Chueta held his attention a long while. He admired the filigree buttons with a stone in the center, the hollow gold chains made for the peasant girls, who deemed these objects the most perfect and marvelous works created by the art of man. Suppose he should go in and buy a dozen of those buttons. What a surprise for the girl of Conmalorky when he should present them to her for the decoration of her sleeves. Surely she would accept them from him, a grave gentleman upon whom she looked with filial respect. Detestable respect, that confounded gravity of his that hampered him like a crushing burden. But the scion of the Febres, the descendant of opulent merchants and heroic navigators, was forced to resist, thinking of the money stowed away in his girdle. Probably he did not possess enough to make the purchase. In another store he acquired a knife for Pepet, the largest and heaviest he could find, an absurd weapon, capable of making him forget the relic of his glorious grandfather. At noon, Febra, bored by objectless strolling through the ward of the marina, and along the steep, narrow streets of the ancient royal fortress, entered a small inn, the only one in the city, situated near the port. There he met the customary patrons. In the vestibule a few youths dressed in peasant style, with military caps, soldiers of the garrison who served as orderlies. Within the dining room, subaltern officers of a battalion of light infantry, young lieutenants who were smoking with a bored mien and gazing through the windows at the immense blue expanse like prisoners of the sea. During the meal they lamented their bad luck at having their youth wasted by being chained to this rock. They spoke of Majorca as a place of joy. They recalled the provinces on the mainland, of which many of them were sons, as paradises to which they were eager to return. Women. It was a longing, a desire which made their voices quaver and brought a glow of madness into their eyes. The chaste devise and virtue, the exclusive islander, suspicious of foreigners, weighed upon them like the chain of an insufferable prison. There was no trifling with love here, no time was wasted, either hostile indifference or honest courting with a view to speedy marriage. Words and smiles led straight to matrimony. Association with young girls was only possible for the purpose of the formation of a new household, and these lusty youths, gay, abounding in vitality, suffered a tantalizing torment discussing the most beautiful girls of the island, admiring them, yet living apart from them, in spite of moving in narrow limits which forced them to continual meetings. Their dearest hope was to get leave of absence, so that they might live a few days in Majorca or on the peninsula, far from the cold-hearted and virtuous isle, which accepted the foreigner only as a husband. Women. Those young bloods talked of nothing else, and seated at the long table, Febra silently seconded their words and lamentations. Women. The irresistible tendency which binds us to them is the only thing that remains after the moral upheavals which change one's life, the only thing which remains standing among the ghosts of other illusions destroyed by the cataclysm. Febra felt the same disgust as did the soldiers, the impression of being locked up in a prison of privations, surrounded by the sea as if it were a moat. Just now the island capital impressed him as a town of irresistible monotony, with its señoritas guarded in suspicious and monastic isolation. His mind reverted to the country as to a place of liberty, with its simple-souled and natural women, restrained only by a defensive instinct like that of primitive females. He left the city that same afternoon. Nothing remained of the optimism of a few hours before. The streets of the marina were nauseating, an infectious odor escaped from the houses, in the arroyo buzzed swarms of insects, rising from the pools at the sound of the footsteps of a passerby. The recollection of the hills near his tower, perfumed by sylvan plants and by the salty odor of the sea, seemed to smile in his memory with idyllic sweetness. A peasant's cart took him to the vicinity of San Jose, and after leaving it he started for the mountain, passing between the pine trees bent and twisted by the storms. The sky was overcast, the atmosphere warm and heavy. From time to time big drops fell, but before the clouds could settle into rain a gust of wind seemed to sweep them toward the horizon. Near a charcoal burner's cabin Jamie saw two women walking rapidly among the pines. They were Margalida and her mother, coming from Cubells, a hermitage situated upon a hill on the coast, near a spring, which gave a vivid green to the abrupt cliffs, and nurtured oranges and palms in the shelter of the rocks. Jamie overtook the two women, and next he saw Pepet spring out of the bushes where he had been walking outside the path, stone in hand, pursuing a bird whose cries had attracted his attention. They continued the journey to Canmalorquí together, and, without realizing how it happened, Febra found himself in advance, walking by Margalida's side, while Pep's wife trudged along behind with slow step, leaning on her son's arm. The mother was ill, an obscure illness, which caused the doctor on his rare visits to shrug his shoulders, and which excited the ambition of the island healers. They had been to make a promise to the Virgin of Cubells, and had left on her altar 2 fluted candles purchased in the city. While Margalida talked in a sad voice of the old woman's aches and pains, the egoism of vigorous youth spurred her on with nervous haste until her cheeks became suffused with color, and her eyes betrayed a certain impatience. This was courting day. They must reach Canmalorquí in time to prepare an early supper for the family before the suitors should arrive. Febra was admiring her with his serious eyes. He marveled now at the stupidity which had caused him to think of Margalida for all these months as a child, as an undeveloped creature, without realizing her graces. He remembered with scorn those señoritas of the city for whom the soldiers in the Fonda sighed. Again he thought of the courting of Margalida with an annoyance resembling jealousy. Must this girl fall a prey to one of those dusky-faced barbarians who would subject her to slavery of the soil like a beast? Margalida, he murmured, as if about to say something important. Margalida. But he spoke no more. The old-time rake felt his instincts of libertinism aroused by the perfume exhaled by this woman, an indefinable perfume of flesh fresh and virginal, which he thought he inhaled, like a connoisseur, more with the imagination than through sense of smell. At the same time, a strange thing for him, he experienced a timidity which deprived him of speech, a timidity like that he had felt in his early youth when, far from the easy conquests on his estate in Majorca, he ventured to address himself to worldly wise women on the continent. Was it not an unworthy act for him to speak of love to this girl whom he had considered a child and who respected him as if he were her father? Margalida, Margalida. After these exclamations, which aroused the girl's curiosity, making her raise her eyes to fix them questioningly on his, he at last began to speak, asking her about the progress of the courting. Had she decided on anyone? Who was to be the lucky man? The ironworker? The minstrel? She lowered her eyes again, in her confusion picking up a corner of her apron and raising it to her bosom. She did not know. She hesitated and lisped like a child in her bashfulness. She did not wish to marry, neither the minstrel or the ironworker, nor anybody. She had acquiesced in the courting because all girls did the same when they reached a certain age. Besides, here she flushed vividly. It gave her a kind of satisfaction to humiliate her friends, who were raging with envy on seeing the great number of her suitors. She was grateful to the youths who came from great distances to see her, but as for loving one of them, or marrying, she had slackened her pace as she spoke. Pep's wife and his son passed on unconsciously, and as the two were left alone in the path, they at last stopped, without realizing what they were doing. Margalida, almond blossom. To the devil with shyness. Febvre felt arrogant and masterful as in his better days. Why this fear? A peasant girl, a child. He spoke with a firm accent, trying to fascinate her with the impassioned fixedness of her eyes, drawing near her, as if to caress her with the music of his words. And how about him? What did Margalida think of him? What if he should present himself to Pep some day, telling him that he wished to marry his daughter? You! Exclaimed the girl. You, Don Jamie! She raised her eyes fearlessly, laughing at the absurdity. The Senor was accustomed to fooling her with his jests. Her father said that the Febvres were all as serious as judges, but ever in a good humor. He was jesting at her expense again, as he had done when he had told about his clay sweetheart up there in his tower who had been waiting for him 1,000 years. But when her glance met Febvre's, seeing his pale face, tense with emotion, she turned white also. He seemed a different man. She saw a Don Jamie she had never known before. Instinctively, impelled by fear, she took a step backward. She remained on the defensive, leaning against the slender trunk of a small tree, which grew beside the path, its tiny sickly-colored leaves almost loosened by the autumn wind. She could still smile, a forced smile, pretending to believe at one of the Senor's jokes. No, replied Febvre with energy, I am speaking seriously. Tell me, Margalida, almond blossom, what if I should become one of your lovers, and if I should come to the courting, what would you answer me? She shrunk back against the yielding tree trunk, making herself smaller, as if she would escape those ardent eyes. Her instinctive backward step shook the flexible tree, and a shower of yellow leaves, like flakes of amber, fell round about her, clinging to her hair. Pale, her lips compressed and blue, she murmured words scarcely more audible than a gentle sigh. Her eyes, enlarged and deep, bore the agonized expression of the humble of spirit who think many things, but who find no words to express them. He, the heir of the Febvres, a grand Senor, to marry a peasant girl. Was he crazy? No, I am not a great Senor, I am an unfortunate creature. You are richer than I, who am living off your charity. Your father wishes your husband to be a man who shall cultivate his lands. Will you marry me, Margalida? Do you love me, almond blossom? With bowed head, avoiding a glance that seemed to burn her, she continued speaking without listening to him. Madness! It could not be true. The Senor to say such things. He must be dreaming. Suddenly she felt on one of her hands a light, caressing touch. She looked at him again. She saw an unfamiliar face that thrilled her. She experienced a sensation of grave danger, the nervous start which gives a warning. Her knees shook, they contracted as if she were about to faint with fear. Do you think me too old? He murmured in a supplicating voice. Can you never come to love me? The voice was sweet and caressing, but those eyes seemed to devour her. That pale face, like that of men who kill. She longed to speak, to protest at his last words. She had never thought a Don Jamie's age, he was something superior, like the saints, who grow in beauty with the years. But fear held her silent. She freed herself from the caressing hand, she felt moved by the prodigious rebound of her nerves, as if her life were in danger, and she fled from Febvre as if he were an assassin. Heaven help me! Murmuring this supplication she sprang away, and began to run with the agility of the country girl, disappearing round a turn in the path. Jamie did not follow her. He stood motionless in the solitude of the pine forest, erect in the pathway, unconscious of his surroundings, like the hero of a legend subjected to an enchantment. Then he passed a hand over his face, as if awakening from a dream, collecting his thoughts. His audacious words stung him with remorse, Margalida's alarm, the terrified flight which had terminated the interview. How stupid of him! It was the result of his going to the city, the return to civilized life which had upset his bachelor calm, arousing passions of long ago, the conversation of the young soldiers, who lived with their thoughts ever fixed on women. But no, he did not repent what he had done. It was important for Margalida to know what he had so often vaguely thought in the isolation of his tower. He continued slowly along his way to avoid meeting the family from Can Malorque. Margalida had joined her mother and brother. He saw them from a rise of ground, when they were journeying through the valley in the direction of the farmhouse. Febra changed his route, avoiding Can Malorki. He directed his steps toward the pirate's tower, but when he gained it he passed on, not stopping until he reached the sea. The rock-bound coast, which seemed to overhang the waters, was broken by their incessant lashing for century upon century. The waves, like furious blue bulls, charged, frothing with anger, against the rock, wearing deep caverns, which were prolonged upward in the form of vertical cracks. This age-long battle was destroying the coast, shattering its stony armor, scale by scale. Colossal wall-like fragments loosened. They first separated by forming an imperceptible crevice which grew and grew with the passing of centuries. The natural wall leaned for years and years above the waves, which beat furiously at its base, until it would lose its balance some stormy night and topple like the rampart of a besieged citadel, crumbling into blocks, peopling the sea with new reefs soon to be covered with slimy vegetation, while the winding passages would seethe with foam and sparkle with the metallic gleam of fish. Febra seated himself on the edge of a great projecting rock, a ledge loosened from the coast that inclined boldly over the reefs. His fatalism impelled him to sit there. Would that the inevitable catastrophe might take place at that moment, and that his body, dragged down by the collapsing rock, might disappear in the bottom of the sea, having for its sarcophagus this mass, equal to the pyramid of a pharaoh. What had he to look forward to in life? Before sinking out of sight the setting sun peeped through an opening of stormy sky lying between riven clouds. It was a gory sphere, a wafer of purple which lightened the immensity of the sea with a fiery glare. The dark masses closing in the horizon were fringed with scarlet. A restless triangle of flames spread over the dark green waters. The foam turned red and the coast looked for an instant like molten lava. In the glow of this stormy light Jamie contemplated the fluctuation of the waters at his feet, hurling their boisterous swirls into the hollows of the rock, roaring and writhing, frothing with anger in the winding passages between the reefs. In the depths of this greenish mass, illuminated by the setting sun with transparencies of opal, he saw strange vegetation growing on the rocks, diminutive forests among whose clinging fronds moved animals of fantastic form, nervous and swift or torpid and sedentary, with hard carapaces, grey and pinkish, bristling with defenses, armed with tentacles, with lances and with horns, making war among themselves and persecuting the weaker creatures which passed like white exhalations, flashing like crystal in the rapidity of their flight. Febra felt belittled by the solitude. Faith in his human importance destroyed, he considered himself no bigger than one of those tiny creatures swarming about in the vegetation of the submarine abyss, perhaps even smaller. Those animals were armed for life, they could sustain themselves by their own strength, never knowing the discouragement, the humiliations and the sorrows which afflicted him. The grandeur of the sea, unconscious of man, cruel and implacable in its anger, overwhelmed Febra, arousing in his memory an endless chain of ideas which were perhaps new, but which he accepted as vague reminiscences of a former existence, as something which he had thought before, he knew not where nor when. A thrill of respect, of instinctive devotion, swept over him, making him forget the event of a short time before, submerging him in religious contemplation. The sea, he thought, he knew not why, of the most remote ancestors of humanity, of primitive man, miserable, scarcely emerged from original animalism, tormented and repelled on every side by a nature hostile in its exuberance, as a young and vigorous body conquers or throws off the parasites which endeavor to live at the cost of its organism. On the shore of the sea, in the presence of the divine mystery, green and immense, man should experience his most restful moments. The earliest gods sprung from the bosom of the waters, contemplating the fluctuation of the waves, and soothed by their murmur, man should feel that within him is born something new and powerful, a soul. The sea, the mysterious organisms which people it also live, as do those of the land, subjected to the tyranny of fear, are movable in their primitive existence, repeating themselves throughout the centuries as if ever the same entity. There also do the dead command. The strong pursue the weak, and are in their turn devoured by others more powerful, as in the times of their remote progenitors, when the waters were yet warm from the formation of the globe, ever the same, repeating themselves throughout hundreds of millions of years. A monster of prehistoric ages who might return to swim in these waters would find on all sides, in the dark chasms, and along the coasts, the same life and the identical struggles as in his youth. The animal of combat with his green carapace, armed with curving claws and with forceps for torture, implacable warrior of the dark submarine caverns, has never united with the graceful fish, swift and weak, which trails its rose and silver tunic through the transparent waters. His destiny is to devour, to be strong, and, if he should find himself disarmed, his defenses broken, to give himself up to misfortune without protest and to perish. Death is preferable to abdicating one's primal rights, the noble fatality of birth. For the strong of the land or of the sea there is no satisfaction nor life outside one's own sphere, they are slaves of their own greatness, birth brings them misfortunes as well as honors, and it will ever be the same. The dead are the only ones who rule the living. The first beings who initiated a plan for living wrought with their acts the cage in which succeeding generations must be imprisoned. The tranquil mollusks which he now saw in the depths of the waters, clinging to the rocks like dark buttons, seemed to him divine beings who guard the mystery of creation in their stupid quiet. He imagined them great and imposing like those monsters worshipped by savages for their impassivity, and in whose rigidity they believe they divine the majesty of the gods. Febre recalled his jests of other times, on nights of feasting, seated before a plate of fresh oysters, in the fashionable Parisian restaurants. His elegant companions thought him mad as they listened to the nonsensical ideas aroused by wine, the sight of the shellfish and the recollection of certain fragmentary reading in his youth. "We're going to eat our grandfathers like the merry cannibals that we are." The oyster is one of the primitive manifestations of life on the planet, one of the earlier forms of organic matter, still resting, uncertain and aimless in its evolution in the immensity of the waters. The sympathetic and slandered monkey only has the importance of a first cousin who has failed to make a career for himself, of an unfortunate and absurd relative whom one leaves outside the door, feigning ignorance of his family name, denying him a welcome. The mollusk is the venerable grandfather, the chief of the house, the creator of the dynasty, the ancestor crowned with a nobility of millions of centuries. These thoughts came back to Febre's mind now with the vividness of indisputable truths. Humanity is faithful to its sources. Nobody denies the traditions of those venerable ancestors who seem to be asleep in the immense catacomb of the sea. Man thinks himself free because he can move from one side of the planet to the other, because his organism is mounted upon two agile and articulate columns which permit of his springing over the ground by the mechanism of walking, but it is an error. One more of many illusions which deceptively gladden our lives, making us bearers of its misery and its triviality. Febre was convinced that we are all born shut in between two valves of prejudices, of scruple, and of pride, an inheritance from those who preceded us, and although man stirs about, he never manages to tear himself from the same rock to which his predecessors clung and vegetated. Activity, incidents of life, independence of character, all are illusions, the vanity of the mollusk which dreams while adhering to the rock, and imagines he is swimming through all the seas on the globe, while his valves continue fastened to the stone. All creatures are as those who have gone before, and as those yet to come. They change in shape, but the soul remains stationary and immutable like that of those rudimentary beings, eternal witnesses of the first palpitation of life on the planet, which seem to be sleeping the heaviest of sleeps, and thus will it ever be. Vain are great efforts to free oneself from this fatal environment, from the heritage of fear, from the circle in which we are forced to move, until at last comes death. Then other animals like ourselves appear, and begin whirling around the same circle, imagining themselves free because ever before their footsteps they have new space in which to run. The dead command, Jamie once more declared to himself. It seemed impossible that men do not realize this great truth, that they dwell in eternal night, believing that they make new things in the glow of illusions which rise daily, as rises the great deception of the sun to accompany us through the infinite, which is dark, but which seems to us blue and radiant with light. When Febre thought this, the sun had already set. The sea was almost black, the sky a leaden grey, and in the fog on the horizon the lightning quivered and flashed. Jamie felt on his face and on his hands the moist kiss of drops of rain. A storm was about to break which perhaps would last throughout the night. The lightning flashes were coming nearer, a distant crashing was heard, as if two hostile fleets were cannonading beyond the curtain of fog on the horizon, and approaching each other behind its screen. The sheet of quiet water, glossy as crystal between reefs and coast, began to tremble with the widening undulations of the raindrops. In spite of this he did not stir. He remained seated on the rock, experiencing a fierce anger against fate, rebelling with all the strength of his nature at the tyranny of the past. Why should the dead command? Why should they darken the atmosphere with the dust of their souls, like powdered bone lodging in the brains of the living, imposing the old ideas? Suddenly Febre experienced an overwhelming impression, as if he beheld an extraordinary light, never before seen. His brain seemed to dilate, to expand like a mass of water bursting an encompassing vessel of stone. At that instant a lightning flash colored the sea with livid light, and a thunderclap burst above his head, its echoes rattling with awesome reverberation over the expanse of the sea, in the caverns, and over the hilltops along the shore. No, the dead do not command. The dead do not rule. As if he were a different man, Jamie ridiculed his recent thoughts. those rudimentary animals which he had seen among the rocks, and with them all creatures of the sea and of the earth, suffer the slavery of fear. The dead rule them because they do the same things which their ancestors did, the same things their descendants will do. But man is not the slave of fear, he is its collaborator and sometimes its master. Man is a progressive and reasoning being, and can change his condition to suit his desires. Man was a slave to his surroundings in former times, in remote ages, but when he conquered nature and exploited her, he burst the fatal bondage in which other created things still remain prisoners. What matters to him the fear in which he has been born? He can make himself over anew if he will. Jamie could not continue his reflections. Rain was streaming over the brim of his hat, running down his back. Night had suddenly come. By the glare of the lightning he saw the glazed surface of the sea trembling with the beating of the rain. Febra made all haste toward his tower, but he was happy, eager to run, with the overflowing joy of one emerging from long imprisonment and who has not before him space enough for his repressed activity. "I will do what I please," he shouted, rejoicing at the sound of his own voice, which was lost in the clamor of the storm. "Neither dead nor living shall rule me. What do I care for my noble forefathers, for my moth-eaten prejudices, for all the Febras?" Suddenly he was enveloped in a carmine light, and a cannon shot burst above his head, as if the coast had been rent asunder by the shock of an immense catastrophe. "That must have struck near here," said Jamie, referring to the electric flash. His mind occupied with the Febras, he thought of his ancestor the Knight Commander Don Priamo. The explosion of thunder recalled to his mind the combats of the diabolical hero, the religious cavalier of the cross, a mocker of God and of the devil who always followed his sovereign will, fighting on the side of his kindred, or living among the enemies of the faith, according to his caprices or his affections. No, Febra did not repudiate him. He adored the valorous knight commander, he was his true forebear, the best of them all, the rebel, the demon of the family. Jamie entered the tower and struck a light. He flung around his shoulders the Arabian hake of coarseweave that served him for his nocturnal excursions, and taking a book he tried to distract himself until Pepet should bring his supper. The storm seemed to be centered on the island. The rain fell on the fields, converting them into marshes, it rushed down the declivities of the roadways, overflowing like rivers, it soaked the mountains like great sponges through the porous soil of the pine forest and thickets. The flare of the lightning gave hasty glimpses, like visions in a dream, of the blackish sea, the fretting foam, and flooded fields, which seemed filled with fiery fish, the trees glistening beneath their watery mantles. In the kitchen of Conmalorki Margalida's suitors stood in a group, in damp, steaming clothing and muddy sandals. Tonight the courting lasted longer. Pep, with a paternal air, had allowed the youths to remain after the time for the wooing had passed. He felt sorry for the poor boys who must walk home through the rain. He had been a suitor himself once upon a time. They might wait, perhaps the storm would soon pass, and if it did not they should stay and sleep wherever they could, in the kitchen, on the porch. One wouldn't turn out a dog on such a night. The youths, rejoicing in the event, which added more time to their courting, gazed at Margalida arrayed in her gala dress, seated in the center of the room, a vacant chair beside her. Each one had taken his turn at sitting upon it during the course of the evening, and now all looked at it eagerly, but lacked courage to occupy it again. The ironworker, wishing to outshine the others, was twanging a guitar, singing in low tones, accompanied by the rolling of the thunder. The minstrel, sitting in a corner, was meditating new verses. Some boys hailed with mocking words the lightning flashes, which filtered through the cracks of the door, and the little chaplain smiled, sitting on the floor, his chin in his hands. Pep was dozing in a low chair, overcome by weariness, and his wife screamed with terror whenever a loud thunderclap shook the house, interjecting between her groans fragments of prayers, murmured in Castilian for greater efficacy. Santa Barbara bendita, QNL cielo estás escrita. Margalida, heedless of the glances of her suitors, seemed half dead with fright. Suddenly there came 2 taps upon the door. The dog, who had scrambled to his feet scenting the presence of someone on the porch, stretched his neck, but instead of barking he wagged his tail in welcome. Margalida and her mother glanced fearfully toward the door. Who could it be, at that time, on that night, in the solitude of Conmalorki? Had anything happened to the Senor? Aroused by the knocking, Pep sat up straight in his chair. "Come in, whoever you are." He gave the invitation with the dignity of a Roman paterfamilias, absolute master of his house. The door was not locked. It opened, giving passage to a gust of rain-laden wind, which made the candle flicker, and refreshed the dense atmosphere of the kitchen. The dark rectangle of the doorway was lighted by the splendor of a lightning flash, and all saw in it, against the livid sky, a kind of penitent, with half-concealed face, a hooded figure, dripping rain. He entered with firm tread, with no word of greeting, followed by the dog sniffing at his legs with affectionate growls. He strode directly toward the vacant chair beside Margalida, the place reserved for the suitors. As he took his seat he flung back his hood and fixed his eyes on the girl. "Ah!" she gasped, turning pale, her eyes widening in surprise. So great was her emotion, so violent, her impulse to draw away from him, that she nearly fell to the floor. Part 3. Chapter 1. The Intruder. 2 days later, when Don Jamie was awaiting his dinner in the tower, having returned from a fishing excursion, Pep presented himself and deposited the basket upon the table with an air of solemnity. The rustic tried to make excuse for this extraordinary visit. His wife and Margalida had gone to the hermitage of the Cubells again, and the boy had accompanied them. Febra began to eat with a lusty appetite after having been on the sea since daybreak, but the serious air of the peasant at last claimed his attention. "Pep, you want to say something to me, but you are afraid," said Jamie, in the Avizan dialect. "That is true, Senor. Like all timid persons who doubt and vacillate before speaking, but rush into it impetuously when fear is overcome, Pep bluntly unburdened his mind. Yes, he had something to say, something very important. He had been thinking the matter over for 2 whole days, and he could keep silent no longer. He had taken it upon himself to bring the Senor's dinner merely for the sake of speaking. Why did Don Jamie make fun of those who were so fond of him? What did he mean? "Make fun of you," exclaimed Febra. "Yes, make fun of us," Pep declared sadly. "How about what happened that stormy night? What caprice impelled the Senor to present himself at the courting, taking the chair beside Margalida, as if he were a suitor? Ah, Don Jamie, the festegs are solemn occasions, men kill one another on account of them. I knew that fine gentlemen laugh at all this, and consider the peasants of the island about the same as savages, but the poor should be left to their customs, and they should not be disturbed in their few pleasures." Now it was Febra who assumed a serious countenance. "But I am not making fun of you, my dear Pep. It's all true. Listen, I am one of Margalida's suitors, like the minstrel, like the detested ironworker, like all other boys who gather in your kitchen to court her. I came the other night because I could bear no more, because I suddenly realized the cause of all that I have been suffering, because I love Margalida, and I will marry her if she will accept me." His sincere and impassioned accent banished all doubt from the peasant's mind. "Then it is really true," he exclaimed. "The girl had told me something of this, weeping, when I asked her the motive of the Senor's visit. I could not believe her at first. Girls are so pretentious. They imagine that every man is running mad after them, so it is really true." This knowledge caused him to smile, as at something unexpected and amusing. "What a strange man you are, Don Jamie. It is very kind of you to make demonstrations of esteem for the household of Conmalorchi, but it is not good for the girl, for she was giving herself airs, imagining herself worthy of a prince, and will not accept any of the peasants. It cannot be, Senor. Don't you understand that it cannot be? I was young myself once, and I know what it is, how one takes a notion to chase after any girl who is not ugly, but later on one reflects, he thinks about what is good and what is not good, what is proper, and in the end he does not commit a foolish deed. Have you thought it over, really, Senor? That was a joke the other night, a caprice." Febra shook his head energetically. "No, neither a joke nor a caprice. He loved Margalida, the graceful almond blossom, he was convinced of his passion, and he would follow wherever she might lead. He intended in future to do as he pleased, laying aside scruples and prejudices. He had been a slave to them long enough. No, he would have no regret. He loved Margalida, he was one of her suitors, with the same right as any island youth. He meant every word he said." Pep, scandalized at these words, wounded in his most conventional and ancient ideas, raised his hands, while his simple soul showed in his eyes full of fear and surprise. Oh, Lord! Oh, Lord! He was compelled to call upon the ruler of heaven to give expression to his perturbation and astonishment. A Febra wishing to marry a peasant of Conmalorchi. The world was no longer the same, it seemed as if all the laws of the universe were turned upside down, as if the sea were about to cover the island, and that in future the almond trees would put forth their flowers above the waves. But had Don Jamie realized what this desire of his signified? All the respect engendered in the soul of the peasant during long years of servitude to the noble family, the religious veneration his parents had infounded in him when, in his childhood, he saw the gentleman from Majorca arrive at the island, was now revived, protesting at this absurdity as something contrary to human custom and to the divine will. Don Jamie's father had been a powerful personage, one of those who made laws over there in Madrid. He had even lived in the royal palace. He still saw him in his memory, just as he had imagined him in the credulous illusions of boyhood, bending men to his will, able to send some to the gallows and pardoning others according to his caprice, seated at the table of monarchs and playing cards with them, just as Pep himself might do with a crony in the tavern at San Jose, addressing one another by the familiar thou, and when he was not in the court city, he was an absolute senior in vessels of iron, the kind that spit smoke and cannon balls. How about Jamie's grandfather, Don Horatio? Pep had seen him but few times, and yet he still trembled with respect as he recalled his regal appearance, his grave, unsmiling face, and the imposing gesture which accompanied his benevolent acts. He was a king after the ancient style, one of those kings who are good and just fathers of the poor, offering bread with one hand and holding a rod in the other. And do you wish to have Pep, the poor peasant of Canmalorquí, become a relative of your father and of your grandfather and of all those great lords who were masters in Majorca and rulers of the world? Come, Don Jamie, I can't help thinking it all a joke. Your seriousness does not deceive me. Don Horatio also used to say the funniest things without losing his judge's face. Jamie swept his eyes around the interior of the tower, smiling at his poverty. But I am poor, Pep. You are rich, compared to me. Why think of my family, when I am living on your generosity? If you were to cast me out I would not know where to go. The gesture of incredulity with which Pep always received such humble declarations, was renewed. Poor, but was not this tower his? Febre replied with a smile. Bah! 4 old stones that were falling apart, an unproductive hill, which would be worth something only if the peasant should cultivate it. But the latter insisted. There was the property in Majorca, which, even though it was somewhat encumbered, was much. And he extended his arms with a gesture indicating immensity, as if no one could measure the fortune of Jamie, adding convincingly. A Febre is never poor. You can never be that. Better days will come. Jamie ceased trying to make him realize his poverty. If he thought him rich, so much the better. Thus those youths, who knew no broader horizon than that of the island, could not say that he was a ruined man seeking to marry into Pep's family in order to recover the lands of Canmalorquí. Why should the peasant be so surprised at his desire to marry Margalida? In the end it was nothing more than the repetition of an eternal history, that of the disguised and vagabond king falling in love with the shepherdess and giving her his hand. He was no king, neither was he in disguise, but in a situation of absolute need. I have heard that story, said Pep. It was often told me when I was a child, and I have told it to my own children. I won't say that it never happened so, but that was in other times, very long ago, when animals had speech. According to Pep, the most remote antiquity, and also the Elysian state of man, was always that joyous time, when the animals had speech. But now he, although he could not read, informed himself of the doings in the world when he went to San Jose on Sundays and talked with the secretary of the Pueblo, and other lettered persons who read the newspapers. Nowadays kings married queens, and shepherdesses married shepherds, everyone with his kind. The good old times were over. But do you know whether or not Margalida loves me? Are you sure that all this seems to her a wild dream as it does to you? Pep maintained a long silence, one hand beneath his hat and the silk kerchief, which he wore in womanish manner, scratching his crisp grey curls. He smiled knavishly, with an expression of scorn, as if rejoicing over the inferiority in which dwells the woman of the fields. Women, how can one tell what they think, Don Jamie? Margalida is like all the rest of them, fond of vanities and strange things. At her age they all dream that some count or marquess is coming to take them, away in his golden chariot, and that all her friends will die of envy. I, too, when I was a boy, used often to think that the richest girl in Iviza would come to seek my hand in marriage, some girl, I did not know who, but beautiful as the Virgin and with fields as big as half the island, dreams of youth. Then ceasing to smile, he added. Yes, maybe she does care for you without realizing it. Youth and love are so strange. She cries when anything is said to her about the other night, she declares it was madness, but she won't say a word against you. Ah, would that I could see into her heart. Febre received these words with a smile of joy, but the peasant quickly dispelled it, adding energetically. It cannot be, and it must not be. Let her think as she pleases, but I am opposed because I am her father and I desire her welfare. Ah, Don Jamie, everyone with his kind. All this reminds me of a priest who used to lead a hermit's life at Cubells, a wise man, and like many wise men, half crazy. He was trying to raise a brood from a rooster and a seagull, a gull the size of a goose. With the interest which the rustic displays for the breeding of animals, he described the eagerness of the peasants when they went to Cubells, gathering curiously around the great cage, where the rooster and the gull were kept beneath the vigilance of the friar. The good man's work lasted for years, but not a chick. Man's efforts avail nothing against the impossible. They were a different blood and a different breed. They lived together tranquilly, but they were not of the same sort, nor could they become so. Everyone with his kind. As he said this, Pep gathered the plates and the remnants of the dinner from the table and put them into the basket, preparing to take his leave. We are agreed, Don Jamie, he said with his rustic tenacity, that it was all a joke, and that you will not bother the girl any more with your notions. No, Pep, we are agreed that I love Margalida, and that I am going to her courting with the same right as any of the island boys. The old customs must be respected. He smiled at the peasant's ill-humored expression. Pep shook his head in sign of protest. No, he repeated, that would be impossible. The girls of the district would laugh at Margalida, rejoicing over this strange suitor who broke the order of customs. The malicious would perhaps lie about Canmalorky, which had as honorable a past as the best family on the island. Even his own friends, when he should go to mass at San Jose, and all gathered in the cloister of the church, would imagine him an ambitious man who desired to convert his daughter into a fine señorita. And this was not all. There was the anger of the rivals to be reckoned with, the jealousy of those youths, dumb with surprise when he came in that stormy night and sat down beside Margalida. Certainly by this time they had recovered from their astonishment and were talking about him, and would all join to oppose the stranger. The men of the island were as they were. They took life among themselves without disturbing the man from the outside world because they considered him foreign to their circle, and indifferent to their passions, but if the stranger meddled in their affairs, and especially if he were a Majorcan, what would happen? When had people of other lands ever disputed a sweetheart with an Avizon? Don Jamie, for the sake of your father, for the sake of your noble grandfather. It is Pep who begs you, Pep who has known you ever since you were a boy. The farmhouse is at your service, everyone who lives in it is eager to serve you, but do not persist in this caprice. It will bring some dire misfortune upon us all. Febra, who had at first listened with deference, straightened his figure when he heard Pep's predictions. His rude nature rebelled, as if the peasant's fears were an insult. He afraid. He felt equal to fighting all the young men of the island. Not a man in a visor could force him to change his mind. To the belligerent passion of the lover was joined the pride of race, that ancestral hatred which separated the inhabitants of the two islands. He would go to the courting, he had good companions to defend him in case of need, and he glanced at the gun hanging on the wall, then his eyes descended to his belt where his revolver was hidden. Pep bowed his head in despair. He had been just like this when he was young. For women the wildest deeds are done. It was useless to make further effort to convince the Senor, who was determined and proud like all his kindred. Do as you please, Don Jamie, but remember what I tell you. A great misfortune awaits us, a great misfortune. The peasant left the tower, and Jamie watched him walking down toward the farmhouse, the points of his kerchief and the womanish mantle he wore over his shoulders fluttering in the breeze. Pep disappeared behind the fence of Canmalorky. Febra was about to step away from the door when he saw rise from among the groups of tamarisks on the hillside a boy, who, after glancing cautiously about to convince himself that he was not observed, ran toward him. It was the little chaplain. He sprang up the stairway to the tower, and when he stood before Febra he burst out laughing, displaying his ivory teeth, surrounded by a dark rose color. Ever since that night when Febra had presented himself at the farmhouse the little chaplain had treated him with greater confidence, as if he already considered him one of the family. He did not protest at the strangeness of the event. It seemed to him quite natural that Margalida should like the Senor and that he should wish to marry her. But didn't you go to Cubells? Asked Febra. The boy began to laugh again. He had left his mother and sister halfway on the road and had hidden among the tamarisks waiting for his father to leave the tower. No doubt the old man wished to have a serious talk with Don Jamie, and so he had sent them all away, and had taken it upon himself to bring him his dinner. For 2 days he had talked of nothing but this interview. His timidity, and his respect for the master, had made him vacillate, but at last he had decided. He was in ill humor over Margalida's courting. Had the old man scolded very hard? Evading these questions, Febra asked the boy with a certain anxiety, "How is Almond Blossom? What did she say when you talked to her about me?" The boy straightened himself petulantly, happy in being able to defend the Senor. His sister had not said anything. Sometimes she smiled when she heard Don Jamie's name mentioned, again her eyes moistened, and she almost always brought the conversation to a close, advising the little chaplain not to meddle in this affair and to please his father by going back to his studies in the seminary. "It will turn out all right, Senor," continued the boy, possessed of a fresh sense of his own importance. "It will turn out all right, I tell you. I am sure that my sister loves you dearly, only she is rather afraid of you. She feels a kind of respect. Who would ever have thought that you would notice her? At home everybody seems to be crazy. Father looks cross and goes around grumbling to himself, mother sighs and calls on the Virgin, and meantime people imagine that we are rejoicing. But it will all come out right, Don Jamie, I promise you." "But be careful, Senor, be on your guard," added the boy, thinking of his former friends, the youths who were courting Almond Blossom. It seemed that the boys had lost confidence in him, and were cautious of speaking in his presence, but they were certainly plotting something. A week ago they seemed to hate one another and each kept to himself, but now they had joined forces in hatred of the stranger. They said nothing, they were merely taciturn, but their silence was disquieting. The minstrel was the only one who shouted and displayed anger like an infuriated lamb, straightened his wasted figure, and declaring, between cruel fits of coughing, his intention of killing the Magican. "They have lost respect for you, Don Jamie," continued the boy. "When they saw you come in and sit down beside my sister they were astounded. Even I could hardly believe my eyes, although for some time I knew that you were not indifferent to Margalida. You asked too many questions about her. But now they have waked up, and they are planning something. They have good reason, too. Who ever heard of such a thing as a stranger coming to San Jose and getting a sweetheart away from a crowd of the boys, the very bravest on the island?" Local pride spurred the little chaplain to adopt for a moment the opinions of the others, but soon his gratitude and affection for Febra were revived. "Never mind. You love her and that is sufficient. Why should my sister have to wear out her life digging in the ground when a Senor like yourself pays attention to her? Besides," here the young rascal smiled mischievously, "this marriage suits me. You are not going to till the fields, you will take Margalida away with you, and the old man, having no one to leave Canmalorky to, will let me marry and become a farmer, and, adios to the priesthood. I tell you, Don Jamie, you'll win. Here am I, the little chaplain, to fight half the island in your defense." He glanced about as if expecting to encounter the severe eyes and the moustaches of the civil guard, and then, after a moment's hesitation, like that of a great but modest man trying to conceal his importance, he drew from his belt a knife the brilliancy and glitter of which seemed to hypnotize him. "See that?" he asked, admiring the smoothness of the virgin steel, and looking at Febra. It was the knife which Jamie had presented him the day before. Jamie had been in a good humor and he had made the little chaplain kneel. Then, with jesting gravity, he had struck him with the weapon, proclaiming him invincible knight of the district of San Jose, of the whole island, and of the channels and cliffs adjacent. The little rascal, tremulous with emotion at the gift, had taken the act with all gravity, thinking it an indispensable ceremony among gentlemen. "See that?" he asked again, looking at Don Jamie as if protecting him with all the immensity of his valor. He passed a finger lightly along the edge, pressing the fleshy tip against the point, delighting in the sharp prick. "What a jewel!" Febra nodded his head. Yes, he recognized the weapon, it was the one he had brought from Avisa. "Well, with this," continued the boy, "not a brave will dare to face us. The ironworker, he is a fraud. The minstrel and all the rest. Frauds also. I'm only waiting for a chance to use this. Anybody who attempts anything against you is sentenced to death." Finally, with the sadness of a great man who is wasting his time without an opportunity to display his valor, he said, lowering his eyes. "When my grandfather was my age they say that he had already killed his man, and that half the island stood in fear of him." The little chaplain spent part of the afternoon in the tower talking of Don Jamie's supposed enemies, whom he now considered as his own, putting up his knife and drawing it forth again, as if he enjoyed contemplating his disfigured image in the polished blade, dreaming of tremendous battles which always terminated by the flight or death of the adversaries, and by his valorously rescuing the embattled Don Jamie, who took as a jest his appetite for conflict and destruction. In the evening Peppet went down to the farmhouse to get Don Jamie's supper. He had found the suitors who came from a distance sitting on the porch awaiting the beginning of the festage. "See you later, Don Jamie." As soon as night closed in, Febra made his preparations, his face set, his mien hostile, his hands thrilling with an imperceptible homicidal twitch, like a primitive warrior starting on an expedition from the mountaintop to the valley. Before throwing his hake over his shoulders, he drew his revolver from his belt, scrupulously examining the cartridges and the working of the trigger. Everything all right. The first man to make an attempt against him would get all 6 shots in the head. He felt like a savage, implacable, like one of those Febras, lions of the sea, who landed on hostile shores killing to avoid being killed. With one hand in his belt fondling the butt of his revolver, he walked down the hill among the clusters of tamarisks, which waved their undulating masses in the darkness. He found the porch of Conmalorky full of young men standing about, or seated on the benches, waiting while the family finished supper in the kitchen. Febra detected them in the dim light by the odor of hemp emanating from their new sandals, and from the coarse wool of their mantles and Arabian capes. The red sparks of cigarettes at the lower end of the porch indicated other waiting groups. "Bona nit," called Febra in greeting. They responded only with a careless grunt. The low-toned conversation ceased, and a painful and hostile silence seemed to settle around each man. Jamie leaned against a pillar of the porch, his head held high, his bearing arrogant, his figure standing erect against the horizon, and it seemed as if he could feel the hostile eyes fixed on him under cover of the darkness. He felt a certain emotion, but it was not fear. He almost forgot the enemies who surrounded him. He was thinking uneasily of Margalida. He experienced the thrill of the enamored man when he divines the proximity of the beloved woman and is in doubt as to his fate, fearing and at the same time desiring her approach. Certain memories of the past returned, causing him to smile. What would Mary Gordon say if she could see him surrounded by this rustic crowd, tremulous and vacillating as he thought of the proximity of a peasant girl? How his women friends in Madrid and in Paris would laugh if they should come upon him engaged in this rustic project, ready to take life over the conquest of a woman almost on a level with their servants. A door opened, outlining in its rectangle of ruddy light the silhouette of Pep. "Come in, men," he said, like a patriarch who understands the desires of youth and laughs good-naturedly at them. The young men entered one after the other, greeting Senor Pep and his family, taking their seats on benches or chairs like schoolboys. As the peasant of Conmalorky recognized the Senor, he started in surprise. Don Jamie there, waiting like the others, like an ordinary suitor, without venturing to enter this house, which was his own. Febra replied with a shrug of the shoulders. He preferred to do as did the others. He imagined that thus it would be easier to accomplish his purpose. He did not wish to have his former condition recalled. He was a suitor, nothing more. Pep forced him to sit beside him, and tried to entertain him with conversation, but Febra did not take his eyes off Almond Blossom, who, faithful to the ritual of such occasions, was seated in a chair in the center of the room, receiving the admiration of her suitors with the demeanor of a timid queen. One after another took his place beside Margalida, who responded to their words in a low voice. She pretended not to see Don Jamie, she almost turned her back upon him. The suitors, awaiting their turns, were silent, not keeping up the merry chattering with which they had whiled away the time on other nights. Gloom seemed to weigh upon them, compelling them to silence, with lowered gaze and compressed lips, as if a dead man were lying in the adjoining room. It was the presence of the stranger, the intruder, foreign to their class and to their customs. Accursed Magican. When all the youths had sat in the seat beside Margalida, the Senor arose. He was the last one to present himself as a suitor, and, according to rule, it was his turn. Pep, who had been talking to him ceaselessly to distract his attention, suddenly remained open-mouthed in surprise at seeing him move away. He sat down beside Margalida, who seemed not to see him, her head bowed and her eyes lowered. The young men remained silent in order to catch the stranger's faintest words, but Pep, realizing their plan, began to speak in a loud voice to his wife and son about some work to be done the next day. Margalida, Almond Blossom. Febra's voice sounded like a caressing whisper in the girl's ear. He had come to convince her that what she had considered a caprice was love, true love. Febra hardly knew how it had come about. He had felt ill at ease in his solitude, experiencing a vague desire for better things, which perhaps lay within his reach, but which he in his blindness could not recognize, until suddenly he had seen clearly where joy was to be found. That joy was herself. Margalida, Almond Blossom. He was not young, he was poor, but he loved her so much. Only a word, some sign to dissipate his uncertainty. But the girl gently shook her head. No, no, go, I am afraid. She raised her eyes and glanced uneasily at all the brown youths with their tragic mien, who seemed to scorch the pair with their blazing eyes. Afraid. This word sufficed to arouse Febra from his beseeching attitude and to cause him to stare defiantly at the rivals seated before him. Afraid. Of whom? He felt equal to fighting all those rustics and their innumerable relatives. Afraid. No, Margalida. She need not fear either for herself or for him. He begged her to answer his question. Could he hope? What did she intend to reply? Margalida remained silent, her lips colorless, her cheeks a livid pallor, winking her eyes to conceal her tears. She was going to cry. Her efforts to restrain her tears were apparent, she sighed with anguish. Tears, suddenly bursting forth in this hostile atmosphere, might be a sign for battle. They would bring about the explosion of all that restrained anger which she divined around her. No, no, this effort of her will served only to enhance her misery, compelling her to bow her head like those sweet and gentle animals who think to save themselves from danger by hiding their heads. Her mother, who sat in a corner weaving baskets, grew alarmed. With feminine intuition she realized Margalida's suffering. Her husband, seeing the anxiety in her sad, resigned eyes, intervened opportunely. 9:30. There was a movement of surprise and protest from the youths. It was early yet, it lacked many minutes of the hour, the agreement should rule. But Pep, with the stubbornness of the rustic, would not listen. Repeating the words, he arose and strode toward the door, opening it wide. 9:30. Every man was master of his own house, and he did as he thought best in his. He had to get up early the next morning. Bona net. He spoke courteously to each of the suitors as they filed out of the house. As Jamie passed, gloomy and crestfallen, Pep grasped his arm. He must remain, Pep would accompany him to the tower. He glanced uneasily at the ironworker, who was behind him, the last to take his leave. The Senor did not reply, freeing his arm with a brusque movement. Accompany him. He was furious on account of Margalida's silence, which he considered crushing, on account of the hostile attitude of the young men, on account of the strange way in which the evening had been brought to a close. The young suitors dispersed in the darkness, without shouts, or whistling, or songs, as if returning from a funeral. Something tragic seemed to be floating on the dark wings of night. Febra walked on until he arrived at the foot of the hill, where the tamarisk shrubs were thickest, then he turned, and stood motionless. His silhouette stood out against the whiteness of the path in the pale light of the stars. He held his revolver in his right hand, nervously clutching the breech, caressing the trigger with a feverish finger, eager to fire. Was no one following him? Did not the ironworker or any of his other enemies lurk behind him? Time passed, and no one appeared. The wild vegetation around him, enlarged by shadow and by mystery, seemed to laugh sarcastically at his anger. At last the fresh serenity of drowsy nature seemed to penetrate his soul. He shrugged his shoulders scornfully, and holding his revolver before him walked on until he locked himself in his tower. He spent the whole of the next day on the sea with Tio Ventolera. Returning to his dwelling he found the supper, which the little chaplain had brought him, cold on the table. The following day the boy of Conmalorky appeared with a mysterious air. He had important things to tell Don Jamie. The afternoon before, when he had been hunting a certain bird in the pine forest near the ironworker's forge, he had seen the man from a distance talking with the minstrel beneath the porch of the blacksmith shop. And what else? Asked Febra, wondering that the boy had no more to say. Nothing else. Did that seem unimportant? The minstrel was not fond of the mountains, for climbing made him cough. He always traveled through the valleys, sitting under the almond and fig trees to compose his verses. If he had gone up to the blacksmith shop it was undoubtedly because the ironworker had sent for him. The two were talking with great animation. The ironworker seemed to be giving advice, and the sick boy was listening with affirmative gestures. And what of that? Febra asked. The little chaplain seemed to pity the Senor's simplicity. Be careful, Don Jamie. You don't know the men of the island. This conversation at the forge means something. This is Saturday, courting night. I am sure they are plotting to do you harm if you come down to Conmalorky. Febra received these words with a gesture of scorn. He would be there, in spite of everything. Did they imagine they could frighten him? The only thing he regretted was that they delayed so long in attacking him. He spent the rest of the day in a state of nervous anger, eager for night to come. He avoided approaching Conmalorky in his walks, gazing at it from a distance, in the hope of catching a glimpse of the slender figure of Margalida. Since he had become a suitor, he could not present himself as a friend. A visit from him might prove embarrassing for Pep's family, and also he feared that the girl might conceal herself on seeing him approach. As soon as the sun had set and the stars appeared in the clear winter sky with the keenness of points of ice, Febvre descended from the tower. During his brief walk to the farmhouse, recollections of the past returned again with ironic precision, as they had done on the former courting night. If Mary Gordon should see me, he thought, perhaps she would compare me to a rustic Siegfried going forth to slay the dragon, which guards the treasure of Avisar. If certain cynical women I have known should see me. But his love immediately effaced these recollections. What if they should see him? Margalida was better than all the women he had ever known, she was the first, the only one. All his past life seemed to him false, artificial, like the life presented on the stage, painted and covered with tinsel beneath a deceptive light. He would never return to that world of fiction. The present was reality. Arrived at the porch, he found all the suitors, who seemed to be talking in smothered voices. When they saw him they instantly became silent. Bonnet. No one replied. They did not even receive him with the grunt of the other night. When Pep, opening the door, gave them entrance to the kitchen, Febvre saw that the minstrel had a small drum hanging from one arm and was carrying the drumstick in his right hand. It was to be an evening of music. Some of the youths smiled with a wicked expression when they took their places, as if rejoicing in advance over something extraordinary. Others, more serious, showed in their faces the noble disgust of those who fear to witness an inevitable evil deed. The ironworker remained impassive in one of the farthest corners, shrinking down so as to remain unnoticed among his comrades. A few of the youths had talked with Margalida, when suddenly, the minstrel, seeing the chair unoccupied, approached and took his seat in it, holding the drum between his knee and his elbow, and resting his forehead in his left hand. He slowly beat the drum, while a prolonged hissing demanded silence. It was a new song. Every Saturday the minstrel came with fresh verses in honor of the daughter of the house. The charm of wild and barbarous music, admired since childhood, compelled all to listen. The sacred emotion of poesy made these simple souls thrill in advance. The poor consumptive began to sing, accompanying each verse with a final clucking which shook his chest and reddened his cheeks. Tonight, however, the minstrel seemed to have more strength than usual, his eyes had an extraordinary brilliancy. An outburst of laughter greeted the first verses, hailing the sarcastic cleverness of the rural poet. Febvre did not understand much of it. When he heard this monotonous and neighing music, which seemed to recall the primitive songs scattered over the Mediterranean by the Semitic sailors, he took refuge within his thoughts to pass away the time, and to be less bored by the extraordinary length of the ballad. The loud laughter of the young men attracted his attention as something which he vaguely comprehended as directed against himself with hostile intent. What was that angry lamb saying? The singer's voice, his rustic pronunciation, and the continual clucking with which he ended the verses, were scarcely intelligible to Jamie, but he gradually began to realize that the ballad was directed at young women who desired to abandon the field, to marry caballeros, and who longed to wear the same ornaments as city ladies. The singer described feminine fashions in extravagant terms, which made the peasants laugh. The simple Pep also laughed at these jests, which flattered both his rural pride and his masculine vanity, which was inclined to see in the female nothing but a sharer of his burdens. True, true, and he joined his laughter to that of the boys. What an amusing fellow was that minstrel! After a few verses the improvisator no longer sang of young women in general, but of a particular one, ambitious and heartless. Febvre glanced instinctively at Margalida, who remained motionless, with lowered eyes, her cheeks colorless, as if frightened, not at what she had already heard, but at what was undoubtedly yet to come. Jamie began to stir uneasily in his chair. The idea of that rustic annoying her like that. A louder and more insolent outburst of laughter again attracted his attention to the verses. The singer was making fun of the girl, who, in order to become a lady, wished to marry a poor ruined man possessed of neither home nor family, a foreigner, who had no lands to cultivate. The effect of this was instantaneous. Pep, in the denseness of his dull brain, saw something like a spark of light, a luminous divination, and he extended his hands imperatively, while at the same instant he arose. Enough, enough. But it was too late. A form interposed between himself and the candle light. It was Febvre, who had leaped forward. He grasped the drum from the singer's knees and hurled it at his head with such force that the parchment gave way and the frame fitted itself down over the bleeding forehead like a shapeless cap. The youths sprang impulsively from their seats, their hands reaching into their girdles. Margalida, screaming, took refuge at her mother's side, and the little chaplain felt that the time had come to draw his knife. His father, with the authority of his years, shouted, "Outside! Outside!" They all obeyed, and went out into the fields in front of the farmhouse. Febra went also, in spite of the resistance of Pep. The young men seemed to be divided among themselves, and were carrying on a heated discussion. Some were protesting the idea of striking the poor minstrel, an unfortunate sick boy who could not defend himself. Others shook their heads. They had been expecting it. A man could not be insulted gratuitously without something happening. They had opposed the singing. They believed that when a man had something to say to another man, he should say it face to face. In the heat of their contrary opinions and in their jealous rivalry, they were about to resort to blows when their attention was distracted by the minstrel. He had removed the drum from his head and was wiping the blood from his forehead, weeping with the fury of a weak man who longs to wreak direct vengeance, and yet realizes himself a slave to his impotence. "I'll settle with him," he cried. Suddenly stooping to pick up stones in the darkness, he began to throw them at Febra, each time receding a few steps as if to defend himself against a new aggression. The stones, flung by his forceless arms, fell into the shadows or rebounded against the porch. The minstrel's friends surrounded him and led him away. His cries could be heard in the distance, shouting defiance, swearing vengeance. He would kill the stranger. He alone would put an end to the Magican. Jamie stood motionless among his enemies, with one hand in his belt. He was overcome with shame at having lost his temper, and having struck the poor consumptive. To stifle his remorse he muttered arrogant threats. He only wished it had been another man who had done the singing. His eyes sought the ironworker, as if defying him, but the dreaded manslayer had disappeared. Half an hour afterward, when the tumult had subsided and Febra returned to his tower, he stopped on the way several times, revolver in hand, as if expecting someone. Nobody. Chapter 2. Love and Pistols. The next morning just after sunrise the little chaplain ran in search of Don Jamie, revealing in his manner as he entered the tower, the importance of the news which he was bearing. In Conmalorky they had all passed a bad night. Margalida wept. Her mother lamented the occurrence. What would the people of the district think of them when they heard that men had come to blows in her house as in a tavern? What would the girls say about her daughter? But Margalida gave little heed to the opinion of her friends. Something else seemed to worry her, something of which she said nothing, but which caused her to shed copious tears. Senor Pep, after closing the door on the suitors, had paced up and down the kitchen for an hour muttering to himself and clenching his fists. That Don Jamie, why should he persist in trying to obtain the impossible? Obstinate, like all his kindred. The little chaplain had not slept either. In the mind of the young savage, astute and sagacious, a suspicion had gradually assumed the reality of fact. On entering the tower he immediately communicated his thoughts to Don Jamie. Whom did he imagine had conceived the offensive song? The minstrel. No, Senor, it was the ironworker. The minstrel had made the rhymes, but the theme originated with the malicious manslayer. He it was who had conceived the idea of insulting Don Jamie in the presence of all the suitors, relying on the certainty that he would not let the affront pass unheeded. Now the boy understood the reason for the interview between the two suitors which he had surprised in the mountain. Febra received this news, to which the little chaplain attached great importance, with a gesture of indifference. What of that? He had already punished the insolent minstrel, and as for the manslayer, he had sneaked off when he had challenged him at the door of the farmhouse. He was a coward. Peppert shook his head incredulously. Be careful, Don Jamie. You do not know the ways of the braves around here, the cunning they employ to avoid being caught when wreaking vengeance. You must be on your guard now more than ever. You know what the jailbird is, and he doesn't want to get sent back to prison. What he has just done is a trick which other manslayers have played before. Jamie lost patience at the boy's mysterious air and confused words. Why don't you speak out? Come. At last the little chaplain gave voice to his suspicions. Now the ironworker could attempt anything he liked against Don Jamie. He could lie in ambush for him among the tamarisks at the foot of the tower and shoot him as he passed. Suspicion would at once be directed against the minstrel, in view of the quarrel at the farmhouse and his threats of vengeance. With this, and with the manslayer establishing an alibi by taking a short cut to some distant place where he could be seen by many persons, it would be easy for him to avenge himself with impunity. Ah! Exclaimed Febra seriously, as if suddenly realizing the importance of these words. The boy, delighting in his superior knowledge, continued giving advice. Don Jamie must be more careful. He must lock the door of his tower and pay no attention to calls from outside after dark. Surely the manslayer would try to induce him to come out by challenging cries, with howls of defiance. If you hear any cries of challenge during the night, Don Jamie, you must keep still. I know their ways, continued the little chaplain with the importance of a hardened manslayer. They hide in the bushes, with weapon aimed, and if their man comes out, they fire without ever showing themselves. You must stay in after dark. This advice was for the night. By day the Senor could go abroad without fear. Here am I to accompany you wherever you wish. The boy straightened himself with an aggressive air, moving one hand to his belt to convince himself that his knife had not disappeared, but he was immediately undeceived by Febra's mocking expression of gratitude. Laugh, Don Jamie, make fun of me if you will, but I can be of some use to you. See how I warn you a danger. You must be on your guard. The ironworker planned that singing with evil intent. He glanced about like a chieftain preparing for a long siege. His eyes encountered the gun hanging on the wall among the decorations of shells. Very good, both barrels must be loaded with ball, and on top of this a good handful of lead slugs or coarse bird shot. It would be no more than prudent. Thus his glorious grandfather had done. Seeing Jamie's revolver lying on the table, he frowned. Very bad. Small arms should be worn on one's person at all hours. I sleep with my knife on my breast. What if an enemy should rush in suddenly without giving a man time to look for his weapon? The tower, which, in former centuries, had been the scene of executions and battles between pirates, a stone vault suggestive of tragedies, the walls covered by gleaming whitewash, then claimed the boy's attention. He cautiously made his way to the door as if an enemy were lying in wait for him at the foot of the stairway, and concealing his body behind the thick wall, he advanced, nothing but an eye and part of his forehead being visible. Then he shook his head with despair. If one looked out at night, even with these precautions, the enemy, lying in ambush below, could see him, could aim at him with the greatest facility, resting his arms on a branch or on a stone with no fear of missing him. It would be even worse to step outside the door and venture to go down. No matter how dark the night, the enemy could point his gun at a cluster of leaves, at a star on the horizon, at anything standing out conspicuously in the dusk near the stairway, and when a dark form should pass before it, momentarily obscuring the object sighted at, bang. It was sure game. He had heard grave men tell of having spent whole months crouching behind a hillock or a tree trunk, the butt end of a musket close to the cheek and the eyes fixed on the end of the barrel, from sunset till daybreak, lying in wait for some old-time enemy. No, the little chaplain did not like this door with its stairway in the open. He must find another exit, and he inspected the window, opened it, and looked out. With simian agility, laughing with joy at his discovery, he sprang over the embrasure and disappeared, seeking with feet and hands the irregularities of the rubble work, the deep, stair-like sockets left by the stones when they had fallen loose from the mortar. Febra looked out and saw him picking up his hat and waving it with a triumphant expression. Then the boy ran around the base of the tower, and soon his steps resounded, trotting noisily up the wooden stairs. That's easy enough, he shouted, as he entered the room, red with excitement over his discovery. That's a stairway fit for a gentleman. Realizing the importance of his discovery, he assumed a grand air of mystery. This must be kept between them, not a word to anyone. It was a precious means of exit, the secret of which must be jealously guarded. The little chaplain envied Don Jamie. How he longed to have an enemy himself to come and call a challenge to him in the tower during the night. While the ironworker lay howling in ambush, his eyes glued upon the stairway, he would descend by means of the window, at the rear of the tower, and, creeping cautiously around, he would hunt the hunter. What a stroke! He laughed with savage glee, as if on his dark red lips trembled the ferocity of his glorious ancestors who considered the hunting of man the most noble of exercises. Febra seemed to be infected by the boy's exhilaration. He would try going down by the window route himself. He flung his legs over the sill, and carefully, clumsily, began feeling with his toes for the irregularities in the wall until he found the holes which served as steps. He slowly made his way down, loose stones slipping beneath his feet, until he reached the ground, giving a sigh of satisfaction. Very good. The descent was easy. After a few more trials he would be able to get down as nimbly as the little chaplain. Peppet, who had followed him agilely, almost hanging over his head, smiled, like a master pleased at the lesson, and repeated his advice. Don Jamie must not forget. When he heard the challenge he must climb out of the window and down the wall, getting around behind his adversary. At noon, when Febra was left alone, he felt himself possessed of a warlike ferocity, of an aggressiveness which caused him to look long at the wall on which hung his gun. At the foot of the promontory, from the shore where Tio Ventilera's boat was beached, rose the voice of the old fisherman singing mass. Febra looked out the door, carrying both hands to his mouth in the form of a trumpet. Tio Ventilera, with the help of a boy, was shoving his boat into the water. The furled sail trembled aloft on the mast. Jamie did not accept the invitation. "Many thanks, Tio Ventilera." The old fisherman insisted in his puny voice, which, wafted in on the wind, sounded like the plaintive crying of a child. The afternoon was fine, the wind had changed, they would catch fish in abundance near the Vedra. Febra shrugged his shoulders. No, many thanks, he was busy. He had scarcely ceased speaking when the little chaplain presented himself at the tower for the second time, carrying the dinner. The boy seemed gloomy and sad. His father, choleric over the scene of the previous night, had chosen him as the victim on whom to vent his displeasure. An injustice, Don Jamie. Pep had been striding up and down the kitchen, while the women, with tearful eyes and cringing air, shrank away from his gaze. Everything that had happened he attributed to the weakness of his character, to his good nature, but he intended to apply a remedy at once. The courting was to be suspended, he would no longer receive suitors nor visits. And as for the little chaplain, this bad son, disobedient and rebellious, he was to blame for everything. Pep did not know for a certainty how the presence of his son had brought on the scandal of the night before, but he remembered his resistance against becoming a priest, his running away from the seminary, and the recollection of these annoyances inflamed his anger and caused it to be concentrated on the boy. Monday next he was going to take him back to the seminary. If he tried to resist, and if he should run away again, it would be better for him to embark as a cabin boy and forget that he had a father, for in case he returned home Pep would break his 2 legs with the iron bar which fastened the door. To let off steam, to get his hand in, and to give a sample of his future temper, he gave him a few blows and kicks, getting even in this way for the wrath he had felt when he saw the boy appear as a fugitive from a visor. The little chaplain, submissive and shrinking through habit, took refuge in a corner behind the defensive skirts and petticoats which his weeping mother opposed to Pep's fury. But now, up in the tower, recalling the event with glaring eyes, livid cheeks and clenched fists, he gnashed his teeth. What injustice! Should a man stand being beaten like that, for no reason whatever except that his father might work off his ill humor? The idea of his having to take a beating, he who carried a knife in his belt, and was not afraid of anyone on the island. Paternity and filial respect seemed to the little chaplain at the moment the inventions of cowards, created only to crush and mortify brave-hearted men. Added to the blows, humiliating to his dignity as a man of metal, the thought of being shut up in the seminary, dressed in a black cassock, like a woman in petticoats, with shaven head, losing forever those curls which peeped arrogantly beneath his hat brim, having a tonsure which would make the girls laugh, and farewell to dancing and courting. Farewell to the knife. Soon Jamie would see him no more. Within a week the trip to Avisa was to be taken. Others would bring his dinner up to the tower. Febra saw a ray of hope. Perhaps then Margalida would come as in former days. The little chaplain, in spite of his grief, smiled maliciously. No, not Margalida, anyone but her. Pep was in no mood to consent to that. When the poor mother, to plead her son's cause, had timidly suggested that the boy was needed in the house to wait on the Senor, Pep burst forth into fresh raving. He would carry Don Jamie's meals up to the tower every day himself, or else his wife should do so, and if need be they would get a girl to act as servant for the Senor since he was determined to live near them. The little chaplain said no more, but Febra guessed the words which the good peasant had doubtless hurled against him, forgetting all respect in his anger, enraged over the trouble brought upon the family by his presence. The boy returned to the ranch house with his basket, muttering revenge, swearing that he would not return to the seminary, although he knew no means of avoiding it. His resistance took the turn of knightly valor. Abandon his friend Don Jamie now that he was surrounded by dangers. Go and shut himself up in that house of gloom, among black-skirted gentlemen who spoke a strange language, now that out in the open, in the light of the sun, or in the mystery of night, men were going to kill one another. Should such extraordinary events occur, and he not witness them? When Febra was left alone he took down his gun, and stood near the door for a long time examining it absent-mindedly. His thoughts were far away, much farther than the ends of the barrels, which seemed to point toward the mountain. That miserable ironworker, that insufferable bully, something had stirred within him, an irresistible antipathy, the first time he had seen him. Nobody in the island aroused his ire as did that gloomy jailbird. The cold steel weapon in his hand brought him back to reality. He resolved to go into the mountains hunting. But what should he hunt? He extracted 2 cartridges from the barrels, cartridges loaded with small shot, suitable for the birds which crossed the island returning from Africa. He introduced 2 other cartridges into the double barrel and filled his pockets with more, which he took from a pouch. They were loaded with buckshot. He was going hunting for big game. Slinging his gun over his shoulder, he walked with arrogant step down the stairway of the tower building, as if his resolution filled him with satisfaction. As he passed Kanmaloki, the dog leaped out to meet him, barking joyously. No one peeked out of the door, as in the past. Surely he had been seen, but no one came out of the kitchen to greet him. The dog followed for some time, but turned back when he saw him take the road to the mountain. Febra strode hurriedly between the stone walls which retained the sloping terraces, following the walks paved with blue pebbles, converted by the winter rains into high-banked ravines. Then he passed beyond the lands furrowed by the plough. The compact soil was covered with wild and spiny vegetation. Fruit trees, the tall almonds and the spreading fig trees, were succeeded by junipers and pines, twisted by the winds blowing from the sea. As Febra stopped for a moment and looked behind, he saw at his feet the buildings of Kanmaloki, like white dice shaken from the great rocks by the sea. The pirate's tower stood like a fortress on its hill. His ascent had been swift, almost at full speed, as if he feared to arrive too late at some meeting place with which he was unfamiliar. He continued on his way. 2 wild doves rose from the shrubbery with the feathery swish of an opening fan, but the hunter seemed not to see them. Stooping black figures in the bushes caused him to lift his right hand to the stock of his gun to sling it from his shoulder. They were charcoal burners piling wood. As Febra passed near them, they stared at him with fixed eyes, in which he thought he noticed something extraordinary, a mixture of astonishment and curiosity. "Good afternoon," the grimy men replied, but they followed him a long time with their eyes, which shone with a transparency of water in their soot-blackened faces. Evidently the lonely mountain dwellers had heard of the events of the evening before at Kanmaloki and were surprised at seeing the Senor of the tower alone, as if defying his enemies and believing himself invulnerable. Now he no longer met people along his path. Suddenly, above the murmur of dry leaves caressed by the wind, he heard the faint ring of beaten iron. A slender column of smoke was rising from among the verdure. It was the blacksmith's forge. Jamie, with his gun half supported on his shoulder, as if the weapon were about to slip off, stepped into a clearing, which formed a broad square in front of the smithy. It was a miserable little adobe hut of a single story, blackened by smoke and covered by a hip roof, which, in places, sunk in as if about to collapse. Beneath a shed gleamed the flaming eye of a forge, and near it stood the ironworker beside the anvil, beating with his hammer on a bar of red-hot iron, which looked like the barrel of a carbine. Febra was not displeased with his theatrical entrance into the open square. The manslayer raised his eyes on hearing the sound of steps in the interval between 2 blows. He stood motionless, with raised hammer as he recognized the Senor of the tower, but his cold eyes conveyed no impression. Jamie passed by the forge, staring at the ironworker, giving a look of challenge which the other seemed not to understand. Not a word, not a greeting. The Senor walked on, but once outside the square he stopped near one of the first trees and sat down on a projecting root, holding the gun between his knees. The pride of virile arrogance invaded the soul of Febra. He was rejoiced at his own assurance. That bully could easily see that he had come to seek him in the solitude of the mountain, at his own house. He must be convinced that he was not afraid of him. To better demonstrate his serenity, he drew his tobacco box from his belt and began to roll a cigarette. The hammer had begun to ring upon the metal again. From his seat on the tree trunk Jamie saw the ironworker, his back turned with careless confidence, as if ignorant of his presence and intent on nothing but his work. This calmness disconcerted Febra somewhat. Vive Dios! Had the man not guessed his intention? The ironworker's coolness was exasperating, but at the same time his calmly turning his back, confident that the Senor of the tower was incapable of taking advantage of this situation to fire a treacherous shot, inspired a vague gratitude. The hammer ceased ringing. When Febra looked again in the direction of the shed he did not see the ironworker. This caused him to pick up his gun, fingering the trigger. Undoubtedly he was coming with a weapon, annoyed by this provocation of one who came to seek him in his own house. Perhaps he was going to shoot out of one of the miserable windows which gave light to the blackened dwelling. He must be prepared against stratagem, and he arose, trying to conceal his body behind a tree trunk, leaving nothing but an eye visible. Someone was stirring inside the hut, something black cautiously peeked out. The enemy was coming forth. Attention! He grasped his gun, intending to fire as soon as the muzzle of the hostile weapon should appear, but he stood motionless and confused on seeing that it was a black skirt, terminated by naked feet in worn and tattered sandals, and above it a withered bust, bent and bony, a head coppery and wrinkled, with but one eye, and thin grey hair, which allowed the gloss of baldness to shine between its locks. Febra recognized the old woman. She was the ironworker's aunt, the one-eyed woman of whom the little chaplain had told him, the sole companion of the ironworker in his wild solitude. The woman stood near the forge, her arms akimbo, thrusting forward her abdomen, bulky with petticoats, focusing her single eye, inflamed by anger, on the intruder who came to provoke a good man in the midst of his work. She stared at Jamie with the fiery aggressiveness of the woman who, secure in the respect produced by sex, is more audacious and impetuous than a man. She muttered threats and insults which the Senor could not hear, furious that anyone would venture to oppose her nephew, the beloved whelp on whom, in her sterility, she had lavished all the ardor of frustrated motherhood. Jamie suddenly realized the odiousness of his behavior in coming to antagonize another in his own house in broad daylight. The old woman was right in insulting him. It was not the ironworker who was the bully, it was himself, the Senor of the Tower, the descendant of so many illustrious dons, he, so proud of his origin. Shame intimidated him, overcoming him with stupid confusion. He did not know how to get away, nor which way to escape. At last he flung his gun across his shoulder, and, gazing aloft, as if pursuing a bird which sprang from branch to branch, wandered among the trees and through thickets, avoiding the forge. He walked down toward the valley, escaping from the forest to which a homicidal impulse had drawn him, ashamed of his former purpose. Again he passed the grimy men making charcoal. "Good afternoon." They replied to his greeting, but in their eyes which shone peculiarly white in their blackened faces, Febra felt something like hostile mockery of objectionable strangeness, as if he were of a different race and had committed an unheard-of deed which forever placed him beyond friendly contact with the islanders. Pines and junipers were left behind on the skirt of the mountain. Now he walked between terraces of plowed ground. In some fields he saw peasants at work. On a sloping bank he met several girls stooping over the ground gathering herbs. Coming along a path he met 3 old men traveling slowly beside their burros. Febra, with the humility of one who feels repentant for an evil deed, greeted them pleasantly. "Good afternoon." The peasants who were working in the field responded to him with a low grunt. The girls turned away their faces with a gesture of annoyance so as not to see him. The 3 old men replied to his greeting gloomily, looking at him with searching eyes as if they found something extraordinary about him. Under a fig tree, a black umbrella of interlaced boughs, he saw a number of peasants listening intently to someone in the center of the group. As Febra approached there was a movement among them. A man arose with angry impulse, but the others held him back, grasping his arms and trying to restrain him. Jamie recognized him by the white kerchief under his hat. It was the minstrel. The robust peasants easily overpowered the sickly boy, but, although he could not get away, he vented his fury by shaking his fist in the direction of the roadway, while threats and insults gurgled from his mouth. No doubt he had been telling his friends of the events of the night before when Febra appeared. The minstrel shouted and threatened. He swore that he would kill the stranger. He promised to come to the pirate's tower some night and set it on fire and rend its owner into shreds. Bah! Jamie shrugged his shoulders with a scornful gesture and continued on his way, but he felt depressed and almost desperate on account of the atmosphere of repulsion and hostility, growing steadily more apparent round about him. What had he done? Where had he thrust himself? Was it possible that he had fallen so low as to fight with these islanders, he, a foreigner, and, moreover, a Magican? In his gloomy mood he thought that the entire island, together with all things inanimate, had joined in this mortal protest. When he passed houses they seemed to become depopulated, their inhabitants concealing themselves in order not to greet him. The dogs rushed into the road, barking furiously, as if they had never seen him before. The mountains seemed more austere and frowning on their bare, rocky crests, the forest more dark, more black, the trees of the valleys more barren and shriveled. The stones in the road rolled beneath his feet as if fleeing from his touch. The sky contained something repellent, even the air of the island would finally shrink away from his nostrils. In his desperation Febra realized that he stood alone. Everyone was against him. Only Pep and his family were left to him, and even they would finally draw away under the necessity of living at peace with their neighbors. The foreigner did not intend to rebel against his fate. He was repentant, ashamed of his aggressiveness of the night before and of his recent excursion to the mountain. For him there was no room on the island. He was a foreigner, a stranger, who, by his presence, disturbed the traditional life of these people. Pep had taken him in with the respect of an old-time retainer, and he paid for his hospitality by disturbing his house and the peace of his family. The people had received him with a somewhat glacial courtesy, but tranquil and immutable, as if he were a foreign grandsire, and he responded to this respect by striking the most unfortunate one among them, the one who, on account of his illness, was looked upon with a certain paternal benevolence by all the peasants in the district. Very well, scion of the Febres. For some time he had wandered about like a madman, talking nothing but nonsense. All this for what reason? On account of the absurd love for a girl who might be his daughter, for an almost senile caprice, for he, despite his relative youth, felt old and forlorn in the presence of Margalida and the rustic girls who fluttered about her. Ah, this atmosphere, this accursed atmosphere. In his days of prosperity, when he still dwelt in the palace in Palma, had Margalida been one of his mother's servants, no doubt he would have felt for her only the appetite inspired by the freshness of her youth, experiencing nothing which resembled love. Other women dominated him then with the seduction of their artifices and refinements, but here, in his loneliness, seeing Margalida surrounded by the brown and rural prettiness of her companions, beautiful as one of those white goddesses which inspire religious veneration among peoples of coppery skin, he felt the dementia of desire, and all his acts were absurd, as if he had completely lost his reason. He must leave, there was no place on the island for him. Perhaps his pessimism deceived him in rating so high the importance of the affection which had drawn him to Margalida. Then again perhaps it was not desire, but love, the first real love of his life. He was almost sure of it, but even if it were, he must forget and go. He must go at once. Why should he remain here? What hope held him? Margalida, as if overcome by surprise on learning of his love, avoided him, concealed herself, and did nothing but weep, yet tears were not an answer. Her father, influenced by a lingering sentiment of traditional veneration, tolerated in silence this caprice of the Grand Senor, but at any moment he might openly rebel against the man who had so disarranged his life. The island, which had accepted him courteously, seemed to rise up now against the foreigner who had come from afar to disturb their patriarchal isolation, their narrow existence, the pride of a people apart, with the same fierceness with which it had risen in former centuries against the Norman, the Arab, or the Berber, when disembarking on their shores. It was impossible to resist, he would go. His eyes lovingly beheld the enormous belt of sea lying between two hills, as if it were a blue curtain concealing a rent in the earth. This strip of sea was the saving path, the hope, the unknown, which opens to us its arms of mystery in the most difficult moments of existence. Perhaps he would return to Majorca, to lead the life of a respectable beggar beside the friends who still remembered him. Perhaps he would pass on to the peninsula and go to Madrid in search of employment. Perhaps he would take passage for America. Anything was preferable to staying here. He was not afraid, he was not intimidated by the hostility of the island and its inhabitants. His keenest feeling was remorse, shame over the trouble he had caused. Instinctively his feet led him toward the sea, which was now his love and his hope. He avoided passing Can Mallorquí, and on reaching the shore he walked along the beach where the last palpitation of the waves was lost like a slender leaf of crystal among the tiny pebbles mixed with potsherds. At the foot of the promontory of the tower he climbed up the loose rocks and seated himself on the wave-worn and almost detached cliff. There he had sat lost in thought one stormy night, the same on which he had presented himself as suitor at the house of Margalida. The afternoon was calm. The sea had an extraordinary and deep transparency. The sandy bottoms were reflected like milky spots, the submarine reefs and their dark vegetation seemed to tremble with the movement of mysterious life. The white clouds floating on the horizon traced great shadows as they passed before the sun. One portion of the blue expanse was a glossy black, while beyond the floating mantle the luminous waters seemed to be seething with golden bubbles. Now and again the sun, concealed behind these curtains, flung beneath its border a visible strip of light, like a lantern ray, a long triangle of hoary splendor, resembling a Holland landscape. Nothing in this appearance of the sea reminded Febrer of that stormy night, and yet, from the association which forgotten ideas form in our minds with old places when we return to them, he began to think the same thoughts, only that now, in place of progressing, they passed in an inverse direction with a confusion of defeat. He laughed bitterly at his optimism then, at the confidence which had caused him to scorn all his ideas of the past. The dead command, their power and authority are indisputable. How had it been possible for him, impelled by the enthusiasm of love, to repudiate this tremendous and discouraging truth? Clearly do the dark tyrants of our lives make themselves felt with all the overwhelming weight of their power. What had he done that this corner of the earth, his ultimate refuge, should look upon him as an alien? The innumerable generations of men whose dust and whose souls were mingled with the soil of their native isle had left as a heritage to the present the hatred of the stranger, the fear and the repulsion of the foreigner with whom they had lived at war. He who came from other lands was received with a repellent isolation, decreed by those who no longer exist. When, scorning his old-time prejudices, he had thought to join his life with that of a native woman, the woman had shrunk away, mysterious, frightened at the idea, while her father, in the name of servile respect, opposed such an unheard-of union. Febre's idea was that of a madman, the mingling of the rooster and the gull, the vagary of the extravagant friar which so amused the peasants. Thus had men willed in former times when they founded society and divided it into classes, and thus it must ever be. It is useless to rebel against the established order. The life of man is short, and it is not enough to contend with hundreds of thousands of lives before it and which spy upon it unseen, crushing it between material fabrications which are tokens of their passage over the earth, weighting it down with their thoughts, which fill the atmosphere, and are taken advantage of by all those who are born without will power to invent something new. The dead command, and it is useless for the living to refuse obedience. All rebellions to escape this servitude, to break the chain of centuries, all are lies. Febre recalled the sacred wheel of the Hindus, the Buddhist symbol which he had seen in Paris once when he attended an Oriental religious ceremony in a museum. The wheel is the symbol of our lives. We think we advance because we move, we think we progress because we go forward, but when the wheel makes the complete turn we find ourselves in the same place. The life of humanity, history, are but an interminable recommencement of things. Peoples are born, they grow, they progress, the cabin is converted into a castle and afterward into a mart, enormous cities of millions of men are formed, then catastrophes come, the wars for bread which people lack, the protests of the dispossessed, the great massacres, then the cities are depopulated and are laid waste. Weeds invade the proud monuments, the metropoli gradually sink into the earth and sleep beneath hills for centuries and centuries. The untamed forest covers the capital of remote epochs, the savage hunter stalks over ground where in other times conquering chieftains were received with the pomp of demigods. Sheep graze and the shepherd blows his reed above ruins which were tribunes of dead laws. Men group together again, and the cabin rises, the village, the castle, the mart, the great city, and the round is repeated over and over, with a difference of hundreds of centuries, as identical gestures, ideas, conceptions, are repeated in man succeeding man throughout the course of time. The wheel, the eternal recommencement of things. And all the creatures of the human flock, though changing the sheepfold, never change shepherds, the shepherds are ever the same, the dead, the first to think, whose primordial thought was like the handful of snow which rolls and rolls down the hill slopes, growing larger, bearing along everything which clings to it in its descent. Men, proud of their material progress, of the mechanical toys invented for their well-being, imagine themselves free, superior to the past, emancipated from original servitude, yet all that they say has been said hundreds of centuries before in different words. Their passions are the same, their thoughts, which they consider original, are scintillations and reflections of other remote thoughts, and all acts which were held to be good or bad are considered as such because they have been thus classified by the dead. The tyrannical dead, those whom man would have to kill again if he desired to be really free. Who would be courageous enough to accomplish this great liberating act? What paladin would there be with sufficient strength to kill the monster which weighs upon humanity, as the enormous and overwhelming dragons of legend guarded useless treasures beneath their mighty forms? Febre remained motionless on the rock for a long time, his elbows on his knees and his forehead in his hands, lost in thought, his eyes appearing hypnotized by the gentle rise and fall of the fluctuating waters. When he aroused himself from this meditation, the afternoon was waning. He would fulfill his destiny. He could live only on the heights, although it might be as a proud mendicant. All descending paths he found barred. Farewell to happiness which might be found by retrocession to a natural and primitive life. Since the dead did not wish him to be a man, he would be a parasite. His eyes, wandering over the horizon, became fixed on the white clouds massed above the rim of the sea. When he was a little lad and Mammy Antonia used to accompany him in his walks along the beach at Solier, they had often amused themselves by indulging their imagination in giving form and name to the clouds which met or scattered in an incessant variety of shapes, seeing in them now a black monster with flaming jaws, now a virgin surrounded by blue rays. A group of clouds, dense and snowy as white fleece, attracted his attention. This luminous whiteness resembled the polished bones of a cranium. Loose tufts of dark vapor floated in the mist. Febra's imagination pictured in it two frightful, black holes, a dark triangle like that which the wasted nose leaves in the skull of the dead, and below it an immense gash, tragic, identical with the mute grin of a mouth devoid of lips and teeth. It was Death, the great mistress, empress of the world, displaying herself to him in broad daylight in her white and dazzling majesty, defying the splendor of the sun, the blue of the sky, the luminous green of the sea. The reflection of the sinking orb imparted a spark of malignant life to the bony countenance of wafer-like pallor, to the gloom of her dark eye sockets, to her terrifying grin. Yes, it was she. The mist clinging to the surface of the sea was as plaits and folds of a garment which concealed her enormous frame, and other clouds which floated higher formed the ample sleeve from which escaped vapors more subtle and vague, making a bony arm terminating in an index finger, dry and crooked, like that of a bird of prey, pointing out far, far away, a mysterious destiny. The vision disappeared with the rapid movement of the clouds, obliterating the hideous figure, assuming other capricious forms, but as it vanished from his sight Febra did not awake from his hallucination. He accepted the command without rebellion. He would go. The dead command, and he was their helpless slave. The late afternoon light brought out objects in strange relief. Strong shadows seemed to palpitate with life, imparting animation and giving animal shapes to the rocks along the coast. In the distance a promontory resembled a lion crouching above the waves, glaring at Jamie with silent hostility. The rocks on a level with the water raised and lowered their black heads, crowned with green hair, like giant amphibia of a monstrous humanity. In the direction of Formentera he saw an immense dragon which slowly advanced across the horizon, with a long tail of clouds, to treacherously swallow the dying sun. When the red sphere, fleeing from this danger, sank into the waters, enlarged by a spasm of terror, the depressing grey of twilight aroused Febra from his hallucination. He arose, picked up his gun, and started for the tower. He was mentally arranging the program of his departure. He would not say a word to anyone. He would wait until some mail steamer from Majorca should touch at the port of Ibiza, and only at the last moment would he tell Pep of his resolution. The certainty of soon forsaking this retreat caused him to look with interest around the tower by the glow of a candle he had lighted. His shadow, gigantically enlarged, and vacillating in the flickering light, moved about on the white walls, eclipsing objects which decorated them, or glinting from the pearly shells or from the gleaming metal of the gun on its rack. A familiar grating sound attracted the attention of Febra, who looked down the stairway. A man, wrapped in a mantle, stood on the lower steps. It was Pep. "Your supper," he said shortly, handing him a basket. Jamie took it. He saw that the peasant did not wish to talk, and he, for his part, felt a certain fear of breaking the silence. "Good night." Pep started on his return journey after this brief salutation, like a respectful but angry servant who only allows himself the indispensable words with his master. Jamie set the basket upon the table and closed the door. He had no appetite. He would eat his supper later. He caught up a rustic pipe, carved by a peasant from a branch of cherry, filled it with tobacco and began to smoke, following with distracted eyes the winding spirals, whose subtle blue assumed a rainbow transparency before the candle. Then he took a book and tried to fix his mind upon it, but he could not concentrate his attention. Outside this husk of stone night reigned, a night dark and filled with mystery. This solemn silence, which fell from on high, and in which the slightest sounds seemed to acquire terrifying proportions, as if the murmur were listening to its own self, appeared to filter through the very walls. Febra thought he heard the circulation of his blood in this profound calm. From time to time he caught the scream of a gull, or the momentary swaying of the tamarisks in a gust of wind, a rustling like that of theatrical mobs concealed behind the wings. From the ceiling resounded at intervals the monotonous critch-critch of a wood borer gnawing the beams with incessant toil which passed unheeded during the day. The sea filled the darkness with a gentle moan whose undulations broke on all the projections and windings of the coast. Suddenly, Febra, who sat silently listening with a quiet resembling that of timid children who are afraid to turn over in bed in order not to augment the mystery which surrounds them, stirred in his chair. Something extraordinary rent the air, dominating with its stridor the confused sounds of night. It was a cry, a howl, a whinny, one of those hostile, mocking voices with which vengeful youths call one another in the shadows. Jamie felt an impulse to arise, to run to the door, but something held him motionless. The traditional cry of challenge had sounded some distance away. They must be young bloods of the district who had chosen the vicinity of the pirates' tower to meet, weapon in hand. That was not intended for him. In the morning the event would be explained. He opened his book again, intending to amuse himself by reading, but after a few lines he sprang from his chair, flinging the volume and his pipe upon the table. Auuuuuu. The whinny of challenge, the hostile and mocking cry, had resounded again, almost at the foot of the stairway, prolonged by the strong draught of a pair of bellows-like lungs. At the same instant the harsh noise of opening wings whistled in the dark. The marine birds, aroused from sleep, flew out from among the rocks to seek a new shelter. This call was meant for him. Someone had come to challenge him at his very door. He glanced at his gun. With his right hand he felt the steel of the revolver in his belt, warmed by contact with his body. He took 2 steps toward the door, but he stopped and shrugged his shoulders with a smile of resignation. He was no native of the island, he did not understand this language of yells, and he considered himself superior to such provocations. He returned to his chair and picked up his book, making an effort to smile. Yell, my good fellow, shriek, howl. My sympathy is with you. You may catch cold in the night air while I am here in my house taking things easy. This mocking complacency, however, was only on the surface. The howl rent the air again, not at the foot of the stairway now, but farther off, perhaps among the tamarisks which grew around the tower. The challenger seemed to have settled down to wait for Febra to come out. Who could it be? Perhaps the miserable ironworker, the manslayer, whom he had been seeking that afternoon, perhaps the minstrel, who had publicly sworn to kill him immediately. Night and cunning, which equalize the forces of enemies, might have given courage to the sick boy to appear against him. It was also possible that there might be 2 or more lying in wait for him. Another howl sounded, but Jamie shrugged his shoulders again. His unknown challenger might howl as long as he wished. Reading was now out of the question. It was useless to pretend tranquility. The challenges were repeated fiercely now, like the crowing of an infuriated rooster. Jamie imagined the neck of the man, swollen, reddened, the tendons vibrating with anger. The guttural cry gradually acquired the inflection and the significance of language. It was ironic, mocking, insulting, it taunted the foreigner for his prudence, it seemed to call him a coward. He tried not to hear. A mist formed before his eyes, it seemed as if the candle had gone out. In the intervals of silence the blood hummed in his ears. He remembered that Kanmalorki was not far away, and that perhaps Margalida stood trembling at her little window, listening to the cries near the tower, wherein was a timid man, hearing them also, but with barred door, as if he were deaf. No, it was enough. This time he flung his book definitively upon the table, and then, as by instinct, scarcely knowing what he did, he blew out the candle. He took a few steps, with hands outstretched, completely forgetting the plans of attack he had hastily conceived a few moments before. Anger transformed his ideas. In this sudden blindness of spirit he had but one thought, like a final splutter from a vanishing light. Now he touched the gun with palpitating hands, but he did not pick it up. He must have a less embarrassing weapon, perhaps he would need to go down and make his way through the bushes. He tugged at his belt, and his revolver slipped out of its hiding place with the ease of a warm and silky animal. He groped in the dark toward the door and cautiously opened it, barely wide enough to get his head through, the heavy hinges creaking faintly. Emerging suddenly from the darkness of his room to the diffused clarity of the sidereal light, he saw the clump of bushes near the tower, and farther on, the dim white farmhouse, and opposite stood the black hump of the mountains piercing the sky, in which flickered the stars. This vision lasted but an instant, he could see no more. Suddenly 2 tiny flashes, 2 serpents, of fire leaped from the bushes, one after the other, cutting luminous streaks through the dark, followed by 2 almost simultaneous reports. Jamie perceived an acrid odor of burnt powder. At the same time he felt just above his scalp a numbing, violent shock, something abnormal, which seemed to touch him, and yet not touch him, the sensation of a blow from a stone. Something dropped upon his face like a light, impalpable shower. Blood. Earth. The surprise lasted only an instant. Someone behind the bushes close to the stairway had fired at him. The enemy was there. In the darkness he saw the point from which the flashes had emerged, and, reaching his right arm outside the door, he fired, 1, 2, 5 times, all the cartridges contained in the cylinder. He fired almost blindly, uncertain of his aim in the dark, and trembling with anger. A faint sound of crashing branches, an almost imperceptible undulation in the bushes, filled him with savage joy. He had hit the enemy undoubtedly, and he raised his hand to his head to convince himself that he was not wounded. As he passed his fingers over his face something small and granulated fell from his cheeks. It was not blood, it was sand, dust, and mortar. He felt along the wall just above his head and discovered two small, funnel-like holes, still warm. The two balls had grazed his scalp, and had lodged in the wall, an almost imperceptible distance above his head. Febra was rejoiced at his good luck. He, safe, unharmed, but his enemy, how about him? Where was he at that moment? Ought he to go down and search among the tamarisks for him, to taunt him in his agony? Suddenly the shout was repeated, the savage howl, far, very far away, somewhere near the farmhouse, a howl triumphant, mocking, which Jamie interpreted as an announcement of an early return. The dog of Kanmalorki, aroused by the gunshots, was barking dismally. Other dogs in the distance answered. The howling of the man moved farther away, with incessant repetitions, steadily growing more remote, more faint, merging into the mysterious night. Chapter 3. The Challenge in the Night. No sooner had day dawned than the little chaplain appeared at the tower. He had heard everything. His father, who was a heavy sleeper, had perhaps not yet been informed of the event. The dog might bark, and a fierce battle might rage near the farmhouse, but good old Pep, when he went to bed, tired out with his day's work, became as insensible as a dead man. The other members of the family had spent a night of anguish. His mother, after several attempts to arouse her husband, with no better success than to draw forth incoherent mumbling, followed by yet louder snoring, had spent the night praying for the soul of the Senor of the tower, believing him dead. Margalida, who slept near her brother, had called him in a stifled and agonized voice when the first shots rang out, "Do you hear, Pepet?" The poor girl had arisen and lighted the candle, by the dim radiance of which the boy had seen her pale face and terrified eyes. Forgetting everything, she had flung her arms about, lifting her hands to her head. "They have killed Don Jamie. My heart tells me that they have." She trembled at the echo of the fresh shots. A regular rosary of reports, according to the little chaplain, had answered the first discharges. "That was you, wasn't it, Don Jamie?" continued the boy. "I recognized your pistol at once, and so I said to Margalida. I remember that afternoon you shot off your revolver on the beach. I have a good ear for such things." Then he told of his sister's despair, how she had gathered her clothing, intending to dress so that she might rush to the tower. Pepet would accompany her. Then, suddenly becoming timid, she refused to go. She did nothing but weep, and she would not allow the boy to make his escape by climbing over the barnyard fence. They had heard the howling near the farmhouse, some time after the shooting, and, as he spoke of this war cry, the boy smiled mischievously. Then Margalida, suddenly tranquilized by her brother's words, had become silent, but during the whole night the little chaplain heard sighs of anguish and a gentle whispering as of a low voice murmuring words and words with tireless monotony. She was praying. Then, when daylight came, everyone arose except his father, who continued his placid sleep. As the women timidly peeped out from the porch, full of gloomy thoughts, they expected to behold a terrifying picture, the tower in ruins, and the Majorcan's corpse lying above the wreck. But the little chaplain had laughed on seeing the door open, and near it, as on other mornings, Don Jamie, with naked chest, splashing in a tank which he himself brought from the beach filled with sea water. He had not been mistaken when he laughed at the women's terror. No one living could kill his Don Jamie, that was what he said, and he knew something of men. Then, after Jamie's brief account of the events of the night before, screwing up his eyes with the expression of a very wise person, Pepet examined the two holes made in the wall by the bullets. "And your head was here, where mine is. Futro." His eyes reflected admiration, devout idolatry, for this wonderful man, whose life had just been saved by a veritable miracle. Trusting in his knowledge of the people of the country, Febra questioned the boy about the supposed aggressor, and the little chaplain smiled with an air of importance. He had heard the war cry. It was the minstrel's manner of howling, many might have imagined it was he. He howled that way at the serenades, at the afternoon dances, and on coming away from a wooing. But it was not he, Don Jamie, I am sure. If anyone should ask the minstrel he would be free to say yes, just to give himself importance. But it was the other, the ironworker. I recognized his voice, and so did Margalida. In continuation, with a grave expression, as if he wished to test the Majorcan's mettle, he spoke of the silly fear of the women, who declared that the civil guard of San Jose must be notified. "You won't do that, will you, Don Jamie? That would be foolish. The police are only needed by cowards." The deprecatory smile, and the shrug of the shoulders with which Febra answered him, reassured the boy. "I was certain of that. It's not the custom on the island, but, as you are a foreigner, you are right, every man should defend himself. that's what is a man for, and in case of need, he counts on his friends. As he said this, he strutted about, as if to call attention to the powerful aid on which Don Jamie might count in moments of danger. The little chaplain wished to work this situation to his own advantage, and he advised the Senor that it would be a good idea to have him come and live in the tower. If Don Jamie were to ask Senor Pep, it would be impossible for his father to refuse. It would be well for Don Jamie to have him near, then there would be two for the defense, and, to strengthen his petition, he recalled his father's anger and the certainty that he intended to take him to a visor at the beginning of next week to shut him up in the seminary. What would the Senor do when he found himself deprived of his best friend? In his desire to demonstrate the value of his presence, he censured Febra's forgetfulness of the night before. Who would think of opening the door and looking out when someone was there with weapon prepared, challenging him? It was a miracle that he had not been killed. What about the lesson he had given him? Did he not remember his advice about climbing down from the window, at the back of the tower, to surprise the enemy? That is true, said Jamie, really ashamed at his forgetfulness. The little chaplain, who was proudly enjoying the effect of this advice, started with surprise as he looked through the doorway. My father. Pep was slowly climbing the hill, his arms clasped behind his back, seemingly in deep meditation. The boy became alarmed at the sight of him. Undoubtedly he was very cross over the latest news. It would not be well for them to meet just now, and repeating once again the advisability of Febra's having him as a companion, he flung his legs out of the window, turning upon his belly, resting a second on the sill, and disappeared down the side of the wall. The peasant entered the tower and spoke without emotion of the happenings of the night before, as if this were a normal event which but slightly altered the monotony of country life. The women had told him, he was such a heavy sleeper. So it had not amounted to anything. He listened, with lowered eyes, twiddling his thumbs, to the brief tale. Then he went to the door to examine the 2 bullet holes. A miracle, Don Jamie, a genuine miracle. He returned to his chair, remaining motionless a long time, as if it cost him a great effort to make his dull mind operate. The devil has broken loose, Senor. It was sure to happen, I told you so. When a man makes up his mind to have the impossible, everything goes wrong, and there's an end to peace. Then, raising his head, he fixed his cold, scrutinizing eyes on Don Jamie. They would have to notify the alcalde, they must tell the whole business to the civil guard. Febra made a negative gesture. No, this was an affair between men, which he would handle himself. Pep sat with his eyes fixed enigmatically on the Senor, as if struggling with opposing ideas. You are right, said the phlegmatic peasant. Foreigners usually had other notions, but he was glad that the Senor said the same as would his poor father, may he rest in peace. Everyone on the island thought the same, the old way was the best way. Then Pep, without consulting the Senor, exposed his plan for helping in the defense. It was a duty of friendship. He had his gun at home. He had not used it for some time, but when he was young, during the lifetime of his famous father, may he rest in peace, he had been a fair shot. He would come and spend the nights in the tower, to keep Don Jamie company, so that he should not be taken unaware. Neither was the peasant surprised at the firm negative of the Senor, who seemed to be offended by the proposition. He was a man, not a boy, needing companionship. Let everyone sleep in his own house, and let happen what fate decreed. Pep assented also with nods of his head to these words. The same would his father have said, and like him all good people who followed ancient customs. Febra seemed a true son of the island. Then, softened by the admiration this courage of Don Jamie's inspired in him, he proposed another arrangement. Since the Senor did not wish company in his tower, he might come down to Canmalorky to sleep. They could fix him up a bed somewhere. Febra felt tempted by the opportunity to see Margalida, but the tone of weakness in which the father gave the invitation, and the anxious glance with which he awaited a reply, caused him to refuse. No, thank you very much, Pep. I will stay here in the tower. They might think I had moved down to your house because I was afraid. The peasant nodded assent. He understood. He would do the same in a like situation. But Pep would try to sleep less at night, and if he heard shouts or shots near the tower he would come out with his old firelock. As if this self-imposed obligation of sleeping on guard, ready to expose his skin in defense of his old-time patron, broke the calm in which he had maintained himself until then, the peasant raised his eyes and clasped his hands. Oh, Lord! Oh, Lord! The devil is let loose. He repeated, "There will be no more peace, and all for not believing what I told you, for going against the current of old customs, which have been established by wiser people than those of the present day. And what is all this leading to?" Febra tried to reassure the peasant, and a thought escaped him which he had intended to keep concealed. Pep might rejoice. He was going to leave forever, not wishing to disturb the peace of himself and family. Ah, was the Senor really going away? The peasant's joy was so keen, and his surprise so lively that Jamie hesitated. He seemed to see in the peasant's little eyes a certain malice. Did the islander imagine that his sudden determination was caused by fear of his enemies? "I am going," he said, looking at Pep with hostility, "but I am not sure when. Later, when it suits my convenience. I can't leave here until the man who is looking for me finds me." Pep made a gesture of resignation, his gladness vanished, but he was about to assent to these words also, adding that thus would his father have done, and thus he himself thought best. When the peasant arose to take his leave, Febra, who was standing near the door, saw the little chaplain by the farmhouse, and this recalled the boy's desire to his mind. If the request would not put Pep out, he might let the youngster keep him company in the tower. But the father received this suggestion with displeasure. No, Don Jamie. If he needed company, here he was himself, a man. The boy must study. The devil was let loose, and it was high time to impose his authority so that order should be maintained in the family. Next week he intended taking him back to the seminary. That was final. On being left alone, Febra went down to the beach. Uncle Ventilera was caulking the seams of his beached boat with tow and pitch. Lying in it as if it were an enormous coffin, with his weak eyes he sought out the leaks, and on finding one he would begin singing his Latin jargon in a loud voice. Feeling the boat move and seeing the Senor leaning over the edge, the old man smiled with amusement, and ended his canticles. "Holoa, Don Jamie." Uncle Ventilera was informed of everything. The women of Canmalorky had told him the news, and by this time it had circulated all over the district, but only from ear to ear, as these things must be spoken in order to keep him from the police who muddle everything. So someone had come after him the night before, challenging him to step outside the tower. He. The same thing had happened to him in times gone by, when, between voyages, he was making love to the girl he married. A certain comrade who had become a rival had howled at him, but he had gotten the girl, because he was the more clever. To sum it all up, he had given his friend a stab in the breast, which held him for a long time between life and death. Then he had lived on his guard whenever he was in port, to avoid the vengeance of his enemy, but the years pass, old grudges are forgotten, and finally the two comrades took up the smuggling trade together, sailing from Algiers to Ibiza, or along the Spanish Main. Uncle Ventilera laughed with a childish giggle, enjoying these recollections of his youth, recalling the memory of shooting scrapes, stabbing affrays, and provocations in the night. Alas, no one challenged him any more. This was only for young bloods. His accent betrayed melancholy at being no longer mixed up in these affairs of love and war, which he judged indispensable to a happy existence. Febra left the old man singing mass as he went on with his task of repairing the boat. In the tower he found the basket containing his supper upon the table. The little chaplain had left it without waiting, obeying, no doubt, some urgent call of the ill-humored father. After eating, Jamie went out again to examine the 2 holes which the projectiles had made in the wall. Now that the excitement of the danger was over, and he coldly appreciated the gravity of the situation, he felt a vengeful anger, more intense than that which had impelled him to rush to the door the night before. Had his enemy aimed a few millimeters lower, he would have rolled into obscurity, at the foot of the steps, like a hunted beast. Cristo! And could a man of his class die thus, the victim of treachery, ambushed by one of these rustics? His anger assumed a vengeful impulse. He felt the necessity of taking the offensive, of making his appearance, serene and threatening, in the presence of the men among whom were numbered some of his adversaries. He took down his gun, examined the action, slung it over his shoulder and descended from the tower, taking the same road as on the previous afternoon. As he passed Canmalorky, the barking of the dog brought Margalida and her mother to the door. The men were in a distant field which Pep was cultivating. The mother, tearful, and with her words broken by sobs, could only grasp the Senor's hands. Don Jamie. He must be very careful, he must stay close in his tower, and be constantly on guard against his enemies. Margalida, silent, her eyes extraordinarily wide open, gazed at Febra, revealing admiration and anxiety. She did not know what to say, her simple soul seemed to shrink humbly within itself, finding no words to express her thoughts. Jamie continued on his way. Several times he turned and saw Margalida standing on the porch, looking after him anxiously. The Senor was going hunting, as he had done before, but he was taking the mountain trail, he was going to the pine forest where stood the forge. During his walk Febra thought over plans of attack. He was determined to try conclusions at once. The moment that the manslayer should appear at the door of his house, he would let him have the 2 shots from his gun. He, Jamie Febra, carried on his business in the light of day, and he would be more fortunate, his balls would not lodge in the wall. When he arrived at the forge he found it closed. Nobody at home. The ironworker had disappeared, neither was the old woman there to receive him with the hostile glare of her single eye. He seated himself at the foot of the tree as before, his gun ready, sheltered behind the trunk, in case this apparent desertion of the premises was only a trick. A long time passed. The wild doves, emboldened by the stillness of the surrounding forge, fluttered about in the little clearing unheeding the motionless hunter. A cat crept cautiously over the rickety roof, and crouched like a tiger, trying to capture the restless sparrows. Delay and inaction calmed Febra. What was he doing here, far from home, in the heart of the forest, twilight about to fall, lying in wait for an enemy of whose active hostility he had only vague suspicions? Perhaps the ironworker had locked himself in his house on seeing him approach, so that further waiting would be useless. It might be that he and the old woman had gone on some long excursion and might not return until night. He must go. Gun in hand, ready to attack in case he should meet the enemy, he began his return to the valley. Once more he passed the fields and again he met the peasants and the girls, who looked at him with eager curiosity, barely replying to his greeting. Again, in the same place as before, he met the minstrel with his bandaged head, surrounded by friends to whom he was talking with violent gesticulations. When he recognized the Senor of the tower, before his comrades could prevent him, he bent down to the hardened furrows of the earth and picked up 2 stones and flung them at him. These missiles, thrown by a forceless arm, did not make half their intended journey. Then, exasperated by the contemptuous serenity of Febra, who continued on his way, the boy broke into threats. He would kill the Magican, he declared it at the top of his voice. Let 'em all hear that he had sworn to destroy this man. Jamie smiled gloomily. No, the angry lamb was not the one who had come to the pirate's tower to kill him. His outrageous boasting was enough to prove that. The Senor spent a peaceful evening. After supper, when Margalida's brother had said good night, depressed by the certainty that his father would never desist from his determination of taking him back to the seminary, Jamie closed the door, piling the table and chairs against it. He did not intend to be surprised while he was asleep. He blew out the light and sat smoking in the dark, amusing himself by watching the tiny brand on the end of his cigar widen and shrink as he drew upon it. His gun was near him and his revolver was in his belt ready for use at the slightest sound at the door. His ear was habituated to the murmurs of the night and to the surging of the sea, but he sought beyond them for some sound, some evidence that in this lonely retreat there were other human beings than himself. Finally he looked at the face of his watch by the light of his cigar. 10 o'clock. Far away he heard barking, and Jamie thought he recognized the dog of Can Malorki. Perhaps it indicated the passing of someone on his way to the tower. Now the enemy might be near. It was not unlikely that he was dragging himself cautiously outside the path among the tamarisks. He arose, reaching for his gun, feeling in his belt for his revolver. As soon as he should hear a cry of challenge, or a voice near the door, he would climb out of the window, make his way cautiously around the tower, and get behind the enemy. More time passed. Still nothing. Febra wished to look at his watch, but his hands would not obey his will. The ruddy point no longer glowed on the end of his cigar. His head had at last fallen back upon the pillow, his eyes closed, he heard cries of challenge, shots, curses, but it was in his dreams, as if in another world, where insults and attacks do not arouse one's sensibilities. Then, nothing. A dense shadow, a night of profound sleep. He was awakened by a ray of sunshine which filtered through a crack in the window and shone upon his eyes. The morning light again brought into relief the whiteness of the walls which during the night seemed to sweat the shadows and barbaric mysteries of former centuries. Jamie arose in good spirits, and as he removed the barricade of furniture which obstructed the doorway, he laughed, somewhat ashamed of his precautions, considering them almost a sign of cowardice. The women of Canmalorky had worked upon his nerves with their fears. Who would be likely to seek him in his tower, knowing that he was on the alert and would meet a trespasser with shots? The ironworker's absence when Jamie had presented himself at the forge, and the calm of the night before, gave food for thought. Was the manslayer wounded? Had some of Jamie's balls reached their mark? He spent the morning on the sea. Tio Ventilera took him to the Vedra, praising the lightness and other merits of his boat. He repaired it year after year, not a splinter of its original construction being left in it. They fished in the shelter of the rocks until mid-afternoon. On their way back Febra saw the little chaplain running along the beach waving something white. Before landing, while the prow of the boat was scraping along the gravel, the boy called to him with the impatience of one who has great news. "A letter, Don Jamie." A letter. Actually, in that remote corner of the world, the most extraordinary event that could disturb the everyday life was the arrival of a letter. Febra turned it over in his hands, examining it as something strange and rare. He looked at the seal, then at the address on the envelope. He recognized it. It aroused in his memory the same impression as a familiar face with which we cannot associate a name. From whom was it? Meanwhile the little chaplain gave detailed explanations of the great event. The letter had been brought by the foot postman in the middle of the morning. It had come by the mail steamer from Palma, arriving in Ibiza the night before. If he wished to answer it he must do so without loss of time. The boat would return to Majorca the following day. On his way to the tower Jamie broke the seal and looked for the signature. Almost at the same moment his recollection grew clear and a name surged to his mind, Pablo Valls. Captain Pablo had written to him after a year of silence, and his letter was long, several sheets of commercial paper covered with close writing. At the first few lines the Majorcan smiled. The captain himself seemed there in those written words, with his vigorous and exuberant personality, turbulent, kindly, and aggressive. Febra almost saw in the page before him his enormous, heavy nose, his grey whiskers, his eyes the color of oil speckled with flecks of tobacco color, his dented, chambergo hat thrust on the back of his head. The letter began, "Dear, shameless, fellow," and the opening paragraphs continued in the same style. "Something worthwhile," he murmured, smiling. "I must read this leisurely." He put it in his pocket with the eagerness of one who sharpens a pleasure by deferring it. Jamie climbed to the tower, after taking leave of the boy. He seated himself near the window, his chair tilted back against the table, and began to read. An explosion of mock fury, of affectionate insults, of indignation over events Jamie had actually forgotten, filled the first pages. Pablo Valls overflowed with amusing incoherency, like a charlatan condemned for a long time to silence who suffers the torture of his repressed verbosity. He flung into Febra's face his origin and his pride, which had impelled him to run away without telling his friends goodbye. In the last analysis you are descended from a race of inquisitors. His ancestors had burned the ancestors of Valls, let him not forget that. But the good must distinguish themselves from the bad in some way, and so he, the reprobate, the tutor, the heretic hated by everybody, had responded to this lack of friendship by busying himself with Jamie's affairs. Very likely he had already heard about this through his friend Tony Clapes, whose business was thriving, as usual, although he had suffered some setbacks of late. 2 of his vessels carrying cargoes of tobacco had been captured. But, to the gist of the matter. You know that I'm a practical man, a regular Englishman, an enemy to the wasting of time. And the practical man, the Englishman, in order to waste no words, covered 2 pages more with the explosions of his indignation at everything around him, at his racial brothers, timid and humble, who covered the hand of the enemy with kisses, at the descendants of the old-time persecutors, at the ferocious Padre Garau, of whom not even dust remained, against the whole island, the famous Roqueta, to which his people were held in subjection through love for its soil, a love returned with ostracism and insults. But let us not waste words, order, method, and clarity. Above all let us write practically. Lack of practical character is our ruination. Finally he came to the Popeswana, that imposing senora, whom Pablo Valls had only seen at a distance, as he seemed to her the personification of all the revolutionary impieties and of all the sins of his race. There is no hope for you in that direction. Febre's aunt remembered him only to lament his bad end and to praise the justice of the Lord, who punishes those who travel crooked paths and depart from sacred family traditions. Sometimes the good lady thought him in a visor, again she declared she knew for a certainty that her nephew had been seen in America, engaged in the meanest employments. Anyway, whelp of an inquisitor, your pious aunt will not remember you, and you need not expect the slightest assistance from her. It was now being whispered about the city that, definitely renouncing the pomps of this world and perhaps even the pontifical golden rose, which never arrived, she was about to turn over all her property to the priests of her court, going to shut herself up in a convent, with all the advantages of a privileged lady. The Popes was going away forever, it was impossible to expect anything from her. And here is where I come in, young Garau, I, the reprobate, the tutor, the long-tailed, who desire to be reverenced and adored by you as if you were Providence himself. Finally the practical man, the enemy of useless words, fulfilled his promise, and the style of the letter became concise, with a commercial dryness. First a long statement of the properties still possessed by Jamie at the time of his leaving Majorca, burdened with all manner of encumbrances and mortgages, then a list of his creditors, which was longer than that of his properties, followed by lists of interest due and other obligations, an entangled skein in which Febre's mind became wholly confused, but through which Valls made direct headway, with the confidence of those of his race for disentangling jumbled business affairs. Captain Pablo had allowed half a year to pass without writing to his friend, but he had occupied himself daily over his affairs. He had haggled with the most ferocious usurers of the island, insulting some, outwitting others in finesse, resorting to persuasion or to bravado, advancing money to satisfy the more urgent creditors, who threatened attachment. In conclusion, he had left his friend's fortune free and sound, but it emerged from the terrible battle shrunken and comparatively insignificant. There only remained to Febre some thousands of duros, perhaps it would not amount to 15,000, but this was better than to live in his former position as a grandson or without anything to eat, and subjected to the persecution of his creditors. It is time that you come home. What are you doing there? Are you going to spend the rest of your life like a Robinson Crusoe, in that pirate's tower? He could live modestly, living is cheap in Majorca. Besides, he could solicit an office from the government. With his name and pedigree it would not be difficult to accomplish that. He might devote himself to commerce under the direction and advice of a man like himself. If he wished to travel it would not be difficult for Valls to secure him a position in Algiers, in England, or in America. The captain had friends everywhere. Come back soon, young Garau, dear old inquisitor. I have no more to say. Febre spent the rest of the afternoon reading the letter or strolling about the environs of the tower, deeply stirred by this news. Recollections of his past existence, dimmed by his rural and solitary life, stood out now with the same vividness as if they were the events of yesterday. The cafes on the Bourne, his friends in the casino. How strange to return there, passing at a bound into city life after his half-savage seclusion in the tower. He would go at once. His mind was made up. He would start the next morning, taking advantage of the return trip of the same steamer which had brought the letter. The memory of Margalida rose in his mind as if to detain him on the island. She appeared in his imagination with her white face, her adorable figure, her timid and lowered eyes, which seemed to conceal the dark ardor of her pupils as if it were a sin. Should he leave her, never see her again, then she would become the wife of one of those rough peasants who would make no better use of her beauty than to waste it in daily tasks in the field, gradually converting her into a farm animal, black, calloused, and wrinkled. A pessimistic thought soon aroused him from this cruel doubt. Margalida did not love him, she could not love him. Disconcerting silence and mysterious tears were the only response he had succeeded in eliciting by his declarations of love. Why should he persist in trying to conquer that which seemed to everybody to be impossible? Why continue the senseless struggle against the whole island for a woman he was not as yet sure loved him? The joy of the recent news turned Febre into a skeptic. Nobody dies of love. Yet it would cost him a great effort to abandon this country on the morrow. He would experience profound sorrow when the African whiteness of Canmelorki should fade from his view, but, once he had shaken himself free of the atmosphere of the island, no longer living among rustics, and had gone back to his old life, perhaps Margalida would linger only as a vague memory, and he would be the first to laugh at this passion for a peasant girl, the daughter of a former retainer of his family. He hesitated no longer. He would spend the night in the solitude of his tower, like a primitive man, one of those who live lying in ambush against danger, ready to kill. Tomorrow night he would be seated at a table in a café beneath the light of an electric chandelier, seeing carriages beside the pavements, and gazing at women more beautiful than Margalida strolling along the Paseo del Born. Back to Majorca, then. He would not live in a palace, the Febra mansion he would lose forever, according to the arrangement made by his friend Valls, but he would not fail to have a neat little house in the ward of Terreno or somewhere near the sea, and in it the motherly care of Mammy Antonia. No sorrow, no shame would await him there. He would even be rid of the presence of Don Benito Valls and his daughter, from whom he had so discourteously fled, without a word of excuse. The rich Chueta, according to his brother's letter, now lived in Barcelona for the sake of his health, so he said, but undoubtedly, as Captain Pablo believed, this journey was taken for the purpose of finding a son-in-law unhampered by the prejudices which persecuted those of his race on the island. As night closed in, the little chaplain came with his basket of supper. While Febra was greedily eating, with the appetite aroused by his gladsome news, the boy's eager eyes roved about the room to see if he could discover the letter which had so piqued his curiosity. Nothing was in sight. The Señor's good spirits finally enlivened him also, and he laughed without knowing why, feeling obliged to be in a good humor since Don Jaime was so. Febra joked him about his approaching return to the seminary. He was thinking of making him a present, an extraordinary gift, he could never guess what, compared to it the knife would be worthless. As he said this his eyes traveled toward the gun hanging on the wall. When the boy took his leave, Febra closed the door and diverted himself by taking an inventory and making a distribution of the objects which filled his dwelling. Within an old crudely carved wooden chest, laid away between fragrant herbs, was the clothing carefully folded by Margalida in which he had come to Majorca. He would put them on in the morning. He thought with a kind of terror of the torture of the boots and the torment of the stiff collar after his long season of rustic freedom, but he intended to leave the island as he had come to it. Everything else he would present to Pep, except the gun, which would go to his son. He smiled as he thought of the expression of the young seminarist when he should receive this gift, which came rather late. By the time he could go hunting with it he would be a priest of one of the island districts. He drew Val's letter from his pocket again, taking pleasure in reading it over and over, as if each time he found fresh items of interest. While reading these paragraphs, which were already familiar, his mind was dwelling on the good news. His loyal friend Pablo, how timely was his advice! It called him from a visor at the most opportune instant, when he was in open war with all these rude people, who were eager for the death of the stranger. The captain was right. What was he doing there, like a new Robinson Crusoe, and one who could not even enjoy the peace of solitude? Valls, opportune, as ever, delivered him from his danger. His life of a few hours before, when he had not yet received the letter, seemed to him absurd and ridiculous. He was a new man now. He smiled with shame and pity for that madman who, the day before, with his gun across his shoulder, had journeyed up the mountain to seek a former prisoner, challenging him to a barbarous duel in the solitude of the forest, as if all the life of the planet were concentrated on this little island and one must kill in order to live. As if there were no life nor civilization beyond the sheet of blue which surrounded this bit of land, with its primitive-souled inhabitants clinging to the customs of former centuries. What folly! This was to be the last night of his savage existence. On the morrow everything which had occurred would be but an interesting recollection, with tales of which he could entertain his friends on the Born. Febra suddenly cut the trend of these thoughts, raising his eyes from the paper. As his gaze encountered half the room in shadow and the other half in a ruddy glow, which made objects flicker and tremble, he seemed to return from the long journey on which his imagination had drawn him. He was still living in the pirate's tower, he was still in the midst of darkness, of solitude peopled with whispers of nature, in the interior of a cube of stone, the walls of which seemed to sweat dark mystery. He had heard something outside, a cry, a howl, different from that of the other night, more stifled, more indistinct. Jaime received the impression that the cry came from very near, that perhaps it was uttered by someone hidden in the clusters of tamarisks. He concentrated his attention and the howl came again. It was the same wild yell he had heard the other night, but low, repressed, hoarse, as if he who uttered it feared that the cry would scatter too much, and had placed his hands around his mouth in order to send it directly by means of this natural trumpet. His first surprise subsided, he laughed softly, shrugging his shoulders. He did not intend to stir. What did primitive customs matter to him now, these peasant challenges? Howl, my good man, yell until you're tired. I'm deaf. To divert his mind he returned to the reading of his letter, enjoying with particular zest the long list of creditors, many of whose names evoked choleric visions or grotesque recollections. The howl continued at long intervals, and each time that the hoarse stridency pierced the silence Febra thrilled with impatience and choler. Must he spend the whole night without sleep on account of this serenade of threats? It occurred to him that perhaps the enemy concealed in the bushes saw his light through the cracks of the door and that this caused him to persist in his provocations. He blew out the candle and laid down on the bed, experiencing a sensation of comfort at being in the dark, with his back sunk into the soft, yielding mattress. That barbarian might howl for hours, or until he lost his voice. He did not intend to stir. What did the insults matter to him now? And he laughed with a joy of physical comfort, lying in his soft couch, while the other was making himself hoarse out there in the bushes, with his weapon ready and his eye alert. What a disappointment for the enemy! Febra was almost lulled to sleep by these cries of challenge. He had barricaded the door as he had done the night before. As long as the shouts continued he knew that he was in no danger. Suddenly, by a supreme effort, he sat up, flinging off a stupor which preceded sleep. He no longer heard howls. It was the mystery of silence which had awakened him, a silence more threatening and disquieting than the hostile shouts. By listening intently he thought he could perceive a movement, a faint creaking of wood, something like the insignificant weight of a cat creeping from step to step, climbing up the stairway to the tower, with long intervals of waiting. Jamie felt for his revolver, and he sat holding it with a tight clutch. The weapon seemed to tremble between his fingers. He began to feel the anger of the strong man who realizes the presence of an enemy at his door. The cautious ascent ceased, perhaps halfway up the stairs, and after a long silence, Febra heard a low voice, a voice meant for him alone. It was the voice of the ironworker. It invited him to step outside, it called him coward, uniting to this insult outrageous indignities against the detested Isle of Majorca where Jamie was born. Jamie sprang from his couch with a sudden impulse, the springs creaking loudly beneath him. As he arose to his feet in the dark, with his revolver in his hand, he began to feel nothing but scorn for his challenger. Why heed him? It were better to go back to bed. There was a long pause, as if the enemy, when he heard the creaking springs, stood waiting for the inhabitant of the tower to come out. Time passed, and the hoarse and insulting voice once more pierced the calm of night. It called him coward again, it invited the Majorcan to come out. Come out, you son of a... At this insult Febra trembled, and thrust his revolver back into his belt. His mother, his poor mother, pale and sick, and as sweet as a saint, whose memory was evoked by the greatest of infamies in the mouth of that criminal. He started instinctively toward the door, colliding after a few steps with the barricade of tables and chairs. No, not the door. A rectangle of blue and hazy light was framed by the dark wall. Jamie had opened the window. The starry light faintly illuminated the contraction of his countenance, a cold grin, desperate, cruel, which gave him resemblance to the Knight Commander Don Priamo and other navigators of war and destruction whose dust-covered portraits were hanging in the great house in Majorca. He seated himself on the window, threw his legs over the sill, and cautiously began to descend, feeling with his toes for the hollows in the wall. As his feet touched earth he drew his revolver from his belt, and bending low, one hand on the ground, he crept around the base of the tower. His feet became entangled in the roots of the tamarisks which the wind had bared, and which sunk in the earth like a tangled skein of black serpents. Each time that he was stopped by a mesh of roots, each time that a stone rolled down or made a sound, he stopped, holding his breath. He was trembling, not with fear, but with the eagerness of the hunter who fears he may arrive too late. He longed to fall upon the enemy, to lay hands upon him while he stood near the door muttering his deadly insults. Dragging himself along the ground, he came to where he could see the lower end of the stairway, then the upper steps, and finally the door, which stood out white in the light of the stars. Nobody. The enemy had fled. In his surprise he stood erect, intently watching the black and undulating spot of bushes which extended around the foot of the stairway. Suddenly a red serpent, a streak of flame, followed by a tiny cloud and a thunderclap, leapt from out the tamarisks. Jamie thought he had been struck in the breast by a stone, a hot pebble, perhaps flung into the air by the concussion from the detonation. It's nothing, he thought. But at the same instant he found himself lying on the ground flat on his back. He turned instinctively, lying with his breast on the earth, resting on one hand, extending the other which grasped the revolver. He felt strong, he repeated to himself that it was nothing, but suddenly his body almost refused to obey his will. He seemed to be glued to the ground. He saw the bushes move, as if stirred by some dark animal, cautious and malignant. There was the enemy. It thrust out first its head, then its trunk, and finally its legs from the crackling bushes. With the rapid vision which accompanies the drowning man, a vision in which are concentrated fleeting recollections of all his former life, Febvre thought of his youth, when he used to fire off his pistol while lying on the ground in the garden at Palma as if rehearsing for a deadly encounter. The preparation of long ago was going to stand him in good stead now. He clearly saw the black bulk of the enemy, motionless and in the line of sight of his revolver. His vision was becoming more hazy, more indistinct, as if the night was steadily growing darker. The enemy was approaching cautiously, also with a weapon in his hand, no doubt with the intention of finishing his deadly work. Then Febvre pulled on the trigger, once, twice, and again, believing that the weapon did not work, failing to hear the detonations, telling himself in his desperation that his enemy was going to fall upon him while he was without means of defense. He no longer saw the enemy. A white haze spread before his eyes, his ears buzzed, but when he thought he felt his adversary near, the mist cleared away, he saw the calm blue light of night again, and, a few steps away, also stretched on the ground, lay a body writhing, arching itself, clawing the earth, emitting a harsh groan, a hiccup of death. Jamie could not understand this marvel. Really was it he himself who had fired a shot? He tried to get up, but as he touched the ground his hands dabbled in a thick, warm clay. He touched his breast and he also found it wet by something warm and thick, dripping ceaselessly in slender streams. He tried to contract his legs in order to kneel, but his legs would not obey him. Only then was he convinced that he was wounded. His eyes lost clearness of vision. He saw the tower double, then triple, then a curtain of cubes of stone extending along the coast, sinking into the sea. An acrid taste spread from his palate to his lips. It seemed to him that he was drinking something warm and strong, but that he was drinking it wrong way about, by a caprice of the mechanism of his life, the strange liquor reaching his palate from the depths of his vitals. The black bulk which lay writhing and moaning a few steps away, seemed to grow larger every time he touched the ground in his contortions. Now he was an apoplectic animal, a monster of the night, which, as it arched its body, reached the stars. The barking of dogs, and the voices of human beings dissolved this phantom of solitude. Out of the darkness appeared lights. Don Jamie! Don Jamie! Whose voice was this? Where had he heard it before? He saw dark figures stirring about, bending over him, carrying red stars in their hands. He saw a man holding back another smaller one who carried in his hand a white lightning flash, perhaps a knife, with which he tried to finish the kicking monster. He saw no more. He felt a pair of soft arms lift his head. A voice, the same one he had heard a moment ago, tremulous and tearful, sounded in his ears, thrilling him to the depths of his soul. Don Jamie! Alas, Don Jamie! He felt on his mouth a sweet touch, something which caressed him with a silky sensation. Gradually the contact pressed more close, until it became a frantic kiss, desperate, mad with grief. Before sight forsook him he smiled weakly as he recognized near his own a pair of eyes tearful with love and pain, the eyes of Margalida. Chapter 4. Life and Love Command. When Febvre found himself in a room in Can Mallorquí, lying on a white bed, perhaps Margalida's bed, he began to recall the events of a short time before. He had walked to the farmhouse supported by Pep and the little chaplain, feeling on his back sympathetic, trembling hands. His recollections were vague, dim, surrounded by a nimbus of white haze, something resembling the confused memory of acts and words after a day of intoxication. He recalled that his head had fallen on Pep's shoulder with mortal weariness, that his strength was deserting him, as if his life were escaping with the warm and sticky stream trickling down his breast and his back. He recollected that behind him sounded deafening groans, broken words imploring the aid of all the celestial powers, and he, in his weakness, his temples palpitating from the buzzing that accompanied the dizziness, made strenuous efforts to steady himself, advancing step by step, with the fear of falling in the roadway and remaining there forever. How interminable seemed the journey down to Can Mallorquí. It appeared to have lasted hours, days. In his dulled memory the walk seemed as long as the whole of his former life. When at last friendly hands helped him climb into bed and began removing his clothing by the light of a candle, Febvre experienced a sensation of well-being and rest. He wished never to arise from this soft couch, he desired to remain here for all time. Blood. The brilliant red of blood everywhere, on his jacket and shirt which were tossed at the foot of the bed as if they were rags, on the stiff white sheets, in the basin of water which reddened as Pep wet a cloth to bathe Febvre's chest. Each garment removed from his body was dripping. His underclothing separated from his flesh with a wrench which made him shiver. The light of the candle, with its trembling flame, drew from the shadows a prevailing tone of red. The women began to wail. Margalida's mother, forgetting all prudence, clasped her hands and raised her eyes with an expression of terror. Reina Santissima. Febra wondered at these exclamations. He was all right, why were the women so alarmed? Margalida, silent, her eyes enlarged by terror, moved about the room, turning over clothing, opening chests with the precipitation of fear, but never becoming confused at the furious cries of her father. Good old Pep, frowning, a greenish pallor on his dark countenance, attended the wounded man, while at the same time he gave orders. Lint. Bring more lint. Silence, women. Why so many cries and lamentations? He ordered his wife to go in search of a little pot of marvelous unguent treasured up ever since the times of his glorious father, the formidable manslayer accustomed to wounds. And when the mother, astounded at these abrupt orders, started to join Margalida in search of the remedy, her husband called her back to the bedside. She must hold the Senor. Pep had turned him on his side in order to examine and wash his breast and back, declaring that he had seen worse sights than this in his younger days, and that he understood something about wounds. When the blood was wiped off with a wet cloth, 2 orifices were left exposed, one in the chest and the other in the back. Good. The ball had passed through his body, it would not have to be extracted, and this was an advantage. With his rustic hands, to which he endeavored to impart a feminine tenderness, he tried to form tampons of lint to introduce into the wounds, which continued gently emitting the red liquid. Margalida, wrinkling her brows and turning away to avoid meeting Febra's eyes, at last brushed Pep aside. Let me do it, father. Perhaps I can do it better. Jamie thought he felt on his bare flesh, sensitive, vibrating from the cruel wound, a sensation of coolness, of sweet calm, as the tampons were pressed into it by the girl's fingers. Jamie remained motionless, feeling against his back and on his breast the cloths piled up by the 2 women in their horror at the blood. The optimism which had animated him when he sank and fell near the tower, reappeared. Surely it was nothing, an insignificant wound, he felt better already. He was troubled by the sad expressions and the silence of those around him, and he smiled to encourage them. He tried to speak, but his first attempt at words produced extreme fatigue. The peasant restrained him with a gesture. Silence, Don Jamie, he must keep perfectly still. The doctor would soon be here. Pepet had mounted the best horse on the place and had ridden to San Jose to call him. On seeing Don Jamie's eyes opened wide in astonishment, persisting in his encouraging smile, Pep continued speaking in order to divert Febra's mind. He told him that he had been sound asleep when suddenly he was awakened by his wife calling him, and by the cries of the children, who made a rush for the door. Outside the farmhouse, in the direction of the tower, sounded shots. Another attack on the Senor, the same as 2 nights before. When Pepet heard the 2 last shots he seemed to rejoice. Those were from Don Jamie. He recognized the sound of his revolver. Pep had lighted a lantern, his wife took the candle, and they all rushed up the hill to the tower, without giving a thought to danger. The first one they found was the ironworker, his head streaming blood, writhing and howling like a demon. His sinful life was ended, God have mercy on his soul. Pep had been compelled to lay hands on his son, who had turned, furious and malignant as a monkey, when he saw who it was, and drew a great knife from his belt, with the intention of finishing him. Where had Pepet found that weapon? Boys are the very devil. A fine plaything for a seminarist. The father glanced significantly at the knife presented to the little chaplain by Febra, which was lying on a chair. They had discovered the Senor lying face downward near the tower stairway. Ah, Don Jamie, what a fright he and his family had. They thought him dead. In circumstances like this one realizes his affection for a person, and the good peasant glanced tenderly at Jamie, and was accompanied in this mute caress by the 2 women, who pressed close to the bed. This glance of affection and of sorrowful anxiety was the last thing Febra saw. His eyes closed, and he gradually fell into a stupor, without dreams, without delirium, in the grey softness of the void. When he opened his eyes again the light which illuminated the room was no longer red. He saw the candle hanging in the same place with its wick black and dull. A cold, gloomy light penetrated through the little window of the sleeping room, the light of dawn. Jamie experienced a sensation of chill. The covers were being withdrawn from his body, agile hands were touching the bandages of his wounds. The flesh, numb a few hours before, now flinched at the lightest touch with the excruciating vibration of the pain, arousing an irresistible desire to groan. Following with his clouded eyes the hands which were torturing him, Febvre saw a pair of black sleeves, then a cravat, a shirt collar different from those used by the peasants, and above all this a face with a grey moustache, a face he had often seen on the roads, but which failed to arouse in his memory a name. However, gradually he came to recognize it. It must be the doctor from San Jose whom he had seen frequently on horseback or driving along in a buggy, an old practitioner, wearing sandals like a peasant, and differing from him only in his cravat and his stiff collar, signs of superiority which he carefully maintained. How the man tormented him as he touched his flesh, which seemed to have grown tense, becoming more sensitive, with a sickly and timid sensitiveness, as if it would contract at the mere contact with air. When this face was lost to his view and he no longer felt the torture of the hands, he sank again into restful sleep. He closed his eyes, but his hearing seemed to be sharpened. He heard low voices in the next room, but he could only catch a few phrases. An unknown voice was congratulating himself that the ball had not remained in the body, undoubtedly in its trajectory it had passed through the lung. Here arose a chorus of exclamations of astonishment, of repressed sighs, and then of protest from the unfamiliar voice. Yes, the lung, but there was no cause for alarm. The lung heals readily. It is the most tractable organ of the whole body. The only thing to be feared is traumatic pneumonia. Hearing this, Febvre persisted in his optimism. It is nothing, it is nothing. And again he fell gently into the hazy sea of sleep, a sea immense, smooth, heavy, in which visions and sensations sank without causing a ripple or leaving a trace. From that instant Febvre lost count of time and reality. He still lived, he was sure of it, but his life was abnormal, strange, a long life of shadow and inconsequence with short intervals of light. He opened his eyes and it was night, the little window was black and the candle flame colored everything with flickering red spots which joined the shadows in a merry jig. He opened them again, imagining that only a few moments had passed, and it was day once more. A ray of sunshine entered the room, tracing a circle of gold at the foot of the bed. In this way day and night succeeded each other with strange rapidity, as if the course of time had become forever reversed, or it seemed to remain stationary, with a maddening monotony. When the sick man opened his eyes it was night, eternally night, as if the globe were overwhelmed by unending darkness. Again it seemed that the sun were forever shining, as in the Arctic regions. During one of his waking spells his eyes met those of the little chaplain. Thinking him suddenly better, the boy spoke in a low voice so as not to incur the ire of his father, who had commanded silence. The ironworker had already been buried. The bully lay rotting in the earth. What a true shot Don Jamie was! What a hand he had! He had broken the braggart's head. The boy recalled what had taken place afterward with the pride of one who has enjoyed the honor of witnessing an historic event. The judge had come from the city with his tasseled staff, the chief of the civil guard and 2 gentlemen carrying papers and bottles of ink, all with an escort of men wearing 3-cornered hats and carrying guns. These omnipotent personages, after a rest at Canmalorky, had climbed up to the tower, examining everything, prying all around, running over the ground as if to measure it, compelling him, the little chaplain, to lie down in the very spot where Don Jamie had been found, adopting a similar posture. After the visit of the magistrate some pious neighbors had borne the body of the ironworker to the cemetery of San Jose, and the powerful representatives of the law had come down to the farmhouse to quiz the wounded man. It was impossible to make him speak. He was sound asleep, and when they aroused him he looked at them with a vague stare, and immediately closed his eyes again. Really did not the Senor remember. They would question him again some other time when he was well. There was nothing to worry about, the magistrates and all honorable people were in his favor. As the ironworker had no near relatives to avenge his death and as he had made himself obnoxious, the people had no reason for keeping silent, and they all spoke the truth. The ironworker had gone 2 nights in search of the Senor in his tower, and the Senor had defended himself. It was certain that nothing would be done to him. Thus declared the little chaplain, who, on account of his warlike tendencies, possessed some of the characteristics of a jurisconsult. Self-defense, Don Jamie, it was the sole topic of conversation on the island. It was discussed in the cafes and casinos throughout the city. They had even written to Palma, giving news of the affair so that it would be published in the daily papers. By this time his friends in Majorca would have heard all about it. The trial would be short. The only one who had been taken to a visor and thrust into jail was the minstrel, on account of his threats and lies. He tried to make the people believe that it was he who had gone in search of the detested Majorcan. He extolled the ironworker as an innocent victim, but he was to be set at liberty at any time by the magistrate who was tired of his deceptions and his lying tales. The boy spoke of him with scorn. That chicken could not pride himself on having wounded a man. A mere farce. Sometimes when the injured man opened his eyes he saw the motionless and muffled figure of Pep's wife, who sat staring at him with expressionless eyes, moving her lips as if in prayer, and giving vent to profound sighs. No sooner did she encounter the glassy gaze of Febre than she ran to a small table covered with bottles and glasses. Her affection was manifested by an incessant desire to make him drink all the liquids ordered by the doctor. When, in moments of turbid wakefulness, Jamie found Margalida's face bending over him, he experienced a joy which helped to dispel his drowsiness. The girl's eyes wore an adoring and timorous expression. She seemed to be imploring forgiveness, with her tearful orbs outlined with blue against the nun-like delicacy of her skin. "For me. All on account of me," she seemed to say tacitly, with a gesture of remorse. She approached him timidly, vacillating, but without a flush of color, as if the strangeness of the circumstances had overcome her former shrinking. She arranged the disordered covers of his couch, she gave him to drink, and she raised his head to smooth his pillows. When Febre tried to speak she raised her index finger to impose silence. Once the wounded man grasped her hand as she passed and pressed it against his lips, caressing it with a prolonged kiss. Margalida dared not draw it away. She turned her head as if she wished to hide her tear-filled eyes. She groaned with anguish, and the sick man thought he heard expressions of remorse such as he had divined in her manner. "On account of me. It happened on account of me." Jamie experienced a sensation of joy at her tears. Oh, sweet almond blossom! Now he no longer saw the fine, pale face, he could distinguish only the flash of her eyes, surrounded by white mist, as one sees the splendor of the sun on a stormy morning. His temples throbbed cruelly, his sight grew turbid. The sweet stupor, soft and empty as nothingness, was succeeded by a sleep peopled with incoherent visions, of fiery images vibrating against a background of intense blackness, by torture which wrung from his breast groans of fear and cries of anguish. He was delirious. Often he would awake from one of his frightful nightmares for an instant, barely long enough to find himself sitting up in bed, his arms pinned down by other arms which endeavored to hold him. Then he would sink back into that world of shadows, peopled with horrors. In this fleeting consciousness, like a hasty vision of light from a breathing hole in the darkness of a tunnel, he recognized near his bed the sorrowful faces of the family of Can Malorki. Again his eyes would encounter those of the doctor, and once he even thought he saw the grey whiskers and the oil-colored eyes of his friend, Pablo Valls. Illusion. Madness, he thought, as he sank once more into lethargy. Sometimes while his eyes remained sunk in this world of gloom, furrowed by the red comets of nightmare, his ear vibrated weakly with words which seemed to come from far, very far away, but which were uttered near his bedside. Traumatic pneumonia, delirium. These words were repeated by different voices, but he doubted that they referred to himself. He felt well. This was nothing, a strong desire to continue lying down, a renunciation of life, the voluptuosity of keeping still, of lying there until the approach of death, which did not arouse in him the slightest fear. His brain, disordered by fever, seemed to whirl and whirl in mad rotation, and these cycles evoked in his confused mind an image which had often filled it. He saw a wheel, an enormous wheel, immense as a terrestrial sphere, its upper part lost in cloud, its lower arc merging in the sidereal dust which glittered in the darkness of the heavens. The tire of this wheel was composed of human flesh, millions and millions of human beings soldered together, welded, gesticulating, their extremities free, moving them to convince themselves of their activity and of their liberty, while the bodies were joined one to another. The spokes of the wheel attracted Febre's attention by their diverse forms. Some were swords, their blood-stained blades wound with garlands of laurel, the symbol of heroism; others seemed golden scepters tipped by crowns of kings or emperors; rods of justice, ingots of gold formed by coins laid one upon another; shepherd's crooks set with precious stones, symbols of divine guidance ever since men grouped themselves into flocks to timidly bore with their gaze fixed on high. The hub of this wheel was a skull, white, clean, shiny, as if made of polished ivory, a skull as big as a planet, which seemed to remain stationary while everything turned around it, a skull luminous, moon-like, which seemed to leer malignantly from its dark eye sockets, silently mocking at all this movement. The wheel turned and turned. The millions of human beings fastened to it in its continual revolution shouted and waved their hands, aroused to enthusiasm and enkindled with fervor by the velocity. Jamie saw that no sooner did they rise to the highest point than they began to descend head downward, but, in their illusion they imagined themselves traveling forward, admiring at each revolution new spaces, new things. They fancied the very point through which they had passed but a moment before an unfamiliar and astounding region. Ignorant of the immovability of the center around which they were turning, they believed with the best of faith that the movement was an advance. "How we are running! Where are we going to stop?" they cried. And Febra pitied their simplicity, seeing their elation at the rapidity of their imagined progress when they were actually remaining in the same place, rejoicing in the velocity of an ascension on which they started for the millionth time and which inevitably must be followed by the downward plunge. Suddenly Jamie felt himself pressed forward by an irresistible force. The great skull smiled at him mockingly. "You, also, why resist your destiny?" And he found himself fastened to the wheel, jumbled with that credulous and childish humanity, but lacking the consolation of their fond delusion. And his traveling companions insulted him, spat upon him, beat him in their indignation when they learned of his absurd denial of their movement, believing him insane for holding in doubt something which was visible to all. At last the wheel exploded, filling the black space with flames, with thousands of millions of cries and tremulous vibrations from the human beings hurled through the mystery of eternity, and he fell and fell, for years, for centuries, until he dropped upon the soft bed. Then he opened his eyes. Margalida stood near, gazing at him by the candle light with an expression of terror. It must be the early morning. The poor girl gave a gasp of fear as she grasped his arms with her trembling little hands. "Don Jamie! Don Jamie!" He had cried out like an insane man. He was leaning over the bed with an evident desire to fall to the floor. He had been talking about a wheel and a skull. "What is the matter, Don Jamie?" The invalid felt the loving touch of gentle hands, which smoothed his disordered clothing, drew up the covers and tucked them around his shoulders, maternally, with the same caressing care as if he were a child. Before sinking back into a state of mental confusion, before again passing through the fiery gateway of delirium, he saw close to his face the moist eyes of Margalida, which were ever growing more sad and tearful within their circles of blue. He felt the warm gust of her breath on his lips, and then he felt their thrill at a silky, moist contact, a light, timid caress similar to the brushing of a wing. "Sleep, Don Jamie. The Senor must sleep." And despite the respect with which she addressed him, her words possessed a murmur of affectionate intimacy, as if Don Jamie were to her a different man since the misfortune which had drawn them together. The delirium of fever dragged the sick man through strange worlds, where not the slightest vestige of reality remained. He was in his solitary tower again. The gloomy fortress was no longer constructed of stone, it was formed of skulls joined like blocks of stone by a mortar of bone dust. Of bones also were the hill and the cliffs along the coast, white skeletons the lines of foam which crowned the breakers from the sea. Everything that his view embraced, trees and mountains, ships and distant islands, became an ossified, glacial landscape. Craniums with wings similar to those of cherubims in religious pictures fluttered through the heavens uttering through their fleshless jaws hoarse hymns to the great divinity who filled the whole space with the folds of his shroud, and whose bony head was lost in the clouds. He felt that invisible beings were ripping off his flesh in bleeding tatters, which, having adhered to him throughout a whole lifetime, drew from him shrieks of pain as they were torn away. Then he beheld himself a white skeleton, bleached and polished, and a far-away voice seemed to murmur a horrible consecration in his ear cavities. The moment of true greatness had arrived. He had ceased being a man to become converted into a corpse. The slave had passed through the great initiation, and had changed to a demigod. The dead command. It was only necessary to see with what superstitious respect, with what servile fear, the city dwellers saluted those who were passing into the great beyond. The powerful bare their heads in the presence of the dead beggar. With the potent vision of his black and eyeless sockets, for which there was neither distance nor obstacle, he gazed upon the entire world. Dead, dead on every side. They filled everything. He beheld tribunals of men dressed in black, their eyes haughty and their gesture imposing, listening to the woes of their fellow creatures, while behind them stood an equal number of enormous skeletons, endowed with the grandeur of centuries, wrapped in togas, who were those who moved the hands of the judges as they wrote, and who dictated their sentences over their heads. The dead judge. He saw great halls of vertical light with concentric rows of seats, and on them hundreds of men speaking, vociferating and gesticulating, in the noisy task of making laws. Behind them crouched the real legislators, the dead, the deputies in their winding sheets, whose presence was unguessed by these men a grandiloquent vanity, who imagined that they ever spoke by their own inspiration. The dead legislate. In a moment of doubt it was sufficient for someone to recall what had been the opinion of the dead in former times in order to re-establish calm, everyone accepting their opinion. The dead, eternal and immutable, were the only reality. Men of flesh and blood were a mere accident, an insignificant bubble bursting with ostentatious pride. He saw white skeletons guarding like gloomy angels the gates of cities which they had built, watching the flock hemmed within, repelling as accursed the irresponsible madmen who refused to recognize their authority. He saw at the foot of great monuments, museum paintings, and shelves of books in the libraries, the mute grin of the craniums which seemed to say to men, "Admire us. This is our work, and all which you do will be after our example." The entire world belonged to the dead. They reigned. The living, as they opened their mouths to receive food, masticated particles of those who had preceded them along the pathway of life. When they wished to feast their eyes and ears on beauty, art offered them works and precedents established by the dead. Even love suffered this servitude. Woman in modesty or in bursts of passion, which she deemed spontaneous, unconsciously imitated her grandmothers, who had been temptresses with hypocritical modesty or frankly voluptuous, according to the epochs in which they lived. In his delirium the sick man began to feel oppressed by the density and number of these beings, white and bony, with eyeless sockets and malevolent grins, skeletons of a vanished life, obstinately determined to continue to subsist, dominating everything. They were so many, so many. It was impossible to even stir. Phèdre stumbled against their bare and prominent ribs, against the sharp angles of their hips, his ears vibrated with the dry creaking of their knee pans. They overpowered him, they asphyxiated him. There were millions upon millions, all the ancestors of the human race. Finding no space whereon to set their feet, they stood in rows one upon another. They were a kind of incoming tide of bones which rose and swelled until it reached the summit of the highest mountains and touched the clouds. Jamie was choking in this white inundation, hard and crackling. They trampled him underfoot, they weighed upon his chest with the heaviness of dead things. He was going to die. In his despair he clutched a hand which seemed to come from far away, appearing out of the shadows, the hand of a living being, a hand of flesh. He tugged at it and gradually in the fog the pale spot began to assume the form of a countenance. After his existence in a world of empty craniums and bleached bones, this human face caused him the same sense of grateful surprise as that experienced by the explorer on meeting with one of his race after a long sojourn among savage tribes. He tugged harder at the hand, the vagueness of the countenance became condensed, and he recognized Pablo Valls bending over him, moving his lips as if murmuring affectionate phrases which he could not hear. Again, the captain was always appearing in his delirium. After this rapid vision the sick man sank back into unconsciousness. Now his stupor was more tranquil. His thirst, that horrible thirst, which had impelled him to reach his hands outside the bed and to draw his lips away from the emptied glass with a gesture of unsatisfied eagerness, now began to diminish. In his delirium he had seen clear streams, great silent rivers, which he could never reach, his limbs overcome by a painful paralysis. Now he beheld a luminous and foaming cataract rolling down against the background of his dream, and at last he could walk. He could approach it, seeing it more clearly at each step, feeling the cool caress of the moisture on his face. From out the noise of this waterfall stifled voices reached his ears. Someone was talking of traumatic pneumonia again. It is conquered. And a voice added joyfully, "That is good. We have a man again." The invalid recognized this voice. Pablo Valls was ever reappearing in his delirium. He continued on his way, attracted by the coolness of the water. He stood beneath the sonorous torrent and he thrilled with voluptuous shivers as he received on his back the force of the falling stream. A sensation of freshness overspread his body, causing him to sigh with pleasure. His limbs seemed to relax beneath the icy touch. His chest broadened, overcoming the oppression which had tortured him until a moment ago, as if the whole earth weighed upon his body. He felt the haze clearing away from his brain. He was still delirious, but his delirium was not pierced by scenes of terror and cries of anguish. It was, instead, a placid sleep, in which the body relaxed, and his thoughts took wing through pleasant horizons of optimism. The foam of the cascade was white, reflecting the colors of the rainbow on its facets of liquid diamonds. The sky was a rose tint, with distant music and mild perfumes. Something trembled mysteriously, invisible, and at the same time smiling, in this fantastic atmosphere, a supernatural force which seemed to beautify it with its contact. It was returning health. The incessant waters falling over the cliffs, aroused in his memory former dreams. Once more the wheel, the immense wheel, the image of humanity, which turned and turned in its identical place, beginning one ascent after another, ever passing the same places. The sick man, revived by the sensation of coolness, thought that he possessed a new sense of understanding. Again he saw the wheel revolving through the infinite, but was it really stationary? Doubt, the beginning of new truths, caused him to look with closer attention. Was it not a deception of his own eyes? Was it he who was mistaken, and were not those millions of beings who uttered shouts of joy in their whirling prison right in thinking that they realized a fresh advance with each whirl? It was cruel for life to go on developing for hundreds of centuries in this deceptive agitation, concealing an actual inactivity. For what then the existence of created things? Had humanity no other purpose than to deceive itself, turning by its own effort the cylinder which imprisoned it, as birds by their springing cause the cage which is their prison to vibrate? Now he no longer saw the wheel. Before his vision passed an enormous globe of bluish color, on which were marked the seas and continents with outlines like those he had seen on maps. It was the Earth. He, an imperceptible molecule in the immensity of space, an abject spectator of the stupendous representation of nature, beheld the blue globe with its girdle of clouds. It also was revolving like the fatal wheel. It turned and turned upon itself with exasperating monotony, but this movement which was the nearest, the most visible, that which all could appreciate, was insignificant. Another movement was the one of real importance. Above that of the monotonous rotation, ever around the same axis, was that of translation, which dragged the globe through the infinitude of space in eternal travel, never repassing through the same place. Curses on the wheel. Life was not an eternal revolution through identical situations. Only the short-sighted, seeing no farther beyond, as they contemplated this movement, could imagine that it was the only one. The earth itself was the image of life. It ever rotated through determined spaces of time. Days and seasons were repeated, as, in the history of mankind, greatness and decline follow each other. But there was something more than all this, the movement of translation, which drew toward the infinite, ever forward, ever forward. The theory of the eternal re-beginning of things was false. Men and events were repeated as days and seasons on earth, but although everything seemed alike it was not really so. The outer form of objects might be similar, but the soul was different. No, the will had vanished. Perish inactivity. The dead could not command. The world, in its forward movement, ran so fast that they could not sustain themselves upon its surface. They clutched at the crust with their bony claws, struggling for years, perhaps for centuries, to keep firm hold, but the velocity of the race finally cast them off, leaving in their wake a trail of broken bones, of dust, of nothing. The world, filled with the living, traveled straight forward, never passing over the same place twice. Febre had seen it appear on the horizon like a tear of luminous blue, then grow larger and larger, until it filled the whole of space, passing near him with the velocity of a rotating projectile, and now it was becoming smaller again, fleeing through the opposite extreme. Now it was a drop, a point, nothing, becoming lost in obscurity. Who knew whither it was bound, and why? Futilely his ideas of a moment before, being now overcome, returned with the purpose of making a final protest, shouting that this movement of translation was equally false, and that the earth turned like a wheel around the sun. No, neither was the sun stationary, but with all its familiar company of planets, it fell and fell. If it is possible in the infinite to fall without rising, it traveled on and on, who knows toward what destination, or for what purpose. Definitely, abominating the wheel, he rent it to bits in his imagination, experiencing the joy of the convict who passes out through the door of his prison and breathes the air of freedom. He thought that scales fell from his eyes as from those of the Hebrew apostle at Damascus. He beheld a new light. Man is free, and he can liberate himself from the dead by an effort, cutting the knot of slavery that has soldered him to these invisible despots. He ceased dreaming, he sank into oblivion with the silent and intimate joy of the laborer resting after a profitable day's work. When, after a long time, he reopened his eyes, he found those of Pablo Valls fastened upon his. Valls was holding one of his hands, gazing at him affectionately with his amber pupils. He could no longer doubt, it was reality. He detected the odor of English tobacco, which always seemed to float around his mouth and beard. Was it not then an illusion? Had he really seen him in the course of his delirium? Was it his actual voice which he had heard in the midst of his nightmares? The captain burst into a laugh, displaying his long teeth, yellowed by the pipe. "Ah, my fine fellow," he exclaimed, "you're better, aren't you? The fever has gone, there is no longer any danger. The wounds are healed. You must feel the itching of 1,000 demons in them, something as if you had 1,000 wasps under the bandages. That is the formation of tissue, the new flesh which hurts as it grows." Jamie realized the truth of these words. In the region of his wounds he felt an itching, a tension which contracted his flesh. Valls read a supplication of curiosity in the eyes of his friend. "Do not talk. Do not tire yourself. How long have I been here?" About 2 weeks. I read about your accident in the Palma newspapers, and I came immediately. Your friend the Chueta will always be the same. What anxiety you have given us. Pneumonia, my boy, and in a dangerous form. You opened your eyes and you did not recognize me, you raved like a madman. But it's all over now. We have given you the best of care. Look, see who's here. He stepped away from the bed so that Febra might see Margalida, hidden behind the captain, shrinking and timid, now that the Senor could look at her with eyes free from fever. Ah, Almond Blossom. Jamie's glance, tender and sweet, brought a flush to her cheeks. She feared that the sick man might remember what she had done in the most critical moments, when she was almost sure that he was going to die. Now you must keep still, continued Valls. I will stay here until we can go back to Palma together. You know me. I understand everything, I'll arrange it all. Do I make myself clear? The Chueta winked one eye and smiled mischievously, sure of his cleverness in guessing the desires of his friends. Famous captain. Ever since his arrival at Canmalorque the entire family seemed dependent upon his orders, admiring him as a personage of immense power, tempered by eternal joviality. Margalida blushed at his words and winks, but she was fond of him for being so devoted to his friend. She remembered his eyes brimming with tears one night when they thought Don Jamie was going to die. Valls had wept, while at the same time he muttered curses. The little chaplain adored that great gentleman from Majorca ever since he saw him burst out laughing on learning that his parents intended him to be a priest. Pep and his wife followed him like obedient and submissive dogs. Several afternoons Pablo and the sick man discussed past events. Valls was a man quick in his decisions. You know that I never tire of doing for my friends. When I landed in Ibiza I went to see the judge. Everything can be satisfactorily arranged. You are in the right, and everybody knows it, self-defense. A few annoyances when you get well, but they won't amount to much. The matter of your health is decided also. What else is there? Ah, yes, there is something else, but I have that about settled also. He laughed knowingly as he said this, pressing the hands of Febra, who, on his part, wished to ask no more, fearful of suffering a disappointment. Once, when Margalida entered the room, Valls grasped her by the arm and drew her near the couch. Look at her, he said, with burlesque gravity, turning toward the sick man. Is this the girl you love? They haven't succeeded in changing her, have they? Then give her your hand, stupid. What are you doing there, staring at her with those frightened eyes? Febra clasped Margalida's right hand with both of his. Was it really true? His eyes sought those of the girl, which remained lowered, while emotion whitened her cheeks and made her nostrils palpitate. Now kiss each other, said Valls, gently shoving the girl toward Febra. But Margalida, as if she felt threatened by a danger, freed her hands. Fleeing from the room. Good, said the captain. You'll kiss each other before very long, when I'm not around. Valls declared himself in favor of this union. Did Febra love her? Then go ahead. This was more logical than the marriage with his niece for her father's millions. Margalida was a fine woman. He understood these things, when Jamie should take her away from the island, and accustom her to different ways and to different dress. With the adaptability of woman, it would soon be impossible to recognize the former peasant girl. I have arranged your future, young inquisitor. You know that your friend the Jew always accomplishes what he undertakes. You have enough left in Majorca so that you can live modestly. Don't shake your head, I know that you want to work, and now more than ever since you are in love and mean to raise a family. You will work. We'll set up a business together, we can decide on that later. I always have my head crammed with projects. That's characteristic of my race. If you prefer to leave Majorca, I'll look for a situation for you abroad. You must think it over. In all matters relating to the family of Canmalorque the captain spoke with the authority of a master. Pep and his wife dared not disobey him. How could they argue with a senor who knew everything? The peasant farmer offered little resistance. Since Don Pablo desired the marriage of Margalida to the senor and gave his word that it would not bring misfortune to the girl, they might marry. It was a great sorrow for the two old people to see her leave the island, but they preferred this to having Febra with them as a son-in-law, for he inspired them with a respect which they could not outlive. The little chaplain was almost ready to kneel before Valls. And yet they say in Palma that Chuetas are bad. He murmured. It was clear that those who said so were Mexicans, a people unjust and proud. The captain was a saint. Thanks to him, he would not have to go to the seminary. He would be a peasant farmer. Canmalorque would be left to him. He had even received the knife from his father, at the intercession of Don Pablo, and he was counting on the gift of a modern pistol promised by the captain, one of those marvelous weapons which he had admired in Palma in the show windows along the Bourne. As soon as Margarida's marriage had taken place, he would go throughout the district in search of a bride, wearing in his girdle 2 noble companions. The race of brave men must not die out on the island. In his veins coursed the heroic blood of his grandfather. One sunny morning Febra, leaning on Vals and Margarida, made his way with the step of a convalescent as far as the porch of the farmhouse. Seated in a great armchair, he gazed fondly upon the tranquil landscape outspread before him. Upon the summit of the headland rose the pirate's tower. How much he had dreamed and suffered there! Now he loved it as he remembered that within it, alone and forgotten of the world, this passion, destined to fill the rest of a once aimless life, had originated. Enfeebled by the long weeks in bed and by the loss of blood, he breathed in the warm atmosphere of the luminous morning, pierced by the breezes which blew in from the sea. Margarida, after contemplating Jamie with loving eyes, which still held something of timidity, went into the house to prepare the morning meal. The 2 men remained long in silence. Vals had taken out his pipe, filling it with English tobacco, and expelling fragrant mouthfuls. Febra, with his gaze fixed on the landscape, his dazzled eyes embracing the sky, the hills, the fields, and the sea, spoke in a low voice, as if talking to himself. Life was beautiful. He affirmed it with the conviction of one arisen from the grave who returns unexpectedly to the world. Man could move freely, the same as the bird and the insect, on the bosom of nature. There was a place for all. Why confine oneself by the bonds which others had invented, tyrannizing over the future of the men who were to come after them? The dead, ever the accursed dead, trying to meddle in everything, complicating our existence. Vals smiled, looking at him with mischievous eyes. Several times he had heard him in his delirium talking of the dead, waving his arms as if fighting, trying to repel them with frightful struggles. As he listened to Jamie's explanations, as he realized his respect for the past and his submission to the influence of the dead that had stultified his life, and had banished him to a remote island, Vals remained silent and lost in thought. Do you believe that the dead command, Pablo? The captain shrugged his shoulders. For him there was nothing absolute in the world. Perhaps the dominion of the dead was tottering and was already in its decadence. In other times they commanded like despots, there was no doubt of that. It might be that now they commanded only in some places, in others losing forever all hope of power. In Majorca they still governed with a strong hand, he said it, he, the tutor. In other lands, perhaps not. Febra experienced deep annoyance as he recalled his mistakes and his worries. Accursed dead. Humanity could never be happy and free until they should cast off their power. Pablo, let us kill the dead. The captain looked at his friend for an instant with a certain anxiety, but seeing the serenity of his eyes he was reassured and said, smiling, kill them, for all I care. Then, recovering his gravity, and leaning back in his chair, while he puffed a mouthful of smoke, the tutor added, you are right. Let us kill the dead. Let us crush beneath our feet all useless obstacles, old things that obstruct and complicate our pathway. We live according to the word of Moses, to the word of Jesus, of Muhammad, or of other shepherds of men, when the natural and logical thing would be to live according to what we ourselves think and feel. Jamie glanced behind him, as if his eyes would seek in the interior of the house the sweet figure of Margarida. Then he thought over all his old anxieties and all the new truths to which he had awakened, repeating the same vigorous declaration, let us kill the dead. Pablo's voice aroused him from his reflections. Would you have married my niece in your present state of mind, without fear or compunction? Febra hesitated before replying. Yes, he would have married her, regardless of the scruples which had caused him so much suffering. Yet something was lacking for the fulfillment of that union, something which was above the will of man, superior to his power, something which could not be bought and which ruled the world, something which the humble Margarida unconsciously brought with her. His troubles had ended. Now for a new life. No, the dead do not command. It is life that commands, and above life, love. The end.